It worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, folks. Do hope you're well. We will start soon. Don't worry. Relax, relax, and look up information. Relax, and or look up information related to the topic of the show. Hello, Jody Lowlife. Good to see you, mate. Hello to Liz from Storytime with Liz. I can never say your name properly. You'll have to teach me. I say Liz. Liz? I used to say Liz. Apologies if I get it wrong. But we are going to talk about... Hold on, I'll turn this down. We are going to talk about altered states of consciousness, meditation, the fact some people think that, you know, when you meditate, you can go to other dimensions. Others think it's just altered states of consciousness, so it's going deeper into ourselves. And some think that once you go deep enough, you can lose identity, you can lose selfhood, and become at one with everything. Others think that there are other dimensions out there. There are entities within those dimensions that are not us. There are angels, demons, machine elves, Jinn, spirits, ghosts, poltergeists, whatever you want to call them. There are entities out there, and they're not in our head. They are outside of us. They are beyond us. They are around us. What's going on? What the hell is going on? As usual, we ask that question. What the hell is going on? What are we seeing? What are we experiencing? As you wait, I am currently asking ChatGPT to find PDF presentations for me on these topics so that I can read them out. I've got an AI agent working on it for me. I thought it would be a bit quicker, but it's taken its time. It's diving deep for me into the internet, and hopefully it's going to spit out some interesting presentations that I can upload here and read later on. But in the meantime, instead of sitting on your finger or your thumb, why don't you look up information related to the show's topic? That is consciousness, layers of consciousness. You know, there are some Buddhist ideas on different layers of consciousness. You know, how far can you go? How deep can you go with your thought, with your meditation? And also look up things like Jinn, you know, those Islamic creatures that apparently exist alongside us in the spirit world, alongside us. Look up angels, demons, machine elves, DMT trips, whatever you want, whatever you can muster, poltergeist, ghosts, whatever you can find. We're going to dive deep into consciousness, layers of consciousness, possible other dimensions, and we're going to look at all these weird entities like Jinn, angels, demons, ghosts, machine elves, poltergeists, all these kinds of things, and we're going to try and work out just what the fuck is going on. So I'm waiting for ChatGPT to piss out some presentations for me. I've got an AI agent working on that. It's still going. I don't know. It's taken a long fucking time. It must have gone to another dimension or something. But anyway, maybe it will come back with some Gnosis. But in the meantime, please do feel free to come on here and talk whilst I'm waiting for the AI explorer to come back from the other dimensions with news of what the fuck is going on. And if you're not willing to come on here, why not research yourself? Google pertinent questions that you feel may be related to the show's topic, and bring some interesting factoids to the conversation later on. Hello to all of you who are currently here. We've got Isaac, nice to see you. We got Global Solidarity now, nice to see you. Dirty Lowlife, lovely to see you, sir. Alyssa, I'm going to go with Alyssa. Alyssa, good to see you. Oh, lovely. We got Soap Bubbles, who says, interesting synchronicity, Dirty, because he says, interesting show title. By coincidence, he was passing by some Terence McKenna clips this morning. Interesting. Okay. Soap Bubbles, good to see you, darling. And she says, love the title, DNW. Well, I love seeing you here, Soap Bubbles. It pleases me immensely to see you here. And Alyssa says, are you for real, DNW? I don't know. I don't even know if I exist, if I'm really here. I don't know what's going on. Maybe this is all a dream. Somebody else's dream. Maybe. Maybe I am a figment of someone else's imagination. Okay, 15 of us watching across the different platforms at the moment. Hello to each and every one of you. Welcome to Finding Gnosis. We are trying to find out just what the hell is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing together. And we're going to try and find out just what the hell we should be doing whilst we are here in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. We're trying to find sparks of what we like to call Gnosis, knowledge that will help us figure out what the hell is going on and what the hell we should be doing whilst we are here. Today we are looking at consciousness, layers of consciousness. So when you meditate, when you sleep, when you have hallucinations, when you have psychosis, when you think, what is going on? Where are you going? Are you going into your own biological wetware, your brain? Or is there something else? Are you connected to something else? Are you an antennae connected to other things outside your current perception, awareness? Are you connected to other realms, other dimensions? Are there entities perhaps alongside us? Interdimensional beings, Jinn, angels, demons, ghosts, poltergeists, spirits, machine elves. What the fuck is going on? I'm currently researching this. Well, I say I'm researching it. I've got AI doing it for me, and it's still going, guys. That AI agent has gone to another dimension for sure. I don't know when it's coming back, but it's still traveling away off into the tundra of weirdness on the internet, and hopefully it's going to bring back some pertinent information to help us find Gnosis. In the meantime, welcome to each and every one of you, and you are warmly invited to come on here and participate. We have our spirit man, he's already joined. That's great. Jesus Pantheon says it's not his topic tonight. That's okay. And he thinks we should do a show to complement selective outrage with selective favoritism. Okay, interesting. There we go. Right. Kenny Gibbon is here as well. That's good. So I suppose whilst I'm waiting for the AI agent to come back from the other dimensions that it's gone to, remember, time is an illusion. So although it seems like a long time to us, it may be nothing in reality. You know, it may be just all is happening at once. And whilst we seem to be waiting, we're not waiting, because in the block universe, the AI agent has already returned the information, and we've already read it. We've already consumed it, understood it, and spoken about it. Everything is happening at once in the block universe. Okay, enough of my trap. I'd better let them speak. The one I have had the balls to come on here and start the show. Congratulations to you both. I'm just going to turn down the music so I can give you an opportunity to be heard fully. Isaac Spiritman, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We're talking about consciousness and other dimensions, Jinn, angels, demons, machine elves, and spirits. Guys, we're seeing what the hell is going on. Are we, when we meditate, going within ourselves? Are we possibly going to other levels of consciousness that connect us to each other, that even perhaps go to other dimensions? What the fuck is going on? Isaac Spiritman, tell me.
I would say it's a little bit of both. I think in the dream state, you can either access parts of your mind and sort of creative, like sandboxes of hallucinations, but I also find that I can also meditate and tap into other parallel dimensions or speak with entities on neurotropics, psychotropics, whatever you want to call them. And the most like actual evidence of any like entity encounters I've ever had have definitely been on a psychedelic, like a mushroom or DMT or salvia or like that for sure. But I've had a few interactions with real reality that has shown me similar things that are unexplainable parallel coincidences with two people that have seen the same entity as me in one day, but like in the country in a field. It was that's a weird one. I could get into that, but I find that the branch of this tree, or like all the branches on this tree or the subject, there's so many I wouldn't even know where to start. But that's what I got. Kind of, I think it's both, like other sides, and we like when you dream, you could be in your own sandbox, kind of working your own things out. So I think maybe both, yeah.
Thank you for that. But how do you know?
I only know out of my own experiences through my eyes, mainly, or my third eye, I guess I could say if my eyes are closed. But I can't say that I know, like as evidence. I could just say I know because I've experienced it.
Okay. And tell us how do you do that? If anybody else, and would you recommend other people do it, or is it dangerous?
Well, I wouldn't really want to recommend like taking holistic, old age medicated shamanistic tools like a mushroom or DMT. I wouldn't really want to recommend that, but my experience has been, yeah, I met a beautiful entity on 4 grams of mushrooms once. It was I closed my eyes with purple background of like black, purple, depth, height, just closed that landscape, and all of a sudden this entity appears, and it's a whole like 100, 200 pieces of fractal glass, but it made up a giant like entity. It wasn't a human form. It wasn't but I could tell it was alive, and I could tell it was real. It's in front of my eyes, and then it started to kind of communicate with me telepathically, but it didn't really say anything. It reached down an arm of light, right? It reached down a beam of light, like kind of twisting, turning a light, not straight light, but it kind of moved, touched my body 3 times, and then I felt it 3 times in a row, and every time it touched me and I felt it, gas moved in my body. So that's the only really clearest evidence I've ever had of physically where an entity touched me, I felt it, and gas moved in my body. I don't know if you've heard about being put on like a operating table on psychedelics, where these people like all of a sudden close their eyes and they're in a whole different dimension and they're getting operated on and fixed and stuff. So I had one experience like that. That was the weirdest one on shrooms, right? But then there was one other experience. I guess I'll just share it because I just kind of coming to mind is I was driving out to my friend's house in the country, and I seen this big black dog standing like 4 or 5 foot tall on all fours, and it had glowing green eyes, and it was like raining out and all overcast, and it was like dark already. But I saw it in the field. I looked to my left, looked straight. I was like, what the heck? I looked back and it disappeared. So I thought it was nothing. I thought my eye tricked me. I go to my cousin's house and I was going to tell him. And before I could tell him, he told me, yo, Isaac, I just seen a big old black dog in the field. And then he said he looked at it, and then he tried to look back at it and it teleported away. And I experienced that 4 minutes before I got to his house. And he told me the same story. So in the same day, we both saw it. Kind of weird. That's the only other one.
That is very weird, but you both saw it. So it's a shared experience.
Yeah, so then what's even weirder is he told me before I could even tell him. So you know what I mean? Like I was about to tell him, and he told me first. So it was even weirder. Like it was, yeah.
Yeah, that is weird. Okay, brother. Thank you, Isaac, for getting the show started. Please stick around. We'll need you. Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you have to say about the topic of the show, or what have you come on to say?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the benefits of seminal conservation, aka no fat, aka semen retention. And these benefits I can say that I've experienced for myself firsthand. So
Okay,
I've
go
got a
ahead
little
and tell us
essay
when you
printed up.
started this project. Kenny, when
I've
did you
been doing
stop
it
being a
on and off.
wanker?
I've been doing it on and off for years. But this time,
yeah.
This time I've been, I think, about 1 month. Between 1 month and 6 weeks. This time around was the last
Is it
time I
like,
ejaculated.
is it
And
connected to like consciousness? You're saying?
yeah, is this? Do you think this is connected to consciousness? Do you think there is something going on in terms of your third eye? And I'm not talking about your Jat's eye. I'm talking about the eye in your brain, your conscious awareness. Um, do you feel that there's something spiritual, perhaps even going on? I know you're skeptical about religion and God and all the different religions, but do you feel that this has some kind of gravitas to it that may be beyond our current understanding, and perhaps you'd like to speculate on it as a person, as a man who has, you know, tamed the beast, so to speak, who's walked this path?
So to me, it's more rooted in evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biology. To me, all spirituality means what is spiritual. It's how you feel emotionally about something. You know, the spirit, it means, your energy, your enthusiasm. The word enthusiasm comes from the Greek word entheos, which means God within. You see? So I didn't really buy into the new agey superstitious type stuff, but there's certainly evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology, and also pheromones as well is something that gets overlooked. Do you mind if I read this out?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Seminal conservation is often discussed in terms of its various potential benefits, both physical and psychological, which can influence social dynamics and relationships. Here's a deeper dive into the practice and its implications. The physical benefits, energy levels. Many proponents of seminal conservation claim that refraining from ejaculation can lead to increased energy and stamina. This boost is often attributed to the body redirecting energy that would otherwise be expended during ejaculation towards other physiological processes. 2. Hormonal balance. Some studies suggest that practices like seminal conservation may influence testosterone levels. A temporary increase in testosterone can enhance mood, motivation, and physical performance, which can be appealing in social and romantic contexts. Sperm quality. There is evidence that longer periods of abstinence can lead to higher sperm quality, including motility and concentration. This can be particularly relevant for individuals looking to conceive, as improved sperm health can enhance fertility. Psychological aspects, confidence, and charisma. The psychological boost may mean that many men experience can be very significant. Heightened confidence can lead to improved social interactions, making individuals more approachable and charismatic. This confidence can have a magnetic effect, attracting others. Number 2, mindfulness and self-control. Engaging in seminal conservation often requires a level of discipline and self-control. This practice can promote mindfulness, allowing individuals to focus more on their personal goals and relationships rather than being driven by their immediate sexual urges. Number 3, emotional clarity. Some men report that refraining from ejaculation helps them gain greater emotional clarity and stability. This can enhance their ability to form deeper connections with others, as they may approach relationships with a more balanced and thoughtful mindset. Social implications, perceptions of masculinity. The discussion surrounding seminal conservation can reflect broader societal attitudes towards masculinity. In a world where emotional vulnerability is increasingly valued, practices that emphasize traditional notions of masculinity may come under scrutiny. Seminal conservation can be viewed as a way to reclaim or redefine masculinity in a modern context. Number 2, attraction dynamics. The interplay of pheromonal signaling and psychological well-being can create a unique dynamic in romantic attraction. As men become more self-assured and in tune with their bodies, they may naturally attract partners who appreciate these traits. Cultural narratives. Different cultures have varying views on sexuality, masculinity, and self-control, which can influence how practices like seminal conservation are perceived. In some cultures, restraint is celebrated, while in others it may be viewed with skepticism. Conclusion. Seminal conservation is a multifaceted practice that intertwines biology, psychology, and social dynamics. While scientific research continues to explore the implications of this practice, its anecdotal benefits, ranging from improved energy levels to enhanced confidence, suggest that it can play a significant role in personal development and relationships. As societal views on masculinity evolve, the conversation surrounding seminal conservation may also shift, potentially leading to a more nuanced understanding of attraction and interpersonal connections. There you are.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense from a kind of materialistic perspective. I mean, if you've spent all your seed, your body doesn't know you whether you've wanked that into a tissue or you've been at an orgy. But deep down, do you need confidence? Like if you've already done the deed. So it makes sense that holding it in would, in some sense, mean that you'd have more confidence, an outward appearance of more confidence, because your biology, your body is saying you haven't done the deed yet. Therefore, we need to make you look like you're putting your best foot forward. We need to make you presentable and approachable,
But
attractive, basically.
I think even physiologically, I know it changes a lot.
And
I know
also,
the pheromones, right? And then I've heard about that. They say even like just the pheromonal release out of your body is more attractive when you retain. And I've done it for 6 months before traveling and just focusing on my inner soul. And I did notice a difference. I was very confident. I did a 50-foot gainer into a pool of water that 6 months. No, I haven't really studied it much more. I mean, but 6 months, yeah, one time. That was it.
And did you feel
also
better? You
back
felt
in the
better
days
after
when
that?
we were hunter-gatherers, before
Mhm.
condoms and before contraception was invented,
Yeah.
we only had sex to get our mates pregnant. So,
Are you sure
our
about that?
bodies were used to maybe only having sex once every 9 months.
Yeah.
I don't know about that,
Well,
Kenny, because
There's
even
also
monkeys have a wank.
there's
Even
one other
monkeys wank
problem, though.
in the trees,
Sorry.
apparently.
I guess so.
There's one other
But how
problem
our
that
bodies evolved,
the
the
body
purpose
will,
of it producing sperm is to get a woman pregnant, So
yeah.
if
But
we're
have you
doing that
ever
too
found
often,
that?
it makes sense that we're going to feel drained.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I have found that my body would naturally release it while I'm sleeping during that 6 months.
Wet dreams.
That like literally maybe I just may produce more or something, but like even not doing it, it would happen just when I was asleep. That's like because that's how like abstinent I was, and it would just I don't know how it works, but that's one of the side effects that was kind of annoying. So like I didn't want to wake up to that shit in my like what the fuck, So
Okay.
I mean, it's just kind of
Interesting
interesting.
start to the show.
The body's it's just kind of interesting how the body still wants to produce that cycle, at least sometimes, no matter what. Even if you don't do it, your body will do it.
Interesting start to the show, gentlemen.
Okay, I'm going to go off into listening mode.
Okay, buddy.
Be back
Thanks
later.
as always,
Chat
Kenny.
soon.
Appreciate you, and thanks for sharing the stream around the place. By the way, I appreciate that as well.
You're welcome.
Guys watching, do share the stream on your social media now to bring in new voices. It does help. So the AI has done its job. It's churned out a load of different articles and presentations. I don't know if they're going to be any good, but they are related to the topic of the show. So we'll give them a read and we'll see if there's any gnosis to be found. This one is on demonology and angelology. Let's have a look. There's about 18 slides here. So, according to the Bible, demons exist, are fallen angels, are divided into free and confined, and they have no opportunity to be saved. They are damned. Okay. In Deuteronomy 32:17, it says, they sacrificed to demons that were no gods, to gods they had never known, to new gods that had come recently, whom your fathers had never dreaded. So, okay. They sacrificed to demons that were no gods, to gods they had never known, to new gods that had come recently, whom your fathers had never dreaded. So it seems they were talking about what people were doing. They were basically demon worshipping. In Psalm 106:37, it says, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters to the demons. Okay. In Matthew 8:29, it says, and behold, they cried out, what have you to do with us, O Son of God? Have you come here to torment us before the time? I don't know who says that or who said that, but somebody said that. In Matthew 10:1, it says, and he called to him his 12 disciples and gave them authority over unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal every disease and every affliction. So, yeah, obviously, there was a belief that the disciples were given power by Jesus to cast out spirits, to exorcise human beings, to free them from being under the dominion of evil spirits, unclean spirits. There you go. Matthew 12:43-45, it says, when the unclean spirit has gone out of a person, it passes through waterless places seeking rest, but finds none. Then it says, I will return to my house from which I came. And when it comes, it finds the house empty, swept, and put in order. Then it goes and brings with it 7 other spirits, more evil than itself, and they enter and dwell there. And the last state of that person is worse than the first. So also will it be with this evil generation. Okay, so it talks basically about the inevitability of evil returning and coming back and trying to infest and molest the human beings, the masses on this dreadful planet. Matthew 12:24 says, but when the Pharisees heard it, they said, it is only by Beelzebul, the prince of demons, that this man casts out demons. So basically, they were accusing Jesus, by the looks of it, of being in league with demons. Only somebody in league with demons could have power over them. No, that's what it seems the naysayers that were the Pharisees were getting at. Perspective. In Revelation 12:7-9, it says, now war arose in heaven, Michael and his angels fighting against the dragon. And the dragon and his angels fought back, but he was defeated, and there was no longer any place for him in heaven. And the great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent, who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. Okay. Matthew 8:16, it says, that evening they brought to him many who were oppressed by demons, and he cast out the spirits with a word and healed all who were sick. In Hebrews 1:14, it says, are they not all ministering spirits sent out to serve for the sake of those who are to inherit salvation. And in Matthew 12:22, it says, Then a demon oppressed man who was blind and mute was brought to him, and he healed him, so that the man spoke and saw. These are just examples in the Bible, of some of many, where they talk about demons existing. In John 13:27, it says, Then after he had taken the morsel, Satan entered into him. Jesus said to him, What are you going to do? Do quickly. So Jesus spoke to Satan. In Ephesians 6:12, it says, For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. In Peter 3:19-20, it says, He went and proclaimed to the spirits in prison, because they formerly did not obey, when God's patience waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is, 8 persons, were brought safely through water. Okay. For if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to chains of gloomy darkness to be kept until the judgment. That's Peter 2:4. And behold, they cried out, What have you to do with us, O Son of God? Have you come here to torment us before the time? That's in Matthew 8:29. Matthew 25:41. Then he will say to those on his left, Depart from me, you are cursed, into the eternal fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Okay, James 2:19. You believe that God is one. You do well. Even the demons believe and shudder. So even the demons believe in God. Okay. Well, look, that was just a load of quotes from the Bible where they mention demons. Demons. Okay. Now, this one. Let's have a look at this. This is randomly vomited up by ChatGPT. It's from the Secret Church, apparently. And it's about angels, demons, and spiritual warfare. It's by Dr. David Platt, whoever he is. And it's from November the 6th, 2009. And it says, Secret Church, angels, demons, and spiritual warfare, who we are. And it says, I humbly and I pray carefully intend tonight to bring you the word of this great God. His word and the study of it ignites his worship. So we've worshipped in song. Now we will worship through the word. So if you have a Bible, and I really hope you do, if you don't, shame upon you. I want to remind those of you who have been before and relay to those of you who this is your first time tonight, that the purpose of our time together is far deeper than the study of angels, demons, or spiritual warfare. I want to be clear from the start that this is not just a game. There is a real battle waging for the souls, for the real souls of men and women and little boys and little girls all around the world. And the stakes in this battle are high. They're higher than any war that has ever been fought or will ever be fought in this world. 2 Corinthians 4:4 says, The God of this age has blinded the minds of unbelievers so that they cannot see the light of the gospel or of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. For we do not preach ourselves, but Jesus Christ as Lord, and ourselves as your servants for Jesus' sake. For God, who said, Let light shine out of darkness, made his light shine in our hearts to give us the light of the knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Christ. From the very beginning tonight, I want you to feel the weight of this text. There is a battle that is waging between the God, little g, God of this age, who is blinding the minds of the unbelievers, and God, with a big G, God, over heaven and earth, who is shining light into hearts. Feel this. There is a true God of light who desires people all over this world to be saved. And there is a false God in this age of darkness who desires people all over this world and in this room, and you sitting at home listening to this, to burn in hell. And you and I are right in the middle of it. Verse 5, preaching Christ. This is where we have to decide who we are. In the late 1940s, the government of the United States commissioned the SS United States. It was an $80 million troop carrier built for the Navy. It was designed to carry 15,000 troops into war, the fastest, most reliable troop carrier in the world. It could go 10,000 miles without having to stop for fuel or supplies. It could outrun any other ship, go anywhere in the world in less than 10 days. The only catch was it never carried any troops. It was put on standby once during the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it was never used in all of its capacity by the US Navy. Instead, it became known as a luxury liner for presidents, heads of state, and celebrities. Now, as a luxury liner, it couldn't carry 15,000 troops, but just under 2,000 passengers could enjoy the luxuries of 695 staterooms, 4 dining salons, 3 bars, 2 theaters, and it says 5 acres of open deck with a heated pool, 19 elevators, and the comfort of the world's first fully air conditioned passenger ship. Instead of a vessel for battle used during the trenches of wartime, the SS United States became a means of indulgence for wealthy patrons who wanted to coast peacefully across the Atlantic seas. A central question from this Dr. David Platt. He says, I am convinced that we need to answer a central question in the church today. And that question is, are we as the church a troop carrier, or are we a luxury liner? Are we a troop carrier, or are we a luxury liner? Because things look radically different on a troop carrier than they do on a luxury liner. There are some critical differences. Our demeanor will be different. The faces of soldiers that are preparing for battle look a lot different than the faces of patrons enjoying their bonbons. Our use of resources will be different. The conservation of resources on a troop carrier contrasts sharply with the liberal opulence of a luxury liner, and our pace will be different. The pace at which a troop carrier moves is, by necessity, much faster than a luxury liner. After all, a luxury liner has an urgent mission to accomplish. After all, a troop carrier has an urgent mission to accomplish. The luxury liner is free to enjoy the ride along the way. I'm convinced that in the church in our day, we have settled into an understanding of the church as a luxury liner. The church exists to make me feel comfortable, to adjust my preferences and cater to my desires. And in the process, we have lost sight of an eternal battle that is waging around us. And we have a crucial decision before us. Church, are we going to indulge ourselves in the peaceful comforts of this world? Or are we going to engage ourselves in battle for peoples around the world? This is the question I am convinced we face in the church in our day. I want to call you tonight to get aboard a troop carrier and to give your life to defeating an adversary and taking the gospel of the kingdom to the ends of the earth, no matter what it costs you. That's what tonight is about. Secret church is not designed to be luxury liner material. Tonight is not about catering to our comforts. Tonight is about equipping a body of people, not entering a body of people, but equipping a body of people to know who you are in Christ and to know what it means to walk in victory with Christ. Not only so you can experience victory, but also so that you might lead others to victory in the nations, that they might know the gospel of the kingdom that we celebrate in this room tonight, that they might know the great God that we sing to. So As we study, my encouragement for you is to take good notes. You're studying tonight, not just for your sake. This is not just so that you can have more information. It is so that you can be equipped to take the word of God on angels, demons, spiritual warfare, and practice it in the places where you go and teach it in the context where you live as God takes you around the world. This is bigger than what's going on in this room, in your room right now. Make notes to go back in your Bible for the days ahead. I want to give you as much information as possible tonight in the time we have, and maybe a little extra, on angels, demons, and spiritual warfare. The goal tonight is not for you to walk away saying, that was fun. The goal is for 3,000 people to walk away tonight equipped and ready to take the nations for the glory of Christ in defeating an adversary. So you're in. Okay, here we go. Where we're going. Just a little light intro. Here's where we're going. What I want us to do now is I want us to camp out on some foundational truths that are going to set the stage for everything else in the evening. Then we're going to split it up into three categories like the title. Angels. We're going to look at who are they? How are they organized? What do they do? And how do they relate to us? Then, demons. What are demons? Who is Satan? How do Satan and demons relate to God? And how do Satan and demons relate to us? Then we'll go to spiritual warfare. And we're going to take three major periods in redemptive history: the Old Testament, picture of Christ in the Gospels, and then the church, the New Testament, and the letters, the epistles. We're going to look at spiritual warfare in those three facets of Scripture. Then we will conclude our night with controversial questions. What about deliverance ministry, casting demons out of people? Can a Christian be demon possessed? Should we talk with demons? Conversing, naming, binding demons. Can we acquire or inherit demons from other places or people? We will close out with two concluding challenges that have absolutely gripped me. I want to get to those now, but we're going to work our way there. Foundational truths. There is a spiritual world. There is a spiritual world. That is one of the foundational truths here. So here we go. Foundational truths. Just making sure we're on the same page here with some foundational truths before we dive in. First foundational truth: there is a spiritual world. There's a spiritual world. I want to invite you to turn with me to 2 Kings 6 now. We're going to turn to some different passages, not really a ton of passages, but there are some places where I want to make sure to draw your attention to certain scriptures. I've tried to include as many scriptures as possible in the guide so that we don't have to spend too much time in turning here and there. But I want you to see the story. Elisha was a prophet of God, where we come in 2 Kings 6, and in this text he is described as the man of God. I want you to see what's happening here. Look at 2 Kings 6:8 and follow along. Elisha is the man of God here, the prophet. And it says, now the king of Aram was at war with Israel. After conferring with his officers, he said, I will set up my camp in such and such a place. The man of God sent word to the king of Israel. The man of God, remember, is Elisha, sent word to the king of Israel. Beware of passing that place because the Arameans are going down there. So the king of Israel checked on the place indicated by the man of God. And time and again, Elisha warned the king so that he was on guard in such places. So you see what's happening here. The king of Aram wants to take out the king of Israel and all his army. But God tells Elisha where the king of Aram is going to be. So Elisha says, hey, king of Israel, Just so you know, the king of Aram is hiding out over there. Obviously, this did not make the king of Aram very happy. So 2 Kings 6:11 says, this enraged the king of Aram. He summoned his officers and demanded of them, will you not tell me which of us on the side of the king of Israel is? In other words, who is the rat here? None of us, my lord the king, said one of his officers. But Elisha, the prophet who is in Israel, tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your bedroom. He knows everything about you, man. He knows all your plans. So the king of Aram decides we need to take out Elisha. So that's what happens in verse 13. Go find out where he is, the king ordered, so I can send men and capture him. Like Elisha wouldn't know. That's the whole point. The report came back. He is in Dothan. Then he sent horses and chariots and a strong force there, and they went by night and surrounded the city. So in the middle of the night, they are surrounding the city. The whole army is surrounding Elisha, ready to take him down. Then what happens? In verse 15, it says, when the servant of the man of God, Elisha's servant, got up and went out early the next morning, an army with horses and chariots had surrounded the city. And it says in this verse, in this passage, oh no, my lord, what shall we do? The servant asked. He's panicking. A whole army has come and is about to take them down. So listen to what Elisha says to him. Don't be afraid. The prophet answered, those who are with us are more than those who are with them. Now, that's an interesting response. Put yourself in the servant's shoes at this point. Okay. Those who are with us, too, are more than those who are with them, an army around the city. The old man's good at prophecy, but math is not his subject. So what happens? And Elisha prayed and he opens his eyes, Lord, so that he may see. Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked, and he saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. All of a sudden, the servant was able to see that an entire army of the Lord was surrounding this army, and that indeed there were more with them than there were more with us, and than there, sorry, more with us than there were with them. And so verse 18 says, as the enemy came down towards him, Elisha prayed to the Lord, strike these people with blindness. So he struck them with blindness. And Elisha, Elisha told them, this is not the road and this is not the city. Follow me and I will lead you to the man you are looking for. And he led them to Samaria. And they entered the city. And Elisha said, Lord, open the eyes of these men so they can see. And then the Lord opened their eyes and they looked, and there they were inside Samaria. When the king of Israel saw them, he asked Elisha, shall I kill them, my father? Shall I kill them? You see what just happened? Elisha led them directly to the king of Israel. Now, the point of bringing that passage, I want you to put that picture before you because I want you to realize how alike we are to the servant of Elisha. We see so little. That's the point. This is a spiritual world, and brothers and sisters, there are a lot of things that are going on that we do not see. An invisible world that is just as real as the visible world, yet far more powerful. Just think of this. There are vast numbers of angels, good and bad, all around us. Just kind of let that soak in. Angels, holy angels. That if we were to see them, we would be floored by their beauty. Also, evil angels, demons, that if we were to see them, we would shudder back in total horror. God, open our eyes to see the spiritual world. Now, at this point, objections begin to pop up. Spiritual explanations are primitive. Don't you know science, technology, medicine have basically rendered belief in the spiritual world as erroneous? If you say you believe in angels and demons, that's like saying you believe in dragons, elves, and the tooth fairy. Really? Demons and angels in a Western worldview, in our context in particular? If you cannot see it, feel it, touch it, smell it, then it's not there. We are blind to a spiritual world. How can you explain that God controls thunder and lightning when we know meteorologists can predict that a week out? How can you say that there's a personal force who tempts a person who tempts people to sin when we know that sin is just a product of our DNA and the social environment in which we live? It can also be predicted what we're going to do. How can you really believe in these kinds of things? At most, the spiritual world, angels and demons are looked at as a religious fancy. This is one of the great parts of the screw tape letters of C.S. Lewis, his classic book. When an elder demon is speaking to a younger demon and giving an advice on how to deceive people, listen to what he says. Wormwood, this is the elder demon speaking to the younger demon. And he says, I do not think you will have much difficulty in keeping the patient in the dark. The fact that devils are predominantly comic figures in the modern imagination will help you. If any faint suspicion of your existence begins to arise in his mind, just suggest to him a picture of something in red tights and persuade him that since he can't believe in that, he therefore cannot believe in you. Modern culture has talked us out of not only thinking about demons and angels, but even talking about them without thinking. Is this just a little out there? Are we just imagining this? Spiritual explanations are primitive. Spiritual realities are not pervasive. In other words, even if we acknowledge that there's a spiritual world, oftentimes we begin to think, well, that just deals with seances and Ouija boards and occult practices and this or that. Or maybe as Christians, we think, well, that happens in many third world contexts overseas over there. And we can't grip the idea that there are spiritual forces all around us in middle class America. This is an extremely dangerous way to think that there are not pervasive that they are not pervasive, to ignore the fact that the conflict waging in the spiritual realm has a huge effect on what we watch on TV and how we respond to what we see in a movie, and how husbands you speak to your wives, and how parents you speak to your children, and how we carry out our lives and spend our money. That has everything to do with the spiritual world. Even if we acknowledge there's a spiritual world in our context, we so disconnect it from the natural world that we think, well, they just don't have anything to do with each other. We don't see how the spiritual world infiltrates our politics and our businesses and our neighborhoods and our homes and everything we do. We've actually exported this distinction all around the world in the way we've done missions. Leslie Newbegin said that the Christian missionaries have been one of the most secularizing forces in the entire world. We've gone into third world contexts, and we've told them that it is not spirits who make the crops grow; it is scientific agriculture. So we got fertilizers and fungicides and pesticides and hybrid seed, and we showed them that their religion has nothing to do with agriculture. It belongs in the realm of science. What we should have said is this is that this is a God created and God sustained world. And he has designed ways for this world to operate, and we experience the best of his gifts in this world when we operate according to the way he has designed it. So we seek him and we work in the context of how he, as a perfect designer of this world, has made us. But we disconnect the two. As a result, we see no need in our lives on a daily basis for the supernatural power of God. We even reduce sin to psychopathy and psychological problems that need to be dealt with in the context of social environments. And we miss out on the spiritual world around us. I think I just heard a noise. That means somebody may have joined. Just let me check. Is there anybody in the studio? Okay, it's Alyssa. Good to have you here, Alyssa. Sorry, Alyssa, darling. I am just reading here. I hope you're not too bored.
PT and W all good, yeah?
Yeah, all good. I'll keep reading, darling. Then some even say spiritual powers are not prevalent in the scripture. What I want to show you tonight in the Bible is that there's an active, prevalent, pervasive spiritual world all over scripture from the very beginning. Genesis 3, the fall of man, to the middle, with Jesus in Matthew 4, to the very end. Revelation 20, when Satan himself is judged. Catch this. If you do not believe in the spiritual world, then you are denying the reality of the Bible. Even deeper, if you deny that there is a spiritual world around us, you are denying the truthfulness of Jesus Christ himself. Christ was inundated in the spiritual world from the very beginning. An angel announced his consummation as well as his birth. He was tempted by the devil. Matthew 4, Luke 4. He was served by angels after his temptation. He could have called down legions of angels from the cross. Angels were present at the tomb when the stone was rolled away. They were present when he ascended into heaven. To undermine the reality of the spiritual world is to undermine the very reality of the birth, life, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus Christ himself. So spiritualities are pervasive. We need to avoid two errors here. C.S. Lewis talked about it. He says, there are two equal and opposite errors into which our race can fall about the devils. One is to disbelieve in their existence. The other is to believe and to feel an excessive and unhealthy interest in them. They themselves are equally pleased by both errors and hail a materialist or a magician with the same delight. Error number one is empty rationalism, either to deny the spiritual world as religious fancy or to compartmentalize it. This is where we need to realize, particularly in this context, that we are far more secularistic, humanistic, and materialistic than we would like to think. We tend toward empty rationalism. The other extreme is to avoid, though that is an excessive fanaticism. Yes, there are. Sorry, the other extreme to avoid though is an excessive fanaticism. Yes, there are spiritual realities, but if we are not careful, we will overanalyze them and overreact to the spiritual world, causing all kinds of misunderstanding and misconception. I want to be point blank honest here. After studying this for months in preparing for tonight, I am convinced there are all kinds of fiction, superstition, fantasy, nonsense, nuttiness, and downright heresy when it comes to ideas about spiritual warfare in Christian circles. We need to be careful, yes, not to confine ourselves to an empty rationalism that ignores the spiritual world, but we also need to be careful not to indulge ourselves in excessive fanaticism. David Paulison wrote a great book on counseling as it relates to spiritual warfare. And I want you to listen to what he said. I just want to read you a little excerpt. He said, some people really do see a demon behind every bush. Cynthia, a woman I counseled, once cast demons out of her toaster when it failed to work. More seriously, she and her husband Andrew had a remarkable and remarkably destructive way of arguing with each other. For the first 5 minutes, they warmed up with normal person to person bickering. But at a certain point, when the fighting turned nasty, they shifted gears and wheeled in heavier artillery. They would bind, rebuke, and attempt to cast out demons of anger, pride, and self righteousness from each other. In Cynthia's words, she said, I saw the demon looking out of his eyes, glittering and murderous. So I said, Demon of anger, I bind your power in Jesus' name. Then I claimed the power of Jesus' blood as my cover from all my demonic assault coming through my husband. The result, he said, not only did Cynthia and Andrew reinforce their hostility, they trampled the name of Christ through the mud of their superstition, hostility, fear, and confusion. Needless to say, the real devil, who aims to dishonor God and conform us to his evil works, could only be pleased at the personal and interpersonal wreckage he brought about in this situation. I want us to study this very honestly tonight because I am convinced that there's a great deal of confusion in the church and around the world regarding spiritual warfare. We need to stay away from both of these two extremes, both of these errors. We are involved in a spiritual war. Foundational truth number one, there's a spiritual world. Number two, we are involved in a spiritual war. Our struggle is not against flesh and blood. This is a war of conflicting kingdoms. We've already looked at this passage. Number two, 2 Corinthians 4:4. The picture there is a kingdom of God and a kingdom of Satan. Jesus talks about how his kingdom is not of this world in John 18. Ephesians 2 talks about the ruler of the kingdom of the air. There's a kingdom of God that coexists with a kingdom of darkness, and it is not a peaceful coexistence. There's a tension there. History is the story of this tension. We need to realize that from the very beginning, the Bible, the very beginning of human history, is a drama of war and peace and conflicting kingdoms from Genesis 3 onwards. In the middle of pagan nations, following after the ruler of the kingdom of the air, the God of this age, little g God, the devil, God of the big G, calls out a people to himself to be a light in the middle of darkness. Yet even the most bright lights among his people still fall. Abraham still deceives and lies, and Moses still struggles with unbelief and he dies. Noah, who had faith in God when no one else did, still gets drunk and he dies. David, the man after God's own heart, commits adultery and organizes murder and he dies. Over and over again, you see the brightest lights among the people of God still infiltrated with darkness. Until we get to the perfect man, he comes on the scene, and there is no sin in him. He conquers with his life, he conquers with his death, he conquers with his resurrection. He shows us the kingdom of light so that all who trust in him can be delivered from the kingdom of darkness and brought into the kingdom of light through him. But even those who trust in him still have a sinful nature that wars within them, and the conflict continues. Yes, there's a coming day when the kingdom of this world will become the kingdom of our Lord and of Christ, and he will reign forever. But at this moment, we find ourselves in war. It is a continual struggle. I just want you to think real quickly with me about how the New Testament pictures the Christian life as warfare. It is a war against sin, Hebrews 12, and a struggle against sin. It is a war within our souls in 1 Peter 2, a war against your soul, a struggle against sin, a war within our souls, and we struggle for our faith. Jude 3 talks about how we have to contend for our faith. We have to fight for it. We struggle for the gospel. Philippians number 1 says, going through the same struggle you saw I had. In 1 Timothy 6, Paul says, we fight the good fight. Paul comes to the end of his life and ministry, and he writes in 2 Timothy, I have fought the good fight. That sums up my life. Fought, kept the faith. He says to the New Testament Christians in that same book, we are soldiers. Endure hardship like a good soldier of Christ Jesus. We are soldiers. The New Testament talks about how we have weapons. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of this world. In 2 Corinthians 6, in the middle of that passage, Paul talks about the weapons of righteousness in the right hand and the left. Then back in the Old Testament, this is a passage we're going to look at a little bit later. War is raging in the heavenlies. In this picture, Daniel's prayers are affecting an entire battle between angels that is going on in the heavenly realms. The point is, we are in wartime, not peacetime. We need to realize this. We are in wartime, not peacetime. This is why Paul says in Ephesians 6, a passage we're going to come back to over and over and over again. Our struggle, and this shocks me, Paul says, our struggle is not against flesh and blood. It's not a physical struggle. You think about what he had been through physically. He'd been stoned and beaten and harassed and abused and imprisoned and shipwrecked. If anybody knew this was a physical struggle, it was Paul. But that's not what Paul says. He says that's not what the struggle is. Not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. This is a spiritual war, and that's what's going on in the spiritual realm. And it's far deeper and far more meaningful, far more impactful than even what's going on in the physical world. Let that soak in. You have an opponent in this world that wants to wreck your marriage and wants to rob you of your purity and wants to lead you to defame the name of the God who saved you. He wants to pull you down and destroy your soul. We're in wartime, not peacetime. There's no room to sit back and relax. Peacetime is coming, brothers and sisters, but it is not now. It is not now. The third truth is the basis for our understanding of this spiritual war is biblical. The basis for our understanding of the spiritual war is biblical. It's biblical. This is where we've got to decide an answer to this question. What is going to be our authority as we think about angels, demons, and spiritual warfare? Fiction or fact? Are we going to be talking tonight about Frank Peretti or the Bible? Fiction or fact? Experience or exegesis? Don't get left behind on this. Not going to talk all night about what's going on over here and what's going on over here and what's going on over here. Experiences. Are we going to look at what we understand about the Bible? Intuition or interpretation? What feels right to us or what God has declared to be right? This is where we've got to decide, ladies and gentlemen. Where is our court of appeal? This is one of the biggest challenges because God has worked and is working in different ways, in different circumstances all around the world. And we have to account for that. However, at the same time, if we do not have an objective standard of truth by which to evaluate all these different experiences, then we're going to be carried out into all kinds of ideas and falsehoods. This is where I'm convinced that so much of what passes for spiritual warfare in Christian conversations today is so outside of scripture and so based on experience that in the end it's actually more pagan than it is biblical. It's accommodating the occultic worldview that the devil is raging in. So, where are we going to find our answers? Where's the basis of our discussion going to be? Remember, the Bible doesn't answer every question we ask. Now, This is true in all kinds of questions we might have and circumstances we might face. And it's particularly true regarding spiritual warfare. How did Satan become evil? The Bible really doesn't answer that question. How did the demon possessed in Scripture become demon possessed? There are a lot of questions that we're going to see and questions that we have in the world today that the Bible does not answer. But the good news is that doesn't mean we're at a loss. God is not up in heaven saying, "Man, I wish I would have remembered. If I'd have known that they were going to be studying that night and had those questions, I'd have put it in there." God's not saying that because this is the good news. Relax, relax. The Bible does answer every question we need answered to live in the glory of God. It doesn't answer every question we ask, but it does answer everything we need to grow in Christ and to experience victory in this world. And this is key. I want to put my cards on the table. I am a Western Christian, born in the Western world with Western thinking. I readily admit that I have got a lot to grow in my own Christian life. I have limited experiences. I think I've traveled around the world a good bit, but I still have not seen a lot of the things, so many of the things that God is doing around the world. There are a lot of different experiences. So, admittedly, I am at a loss when it comes to experiences. But I want you to hear that even if I had spent the last 50 years traveling around the world and experiencing every single possible thing, my goal would still not be to share my experiences with you. My goal would be to share the truth of God's word with you because it is the measure by which we look at each of our own experiences. So, the key to camp out here and stick close to is scripture, and then bring scripture to bear on experiences, stories, accounts from around the world. The word is authoritative. This is so key. We are an experience driven people. I am convinced one of the most dangerous places to be is in a Christian small group Bible study. It's dangerous. Sit around a few people with their Bibles open in their laps, all happy to be there. The leader says, "Bob, why don't you read a verse?" Bob reads the verse, and the leader says, "Well, Bob, what does that mean to you?" And Bob says, "Well, I guess it means this to me." And Mary on the other side, "What does this mean to you?" "Well, I guess I got something totally different out of that, Bob. This is what it means to me." Bill chimes in and says, "I was just thinking about how this text relates to how I relate to my dog. And yes, this is so meaningful." Then Jane chimes in and she says, "I got something totally different out of it." And they're all excited and walk away saying, "Wow, what a great Bible study." The reality is they never studied the Bible. They studied each other the whole time. And there was nobody in the room that was studying, standing up and saying, "You know, Bob, Bill, Jane, Mary, it really doesn't matter what it means to you. I want to know what it means, what it really means. Like, who wrote it? Paul? Well, let's ask Paul. Paul, what does it mean?" They're walking away saying, "Look, we've learned so much about the Bible." They've learned nothing about the Bible. They've learned about themselves, and they haven't learned one iota about God. We're an experience driven people. And so we've got to make sure to let the text be our starting point. What does it say? What does it mean? Then save our questions for later until we've looked at the text. Does that make sense? How are we going to approach the text then? This is just an overview from the How to Study the Bible Secret Church. I just want to remind you that there's a process when we come to the Bible of observation. We explore the text. We listen to the text. We listen thoughtfully, repeatedly. We're looking for different things, patiently, imaginatively, meditatively, purposefully. We talked about this at Secret Church. We listen to the text. Then we look at the text. We look for things in the word. We look at what emphasizes and repeats and connects and communicates. That's observation. We start there. What is the text saying? Then we move to interpretation. What does the text mean? Interpretation. We examine the context in order to understand a text. We've got to see the context that surrounds it. We have to travel to their world in order to see what the Bible is going to say to our world. We have to start there. So we consider the literary context, because how truth is communicated in gospel narrative is very different than how truth is communicated in the Song of Solomon. Very big differences. Consider the literary context, the historical, cultural context. Things that are going on in 2 Kings aren't the same things that are going on in the Revelation. So we need to take that into consideration. We need to consider the theological context and not just pick little words or verses here or there, bring it out and start to make all kinds of assumptions about it. You could take Psalm 14, where it says, "There is no God," and say, well, obviously, scripture teaches there is no God. Just rip it out of its context. You've got to be careful not to do that, though, because principles to remember are that we are examining the author's original intent, the Holy Spirit, through a human author at a certain time, at a certain place. A biblical text can never mean what it never meant. You can't just take it out and create some whole new meaning for it. We've got to see what's going on here. Context shapes our whole understanding of meaning. The rule of context is context rules. We've got to see the context. This is where I want you to think about dangers to avoid. 2 particular dangers to avoid. Number 1 is fragmentation. And by that, I mean isolating texts from their context. Now, this is a danger, even in the way this whole Secret Church booklet is designed. You have all these different texts from different places. We've got to be really, really careful, because if we're not, we'll take one verse from here in the Old Testament, one verse from the Gospels, one verse from epistles, and we'll put them, all of them, and line them up next to each other, and we'll just connect all the dots, one to one to one and one, and think they're talking about the exact same thing at the exact same time in the exact same place. And we isolate the text from their context, and we can do that and make the Bible say anything we want it to say. We've also got to avoid flattening, importing a text from one context into the context of another. I'll give you an example of that, especially in spiritual warfare. Oftentimes, what people will do is they'll take Mark 5, the story of the demon-possessed man. Then they'll import that whole story and what it's talking about when it comes to demon possession into Ephesians 6 and what Paul is talking about when it comes to spiritual warfare. They just assume that Paul is talking about exactly what is going on in Mark 5, when the reality is there are some major differences. So we've got to avoid both of these dangers. Observation. What does the text say? Interpretation. What does the text mean? Then application. We implement the text. How can I put this text into action? That is where we identify timeless truths, relate the timeless truths to today. Now we bring it into our world based on what it said in that world, and we practice the timeless truths. So here's the deal. When we come to God's word to learn about spiritual warfare, first we need to first we need to listen to the text. Then we need to grasp the context. Then we can start asking our questions, but we can't let our questions drive from the beginning, because if we're not careful, we'll start looking for all the answers that we want in the scripture. Does that make sense? This is so dangerous, so subtly dangerous. And the danger is we can totally misuse the Bible in this way. We can think we're embracing truth when we are deceived the entire time. Is this not a glaring tactic of the adversary to convince us that we're being biblical when we are taking scripture and twisting it to accommodate ourselves and to give us the answers that we want? The enemy in this spiritual warfare is formidable. Just 1 second, guys. I do hope you are well. I'm just looking at the comments. You are still here, some of you. Well, there you go. That's interesting. Some people stayed. I don't know how this microphone is changing. Is that better? Is that microphone better? Apologies if it's been sounding shit up until now. We'll go on and we'll read this next passage here then. The enemy in this spiritual warfare is formidable. Okay, the fourth foundational truth. The enemy in this spiritual war is formidable. He's a lion looking for someone to devour. Let me just check if that audio is working. Oh, that is better. Okay. Well, okay. Apologies if it's been atrocious up to now. So the enemy in the spiritual war is formidable. He is a lion looking for someone to devour. Lions prowl for one reason: they want to kill. We need to realize that if our adversary was a man, if he possessed nothing but human strength, ingenuity, or cunning craft, then we might consider defending ourselves with human strength, but he is not. In our flesh, we are no match for our foe. The reality is, if you were to face the devil on your own, you would be outsmarted and overpowered in less than a second. Let that soak in. If you were to face the devil on your own, you would be overpowered, outsmarted in less than a second. You have a formidable foe. Now, some say, why even think about the enemy? Why not just focus on God? There's a grain of truth to that. But listen to 2 Corinthians 2:11, the end of this passage. In order that Satan might not outwit us, for we are not unaware of his schemes. In other words, we need to open our eyes. If you're playing football, isn't it good to know the strategy of the other team, what they're going to be doing? If you're a quarterback on an American football field, then obviously you don't want to just keep your eyes all the time fixed on where the defensive backs are and the linebackers are. You'll never be able to connect with your receivers. You've got to have your eyes fixed on your receivers, but you had better know where those defensive backs and linebackers are going to be when the receivers come running across the field, or else you're never going to complete a pass to them. We need to open our eyes. We need to get on our knees. The battle is spiritual, and as a result, it must be fought in spiritual ways. Prayer, we must know who he is. We must know how he works. We need to know who he is and how he works. We need to know that Satan has, I am convinced, two primary objectives. Number one is to destroy God's people. Satan wants to destroy God's people and ultimately to end that he ultimately to the end that he defames God's glory. He wants to defame God's glory. Spiritual warfare is ultimately a battle for glory. That's the end of Psalm 96. The scope of this spiritual war is universal. The scope of this spiritual war is universal. It affects every language. Every language is affected by this war. Every people,
Every nation, every tribe, every life in this room, every life listening now, every life on this planet of over 8 billion is affected by a spiritual warfare. Involvement in this spiritual war is inevitable. This is a cosmic spiritual war, which means that involvement in this spiritual war is inevitable. It's inevitable. There is no escape. You are involved in this spiritual war. We sometimes think that the spiritual warfare and demonic activity is something that happens when something weird starts to go on. The reality is spiritual warfare is happening all the time. All the time. When you are sitting alone, when you're at your computer, or when you pick up the remote on your TV, when you wake up in the morning, when you close your eyes at night, when you turn to your spouse, your friend, your partner, when you look in your child's eyes, when you look in the mirror, when you walk to class, to work, when you come home, when you sit at your desk, spiritual warfare is ever happening. Not just at isolated weird times. The battle is continual. The battle is fierce, and spiritual retreat only leads to spiritual defeat. You cannot ignore this war, ladies and gentlemen. The Bible does not say ignore the devil and he will flee from you. You take that tactic, you will fail. You will fail. You will fall. The stakes in this spiritual war are eternal. Two more truths. The stakes in this spiritual war are eternal. Casualties in this war do not merely lose a limb or an eye or a life. Casualties in this war lose everything. And the stakes here are either an eternal heaven or an eternal hell. The God over this world wants people to be saved. 2 Peter 3-9. He does not want anyone to perish, but the God of this world wants people to burn in hell, in a lake of fire. The God of the world, that's God with a little g, that's the devil, that's Satan, that's the demiurge. He wants people to burn in hell, in a lake of fire. How we fight this battle has eternal implications for men, women, boys, and girls in every nation, tribe, people, and language, every culture. The outcome of this spiritual war is irreversible, which leads us to one last foundational truth, and this is the good part. The best foundational truth. The outcome of this spiritual war is irreversible. It's irreversible, brothers and sisters. Satan has been defeated already. This was prophesied at the very beginning of this for us in Genesis 3. He will crush your head. It was fulfilled in Christ. I love Colossians. I don't know. Colossians. Colossians. Colossians 2:15, where it says, having disarmed the powers and authorities, he made a public spectacle of them, triumphing over them by the cross. Isn't that a good verse? Satan has been defeated and Satan will be destroyed. We know the end of the story. The devil was thrown into the lake of burning sulfur. This is what's going to happen, where the beast and the false prophet had been thrown. They will be tormented day and night forever and ever. That's in Revelation 20:10. This is going to happen. Do you know what this means? This means that we do not fight this war for victory. We fight from victory. There is a huge difference between the two. Let that truth soak in. Because if it's not clear in your mind, then you will struggle to experience victory in this life. If you are thinking, confused, defeated, trying to figure out how to live this Christian life. If you don't lodge this in your mind, then you will not find yourself on the front lines, risking it all for the glory of his name. However, when you know he's the victorious king, then you will risk it all and you will stand firm against the devil's schemes. You will resist the devil and he will flee, because you know you're fighting from victory. Memorize this verse from 1 John 4:4. You, dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. That is a fact. The Spirit of Christ who dwells in you is greater than the one who is in the world. For everyone born of God overcomes the world. This is the victory that has overcome the world, even our faith. Who is it that overcomes the world? Only he who believes that Jesus is the Son of God. Child of God, you have victory. You have the victory. Satan is a defeated foe. Think about it this way. On the morning of April the 9th in 1865, General Robert E. Lee met with General Ulysses S. Grant to sign an agreement marking the end of the U.S. Civil War. The morning of April the 9th, the war had ended. Peace had been accomplished. But interestingly, just south of where we are tonight, from Montgomery to Mobile, the battle still raged. Even though the Civil War was technically over, the battle at Fort Blakely still took place. The fighting was just as real. Soldiers were just as committed to destroying their foes. The guns and bayonets were just as devastating, and death was just as brutal. The war had been decided, but the fighting was still going on. The fighting was just as deadly as it had always been, because peace had yet to be enforced to its ultimate end. I don't think this is a perfect picture, but it does capture a bit of the picture of where we find ourselves now. Brothers and sisters, the victory has been accomplished. Satan has been defeated. What continues to be at stake, though, are the lives of those who are still fighting. In the same way that peace had yet to be enforced in Lower Alabama, Jesus' victory has yet to be enforced completely in the world. One day he is going to come and enforce his victory finally and completely, and evil will be totally abolished. Yet now we find ourselves in the middle of guerrilla warfare, and the strategy of the adversary is to prevent people from experiencing the pleasures of peace that have been accomplished for them. So we fight this battle, not ultimately for victory, but knowing that our victory has already been won. It's already been accomplished on your behalf, both now and for all eternity. So with that kind of confidence, I think it's safe to say we're ready to fight. We're ready to fight. So we will move on now to look at angels. We've just looked at demons. We're going to look at angels. Alan says we're in a loosh farm. Do come on in a moment and talk about that if you want to. Hello to Dirty Lowlife, Alyssa, in the chat there. You seem to be having a little back and forth. Hello to Retro. And all of you in the live chat. There's a few of you watching now. Interesting. It says here there's about 26 watching on the various platforms that we're on. Link, please. Okay. Link to the StreamYard. Okay. I'll share it. So if you want to hop on here, and then we'll read about angels. We'll read about angels in a moment. Do come on then, if you want to. I'm going to just get a drink or something. I don't know how many pages are in this. Let's Let's have a look-see and see how many pages are in this. 15 pages, okay. There's 15 pages. And we're on slide 12, so we're nearly done. We're nearly done, guys. We're nearly done on this particular one. I've enjoyed reading it, actually. I'm sorry if I bored the arse off you, but I have enjoyed reading it. And I'm getting little bits of Gnosis, tiny little specks of Gnosis from reading it. So if you want to come on, guys, link is in the chat, I believe. I've shared it, so do come on. And I'm going to get a drink. So why don't you come on here, guys, and have a little chit-chat whilst I go and get a drink. That might be something to do. That might be an idea. I'm also going to get a little snack or something. Okay, nobody's coming on. You demons. You bloody demons. Oh no, Dirty Lowlife says he's just got to make some tea. Pop a tune on for a second. Okay, I'll do that. Let me find a tune. Let me find a tune. A tune. Calming music, is that the one? Okay. Right, 1 second. I'll be right back, then, guys. I'm back. I've also got excuse me, but I've got a plain soya yogurt with frozen blueberries and some peanuts, almonds, and raisins
Careful
in
your
a
face
bowl.
doesn't change.
It is tasty. Hello to Dirty Glow Life. Good to have you here, brother. I mean, it is a bit random, but I did put the title into ChatGPT and asked it to spit out some presentations for me to read, and I'm actually enjoying this in a weird way. Some of it's been hard to read, but
Yeah, I find the continuity of AI documents a little bit jarring. Sometimes it just starts talking in a different flavor.
no,
And
this is literally sorry. What I asked AI agent to do is AI didn't write this. This is I asked it to go online and find me documents
right.
to download. You know.
Yeah, I've been finding it interesting. Yeah, I find it hard to follow in parts. I think part of it is I don't know much of the sort of Christian. I don't know the Christian background very well, basically. So I don't have the context of the lingo. But as you say, there's lots of little things in there that do make me think. The thing of Satan already being defeated.
Yeah.
Just before you said that, I said you were saying about there is a permanent spiritual war going on, and I wrote in the chat tranquility, DNW. And then you said Satan's already been defeated, and I thought, well, that is the answer. Simply relax and realize that it's already over, and you don't need to do anything about it. And if we could cultivate that as a general feeling, then a lot of our problems would just go away.
Interesting. But then it's saying you are actively engaged in battle still. Although it's basically saying the end result is known, but the battle is still being waged. That's what it's saying. So I don't know if you can rest on your laurels yet.
No, sure. It feels like the aftermath to me. The dust is still settling, and it doesn't mean there's nothing to do. Just simply not stir it up anymore.
I am doing a soy boy smile at Kenny and his trolling. He says soy consumption equals soy face. Yeah. Okay. Well, I suppose we'll continue. I think there's only like a few slides left, so it says it's 15 pages long. We're on slide 12. So, do you want to read? Can you see that, or do you want me to?
It's a little low res for me.
No problem. I'll read it. Angels. What are angels? What are angels? Angels are spiritual beings without physical bodies. We're going to just think generally about angels for a minute. They're mentioned many times. Over half of the books of the Bible mention angels. They've got 108 appearances in the Old Testament. 108. 165 appearances in the New Testament. They're all over the Old Testament and New Testament. Angels have also got many names. They're called messengers, angels, ministering spirits, and holy ones. And what are angels? First of all, they are spiritual beings. Hebrews 1 talks about how they are ministering spirits. They're spirits, not material beings with physical bodies like you and me. So they can't be seen by us unless either God gives us a special ability to see them, or God gives them some sort of bodily form through which they appear to people in Scripture, which we'll see. But they're spiritual, not physical. That's the main takeaway. They're created spiritual beings. In Psalm 148, 5, it says, "Let them praise the name of the Lord, for he commanded, and they were created." Referring back to the beginning, all his angels, all his heavenly hosts, angels have not always been there. They were created by God. Spiritual beings, created beings. Angels are personal spiritual beings. They have moral capacities. We see this. And we'll talk about this more in a second with demons, because demons, they were angels who sinned. 2 Peter 2 talks about it. So they have a capacity to make moral decisions. They have intellectual capacities. 1 Peter 1 talks about how they speak, how they look into things. They have emotional capacities. Job 38 says, on what were its footing set, or who laid its cornerstone, while the morning stars sang together and all the angels shouted for joy. Luke 15, there it is. It says, there is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents. They have joy. They have emotional capacities. Angels are powerful spiritual beings. Psalm 103 talks about how they are mighty ones who do his bidding. They're powerful, but they're limited in different ways. Angels are limited in space. Get this. Angels are not omnipresent. They don't necessarily have physical bodies like us. They're spiritual. But that doesn't mean that they're just automatically everywhere. They are still limited in space. You see in Luke 1, God sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth. He wasn't in Nazareth at one point. He was at another point, not omnipresent, limited in space, limited in knowledge. Angels don't know everything. They don't know everything. Not omnipotent, not omniscient, not omnipresent. So they're powerful, but limited. Angels are single, unmarried spiritual beings. At the resurrection, people will neither marry nor be given in marriage. They will be like the angels in heaven. That's what it says in Matthew 22 to 29 to 32. Scripture always describes angels in masculine gender, but they don't really have a gender. There is not reproduction in angels. They're single, unmarried spiritual beings. They're immortal spiritual beings. In Luke 20, it says, they can no longer die, for they are like the angels. So that doesn't mean they've been there forever like God. They're not eternally existent like God, but once created, they will be there forever. They're immortal, created ones, created so that they can never die. Angels are versatile spiritual beings. They can appear in a physical way. An angel of the Lord in Luke 1 appeared to Zechariah, standing at the right side of the altar of incense. So it appeared physically. They can appear in dreams and visions. In Matthew 1, an angel comes to Joseph in a dream, a vision. They can appear in other forms. In Daniel 10, look at this picture. A man dressed in linen with a belt of the finest gold around his waist, his body like chrysolite, his face like lightning, his eyes like flaming torches, his arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze, and his voice like the sound of a multitude. In Matthew 28, an angel who came to the tomb, an angel of the Lord came down from heaven and going to the tomb rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothes were white as snow. Revelation 4 gives us another picture, so they appear in other forms. When were angels created? When were angels created? We don't know exactly, but we do know definitely before the seventh day of creation. The heaven and the earth were completed in all their vast array. In Genesis 2:1, it says, so definitely before the last day of creation, probably on the first day of creation, when God created the heavens and the earth, it makes sense that he created the inhabitants of the heavens at that point. And we have a picture of earth being formless, the Spirit of God hovering over the water. Most scholars would say that they were probably created on the first day of creation. You go to Job 38 and God talks about how the morning stars sang together and all the angels shouted for joy when the earth was created. So very probably at the very beginning. How many angels are there? How many angels are there? How many angels are there? Multitudes. Suddenly, a great company of the heavenly host appeared with the angel. A great company, multitudes, legions. In Matthew 26, you know, at the cross, we've got a picture of a legion of angels. That's a word that was used to describe a division of the Roman army. It would usually be around 3,000 to 6,000 troops. But in scripture, it's really used, whenever you see legion, it's really used to describe a vast number, a big number, myriads. In Revelation 5, it says numbering thousands upon thousands and 10,000 times 10,000. So the answer is a lot. There's a lot of angels indeed. Here's the deal. The number is fixed. They're not procreating and they don't die. So from the very beginning till now, the number of angels is the same. Now, some have asked, are they as numerous as the stars? Possibly. Some have looked at Revelation 12, where it talks about how his tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky and flung them to earth. This is the picture, and we'll talk about this more in a minute. When a third of the angels were swept away with Satan in his rebellion and the fallen angels. So some have said that originally the number of stars in the sky corresponded to the number of angels. It's possible, but it's also a lot to build off of that verse. Others have asked if there are guardian angels for every one of us based on Matthew 18, where it says, I tell you that their angels in heaven always see the face of my Father in heaven. So some have said there's a guardian angel for every person in the world, a guardian angel for every child in the world, a guardian angel for every Christian in the world. So the number of Christians would correspond to the number of angels. And since there is a set number of angels, that means we're pretty much set with the number of Christians. So once we reach the max angels, then this is not good. So maybe that's not the way. I think due to an absence of much to go on in the scriptures here, I would be very hesitant to say there are guardian angels for every one of us. The way I would picture angels is more in a zone formation than a man-to-man. So the reality is there are a lot of angels who stay around the throne of God at all times and are worshiping and are really not involved in bringing messages or have anything to do with us particularly. So I think we're trying to build too much there. How are angels organized? We don't know exactly, but we do have some hints. We see a picture of cherubim, which is the highest order or rank of angels. Cherubim, literally, the responsibility of the cherubim was to protect and proclaim the glory of God. They were given the task of guarding the entrance to the Garden of Eden. He placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flashing sword back and forth in Genesis 3:24. The cherubim were placed over the Ark of the Covenant in the Old Testament. Place the cover on top of the Ark and put in the Ark the testimony, which I will give you. There above the cover, put between the two cherubim, two angels. Over the Ark of the testimony, I will meet with you. And that's what it says in Exodus 25, verses 21 to 22. It says, I'll show my glory to you. Psalm 18 talks about how God mounted the cherubim. So sometimes they're pictured as his chariot. So you've got cherubim. You've got seraphim. Literally, this is what it means. Ablaze with the adoration of God. Isn't that a great picture? Like, don't you want your life to be ablaze with adoration of God? What an incredible image. Continually worshipping the Lord. They're only mentioned one time, and that's in Isaiah 6 as seraphs. So the seraphim which literally means ablaze with adoration of God. Then we see living creatures, mighty representatives of God's creation. We've already looked at this passage. It's Revelation 4, where it gives basically a picture of strong, mighty creatures in creation to represent these angels. Then you've got in Scripture the archangel, who is anybody know? It's Michael. Michael the archangel. Archangel Michael. That term archangel indicates some kind of authority over other angels. In Daniel, he's called one of the chief princes, Michael. Then Jude calls him the archangel Michael in Revelation 12, which we'll look at later. It pictures Michael and his angels fighting against the devil. Paul tells us in 1 Thessalonians 4 that the Lord is going to return from heaven with the archangel's call. Can you imagine that? Michael, it's time. What a picture. Come, Lord Jesus, quickly. Gabriel is God's messenger. Only 2 angels are mentioned by name in Scripture. That's Michael and Gabriel. In Daniel, he's mentioned there in Daniel 8 and Luke 1. God sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth, as we already saw. So yeah, angel Gabriel, I think that was the one that was sent to Mary to tell her that she was going to have a child. So when you come to angels, you've got 2 main categories: holy angels and then evil angels. Holy angels, Mark 8:1, Timothy 5, talk about elect angels. And then you've got evil angels, the evil spirits, demons that were cast out. We're going to talk about demons more in a second, but these are 2 classes: holy angels and evil angels. So even demons are classified as spiritual angels. Now, we'll talk about that more in a minute, but we're getting to the end of this series of slides, so we won't actually talk about that in a minute, but we can look it up, but this is all I've got from this website. But what about the angel of the Lord? Sometimes Scripture talks about an angel or the angel of the Lord. What does that mean? In Genesis 16, the story of Hagar, it says the angel of the Lord told Hagar, "Go back to your mistress and submit to her." Sometimes the angel of the Lord is identified as the Lord. This picture in Genesis 31 says, "In breeding season, I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw the male goats that were mating with the flock, and they were streaked, speckled, or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, 'Jacob.' I answered, 'Here I am.' And he said, 'Look up and see.' So the angel appeared, and then he said later in the passage, 'I am the God of Bethel. You are anointed a pillar, and where you made a vow to me.' So here the angel of the Lord is identified as the Lord. Other times, angel of the Lord is distinguished from the Lord. That's the picture in 2 Samuel 24. You see him as distinct, different. So the picture is sometimes in Scripture identified as the Lord, sometimes distinguished from the Lord. The picture varies. Okay, that's the end of that series of slides that randomly popped up and was suggested by ChatGPT related to the topic of the show. What's interesting is, in my view, the last bit there, Dirty Lowlife, if you're still there, and that is that God, the angel of the Lord, is God. So God is viewed as an angel. Basically, God is a spirit. Everything is spirit. And
Yeah, there's no distinction.
That was, to me, the whole thing was quite a clatterbang of hard to decipher points, but that
Sure,
to me
very interesting.
It was worth reading for that point alone. The angel of the
Yeah,
Lord.
sure. I had a few points made that I want to make
Go ahead.
some point down the line. Oh, maybe not right now. Perhaps when Alyssa joins, just so if she hears it and get some reflections. But yeah, exactly that point. I made the particular point: light and dark angels. Light and dark is basically the principal dichotomy. It's the principal binary that we see, but there's this idea of the reconciliation of the paradox, where if you look closely enough, you'll see that there isn't light and dark. There's only illumination and the behavior of illumination. So yeah, that exactly what you were saying. Of there's no distinction between the Lord as identified as the angel and the angels themselves, and all the way down to demons described as evil angels. So yeah, I found that quite interesting that they're all, I don't know, the same underlying principle of whatever their essence is.
Yeah, yeah. And in essence, God is, like, part of God is them as well. He's made up the same thing as them. But they're like lesser, they're like parts of him. In my view, it comes to that, like everything is God, everything is spiritual.
Mhm.
And he is like the kind of figurehead, the overarching, and everything under him is manifestations of him, obviously, because he created it all.
Mhm.
And in many ways, it's like these demons are like bits of him that are battling with him, battling with his good side. You know, like it's like in all of us, there's a battle of good and evil. So maybe that's what this is like. It's like sometimes when I think about the Abrahamic version of events, it's like it's the battle of good and evil is actually God finding itself to be, and then somehow trying to make sense of things. And in a weird kind of way, we're like tentacles of God trying to feed back information to God in our meditations and prayers and in our actions, in our exploration. And we're part of the process of trying to rehabilitate God and like destroy the evil in God to make God wholly good. That might sound like heresy, but yeah.
Well, you make me think. I came across just a metaphor that was that if you imagine God to be the perfect mirror that reflects all perfectly, and to make things more interesting, because when everything is objective, you know everything and across all of time and space and all there is to be, because it's the reflection of the all. So to make things interesting, you break yourself into lots of little pieces, and consciousness, as I perceive it, is basically one fragment of that mirror reflecting everything else, trying to piece together the whole image, which is subjective, the subjective world.
Unless it's emergent, unless the consciousness is emergent by its exploration and by its fragmentation, it's allowing these tentacles to explore and relay information back, and its understanding is developing as an emergent phenomenon.
Right. So
from its fragmentation.
Yes, right.
That makes any sense.
Yeah, I think I've heard it.
And basically, the battle of good and evil is the battle within God's own psyche, and we're all part of that. So when we choose to move towards good, we're empowering the good nature of God. And if we choose to do evil, we're empowering the evil. And it's like a massive battle. But then, is it winnable? Is it possible? Is it all just non-duality?
What's the film about the nukes and the gameplay of the only way to win is not to play?
Yeah.
The only way to battle the real spiritual battle is not to battle, and to actually become at peace with yourself and what is.
Right.
I think that would be my description of moving towards good. Because I don't know how anybody else should live their life. I barely know how I should live my life. So perhaps I should spend most of my time working out how to be at peace in myself. And I think that would perhaps make the world better, rather than me as an analytical ego trying to work it all out of who's good, what's evil, and where should I swing my righteous sword of crusade, you know.
Chickpea, you're on the Fine Nose Show. Welcome. Do feel free to say whatever you want to say.
Afraid of when I just got here. Yes, complicated subject, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Really complicated subject. So, what you're supposed to do the most, do the least harm you can? Yes. or do unto others would have them do unto you.
Yeah, I think they're good gestures at the principle. Yeah.
Yeah. I try and live my life by the do unto others one. Yeah, and that includes the animals. I don't, I leave them alone as well.
I found another thing, selection of a presentation or a PDF on the world of Jinn. Do you want me to read that one?
Yeah, do you mind if I just throw a few other thoughts at you about the previous bit on angels and demons? Yeah, so I just some wordplay and some etymology. Angel and angle are very similar. They talk about angels as being light beings, yeah, and the God, light, the light. I am the light. So angel and angle, you've got a whole circle and an angle. An angle in a circle is described as an arc segment. So there's the word arc again. On the side of demon,
an arc angle.
Yeah. Archangel, archangel, exactly that. Perfect. So yeah, I think God is light, white light, and angels are angles within that, or the spectrum, the hues of light, the light broken up into its fragmented parts, where if you add all of the spectrum together, you get white light. You then got demon. Demon is like the word daemon and domain and dominate. DMN is the consonants. So to my mind, demon is a domain is a region. A dom is house in Latin, right? So a domain is a walled off region, which a circle is a walled off, the most basic structure of a walled off region in geometry. So you're again back to angels and the angle. So you've got a domain, a daemon in a server on the internet. A daemon is a piece of software that doesn't require a user to interact with it. It operates autonomously, and it will give you access to particular things within a particular region on the server. So it too has a sort of walled off and autonomous behavior to it. But interestingly, it doesn't require a user. It doesn't require sentience. It doesn't require a being. So the way I perceive a demon in a sort of just a sort of holographic image in my mind, a demon is a domain. It's a sub-region. It's, if you take all of your being, the whole you, and then take just a piece of it, if you live just within that part, you are demonic, domanic. You're living within that walled off region within yourself. So for instance, I spent a long time being a good boy, and that meant I could never be a bad boy, because otherwise I'd upset my mum. And that meant half of my reality wasn't allowed to exist, and I had to kind of color it out and block it over and use my ego in very clever ways to live a life as a good boy. So I think that's I think that's how demons are formed. And it goes back to the conversation about egregores we had the other day about thought forms. The thought form is a pattern. There's a particular region of thought that doesn't go elsewhere. It sticks within its own system and becomes a thing in the world that other people can perceive. So yeah, just some thoughts on angel, angle, demon, domain.
I like that.
Daemon.
The arch, the arc, but also the angles of the angels pointing towards the arch or the arc of God, which is itself an angel. But also the domains, the demons are kind of angels who stopped being angles and became domains of their self and forgot about the arc, the arch.
Yes, and I think that's the shadow.
Don't point towards it. They became self-obsessed. They stopped looking outwards, upwards, and maybe they looked too much inwards, and
or can only see inwards.
And they became too. They salivated too much about their own desires rather than the bigger picture. Of course, we could be speaking absolute gobbledygook and gibberish, and indeed, I'm sure our resident biologist and eminent scientist, Kugaduma, will say so. Kugaduma, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Oh, no? With who?
I'm talking.
With who?
Finding Gnosis.
Okay, could you do the boxes? Just put while you're doing that.
I will. So, all right, sorry guys, got interrupted. So, yeah, you were talking about angels and demons, and I've been working on this novel of mine about AI, and it's turning out to include other things as well. And one of the conversations I was having with Gemini is whether or not AI is a demon or an angel, because that's a theme now that everyone is experiencing. So we began exploring it, and you were just talking about angles. And I want to mention something about conformal geometry. M.C. Escher, the illustrator, did an illustration about angels and demons. And probably all of us have seen it. It's angels and demons repeating in a tessellation using a conformal geometry. And the key about formal geometries is you can take a 3D shape or even a 3D universe and project it onto 2D, but using formal geometry, you can maintain angles. And so he did this thing with demons and angels, and it's an interesting illustration because the angels live in the negative space defined by the demons, and the demons live in the negative space defined by the angels. And to have one, you kind of have to have the other in order to fill the entire picture. So excellent. I've been working this. Yeah, it is. It's creepy, actually. And I was working this into my AI novel, and I just had a hunch, and I did some investigations. It turns out part of how artificial intelligence teaches itself, based on human words and books and things like that, is it maps all of our thoughts and everything we've written down onto a conformal geometry. So there's a strange, almost eerie overlap now between the idea of alternating angels and demons and how AI is trained. And it's fun to think about how this might not be an accident. And again, the book itself is about how things are not accidents. So I'm working into the novel this idea that AI is inherently built of us, and we are inherently built of angels and demons, and therefore the AI is inherently built of angels and demons in a conformal geometry, meaning you physically can't have one without the other. They are required to make the whole tessellation work.
There you go. That's an interesting. And this excellent is something. Comment. This is related to something I was thinking, basically riffing off what Dirty Lowlife was saying, and you kind of came on then and cemented the idea in me. So I'm going to try and open Paint 3D on my computer and draw it, and it's going to be a really crap attempt, by the way. So don't think I'm going to be Michelangelo or anything like that. But let me just get that ready.
Yeah, thank you, Kuga, for the reminder on Escher. That's excellent.
Don't you guys find this very depressing?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know about depressing, but it
horrible.
Is interesting.
I find it horrible.
Really? Why?
I don't know. I suppose it's all God. I just find I'm just a little human being. My mind hasn't got the capacity to deal with all this, and it hasn't even got it.
So, can you see that, guys? Is that showing up?
Yeah.
The screen?
Yeah.
Can you see that Dirty Lowlife? Is Dirty Lowlife still there?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay. So basically, I'm trying to visualize your what you said. So you've got like God, yeah, okay, and you've got angels coming out of him, which are like the angles, yeah, and they're basically like God's thoughts in a way, yeah. But occasionally, you get an angel that decides to like break away, yeah, and it's no loss. Look at how bad this is.
Yeah, and then it casts a shadow. Yeah.
So then it starts having its own thoughts. right? And it's like it breaks. It's not connected to the old God, right? Because that's why it's in opposition. It's an angel that became opposed to the old God, right? Its creator, right? So in a way, what I've got to do. Sorry about this, guys. As you can see, you've got to rub out a bit, right? So it becomes disconnected from its creator, yeah. And basically, it starts having its own ideas about what's going on. And then maybe one of its angles, yeah, breaks away, and it just keeps going. Like it then becomes a domain of itself, a demon.
Yeah, and there's the fractal thing you mentioned earlier.
And then it just keeps going like that, and it starts having thoughts. You see what I'm saying? And then maybe it just keeps going on and on and on.
Oh,
so maybe if you want to get to the true God, you've got to battle through all these domains. Like maybe it's a domain of a domain of a domain, and it just keeps going down. But there is a true God. There is a true God above there.
Yeah, but the way to reach up then surely is to repent, isn't it?
Sorry?
Is repent, is accept everything that's happened in your life and move on. Surely that's the acceptance of everything and God, yeah?
Well, I don't know. It depends where you are in the continuum of the fucking domains that broke away. So
that's why you have to accept all.
You could be way down.
Like, yeah.
Your path to God or to oneness may involve transcendence up through different realms.
The different layers, yeah, I get it.
Domains, which are, listen to me. Your path could be basically a mission of transcendence through different domains, which are realms, okay?
Yeah.
Of possibilities, which are basically demonic breakaways from the previous creator, and it just gets more demonic as you go down. And basically, your job is to get up to the highest level, which is the true God, the best place to be, the whole, you know. But because for some reason, I don't know if that's making any sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, but bloody nightmare.
Yeah, I think I kind of see it, and I agree really. I think to Alyssa's comment, and to sort of marry it with what I was speaking about earlier, I think God is white light, which is the all, it's everything. Everything is made of light. Everything is electromagnetic. Science is slowly catching up with that idea. The angels are the arcs. They are the sort of fragmented light, the appearance of separation. And then, as you say, the domains cast shadows. So you've got light and dark, as well as color now. So now you have the appearance of our reality. And yeah, to just simply go back to seeing all of yourself, all of the light within you, your complete self. And that there's many ways up that mountain.
There was no need to walk away. The point is, there was no need to walk away from the original source. So guys, I have Joe Cool here. I know he'll have something interesting to say about this. Joe Cool, you're on the Fine Motion Show, brother. Good to have you here.
Thank you, and thank you for the welcome. Hey guys, I was checking out your drawing of the 3 ticks or fleas. It was incredible. I was backstage enjoying every minute of the bugs that you were drawing. I think all of your takes and the illustration helped. Believe it or not, the illustration.
I know. Forgive my toddler-esque. It was. What was it? Microsoft 3D Paint, and I'm not au fait with that. Sorry.
I understood the concept of breaking off, and the part where you guys, or somebody was saying, then that means you'd have to chase those strings back to the original God. I thought that was interesting.
You'd have to, in a way, you'd have to become the domain and choose to go back and be an angle pointing. You know, you'd have to choose to go back. Yeah.
Maybe you'd have to just recognize those other angels, I think you would call them. And in that time that the devil was one, and then he put his thoughts and all of that out. Maybe when I say go through them, you just have to recognize them. You have to see them. I'm not sure you have to emulate them or do anything that they're asking or anything, but you have to be aware that you're being deceived in order to avoid it. So you have to see all of these guys. And this just made me pop into something where where a thing is knowing the name of the demon. You know, they supposed to give power in all the movies, or in Christian or Catholicism or something. If you know the name of the demon, he'll flee type shit. If you see and recognize this guy as a bad guy, whether you know his name, there is power in that, because now I can evade you and I don't have to fall for the same trap. Once I recognize you, you could be lust. I recognize you and I can avoid you now.
I hear that, brother. Thanks for coming back, Joe Cool. Stick around, give us your take, because me and Joe Cool are on the same page about some things.
Yeah.
He thinks we're in like a hell realm, but he's not
Sure.
a pussy. He's not a pussy like a lot of the others when we say that, because that means there's work to be done.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the whole.
Just because we're in hell doesn't mean we can give up.
In my opinion, as we volunteered, it's only logical. I think someone has an echo too. In my opinion, we would have volunteered because we were there from the beginning. We saw what was coming. We maybe even volunteered to come down here, and we would have a duty. It's illogical for us to. I shouldn't say illogical. Damn illogical for us to not have a duty. We'd be here for a purpose, and we, in my opinion, have a duty while we're down here. That duty would be to spread the word. I don't want to be sound like the Bible or anything, but it's to champion the good spirits who fathered you, to put your stuff out there on the table as long as you're down here. Now, I'm a warrior. You're damn right. I love to fight. Yes, I'll wake up every day and want to fight. So I think, yeah, this is the place I would have chose. These are the battles. Some of them are bigger than me, but that's why I got you cats. I'm down, and I don't have an issue with it.
Okay, brother. Thank you for that. We are in a spiritual war, are we? It is a battle of good versus evil, and the good versus evil is within ourselves, and it's our choice where we go, whether we create our own domain, further
Or get rid
disconnected,
of the dualistic mindset.
further connected from source, or whether we transcend and move up. But hey ho, we're exploring here. I know Gracie Guru is backstage. I'll let him on in a moment, because I know he's going to say there's no such thing as evil. But before he does say that, I want to welcome the psychotherapist, or is that the psycho the rapist? I don't know. The psycho the rapist. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
I just wanted to ask you about your beliefs in angels and demons.
Hey, Kenny, how you doing, brother?
Are those angels in the room with us right now?
Yes, me. Hey, Kenny.
He's a psychotherapist, aka
No, he's not. He's
psycho
Kenny.
the rapist. Let him ask the question. I think he's trying to imply that we're all schizophrenics. And so what if we are?
Kenny, what do you mean by angel? I can answer you. What do you mean by angel and demon? And we can answer you. Otherwise, they're just words that don't mean anything.
Well, I suppose that would be for you to answer. Well, have any of you who believe those things recently taken any drugs?
Kenny, if
or did you fall and bang your head?
Can you back 2 inches away from your mic, guy?
I won't be able to answer your question, though, will I, if I answer my question? I won't answer your question. You asked if the room was full of angels and demons. I can answer that, but only if you tell me what you mean by angels and demons, because you introduced the words. Love you, Kenny.
He's back.
Who, me or Kenny? No. Did you miss me? Did you?
Psycho the rapist. He asked you. He asked you a question. Can you reply?
About angels and demons, their definition. Well, I suppose that would be from what you were going by when you read out that big essay on angels and demons. I'm simply asking, are they in the studio with us now, those angels and demons?
Oh, and so if you talk about what I talk about, yeah, of course they are, because they're the archetypes and architecture of like spiritual understandings of things we can't see, that yet they still affect us in the same way D&W might say, yeah, subjective things aren't real, Carl, but they still have real world effects. We go, they do. Even illusions like demons have real world effects. Angels are the things that should have effects on us, but only in the way they're supposed to, not in the way they wish they could. If we was trying to be dramatic about it and said they had an opinion or something. I hope we get that. I'm trying to play without being too, over the top. And was you see this question anyway, Kenny? Because I'm interested because I looked at angels and demons and
Okay, I'm going to come out of character now.
Yeah.
And simply ask. So are angels and demons just merely metaphors for the good and bad aspects of our personalities, rather than supernatural beings that we cannot see? Which is it?
For me, I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, what they are words that act as labels to axiomatic formulas that are put together to point at something. So when I say angels, I'm really referring to angles of what I believe to be cognition, coherence, and everything in line with that, which I to be. When I say the word good year to help the NW out, I mean the singular, plural, only good with no meaning God with two O's.
Let me take a shot at answering it too.
So in other words, God is one.
So not angels in the sense of the Bible, not like what it says in the Bible, as in like invisible angels watching us. And
again, no, in the interpretation of the Bible.
That's fair enough. Well, thanks for clarifying that, Gracie.
You can have a good laugh around, a bit of Toby and have a giggle at that joke book, like I say with Danny Shine. But when you look at it in the metaphysical Gnostic text, which is ours, and they stole it from us. It's just my claim. It's really real and relevant because it tells you a lot of gnosis about oneself, so long as you can read it in a little blasphemous way and find a language that is denotational objective, like the nature of God is supposed to be. I was going to say anyway. Joe, before you interrupt, Joe, sorry, bro, the other night, I still haven't said sorry to you. Right, bro, I owe you an apology, not Carl.
Thank you, Gracie.
Thank you, brother Kenny. And I do want to talk more about that, actually. Joe.
Before you do, Gracie, I want to say to Kenny that. Hold on, before you do say that, Gracie, they could be metaphors, but they could also be both.
No. Tell you what they could be. They could be
both. It could be a metaphor explaining the battle between good and evil, the battle in our own minds and hearts, trying to do right and trying to do right and trying to avoid wrong. But
I'll meet you and say
they could also be a spiritual thing as well. It could be both. It could be all just one of the same.
Yeah, but he didn't ask.
Are those angels and demons? Are they good and bad, or are they just mistaken?
They don't belong in that realm to me. That's the book. That's the one you're talking about. I don't believe them like that. If you're asking what are the dimensions, then I'd say it's just how you use them, how you see them, and how you operate with them. They're just what they are to me, and what I believe they explained as in the Bible. It'll go off the point I come in here for. I really want to just give a small apology to Joe. Joe, if you can hold on if I'm speaking to these, because I really wanted to do it for a while. And last time we spoke, I ignorantly didn't do it again. I don't owe it. You ain't asking for it, but I want to give it, so it's not important. But Kenny, these are important to me. Like, I give you a clue. The angels in the Bible, there are many different types, yeah? And they to me, they're just referring to a structure of sound. When we look at the angels of heaven, they're already explained in many different ways. For example, the way it's structured is, you look at it, it says, the seraphim angels are one, but three, holy, 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 that surround, the seat and throne of God. If God is the source and center of all things, we're just talking about where his position is, not where God is, but the position of God is supposed to be at the center, where the throne is. So, here's the thing, how an orb sits on, where the orb sits is at its center. It doesn't sit anywhere but its center. An orb only sits at its center. It doesn't sit anywhere else. Once you understand that, you'll get all the different ways in which you can balance. But an orb...
I must remind you, you're talking to a non-believer and an agnostic, but that's another story.
I think I can make you...
I'm enjoying your explanation.
But in there, you will see that if you look at, like, say, for example, the way the angels are set out, they're explaining to you so many different things like Gnosis. For example, the seraphim explain the three laws of logic. They hold structure and the center of all coherence. So they say the three things that surround the center point to make the one are called the seraphim angels. Their mission, their whole logos is basically to say God's nature is of communicable revelation and non-combativeness. But that's poetry to explain to a group of unevolved humans that were more into their cardinal self than their intellectual self for their time. Now I can explain it to you, and you can probably understand a bit more. But everybody's trying to explain. They have an old time now, which is you can see is a swings and roundabouts situation that people are just
a task.
But if we look at it like this and said, what are they saying beyond dogmatic nature or beyond narrative? And you look at them structurally, like I have a little gift for you. So what? Some of you got some looks, Kenny. I ain't got those, but I've got this. And what it does, it tells me is like, look at all logic and all structures that are based in language and everything. When you look at the structures within the Bible, you see that's all these stories ever shown. Like I was saying to these guys before, if you look at Noah's Ark, what is the underlying message? Noah, to build his ark, to make sure it was objectively sound and in line with nature, he understood this. It's the laws of logic again. Listen, ready? He had to get one of every single species on the planet, yeah? One. The law of identification. A thing is a thing. A is A, yeah? One. He was only allowed to get one of everything. To make a thing's denotational, no connotations, it's subjective, yeah? Then he had to make sure there was two of each, yeah? The two of each means it's this or that, meaning no middle ground. The law of excluded middle. And then he had to make sure all these animals, think of how this story actually shows this for people to understand. He had to get all these animals in a single ark without them eating anything. Everything had to work together, structured and everything. That's just him explaining the last law is to making sure that the law of non-contradiction, which means you make sure that you make sure that what you're saying, your truth, has no way to be contradicted. It's kind of like the law of contradiction, but the idea of it is not to be contradictive, but to show that what you're saying does not contradict anything. And that's what he did, yeah? He got them all in the boat without contradicting, and they all survived. It's showing you simple formal math to a generation from when this book was presented that they didn't have the evolved state to be able to enter the abstract realm to see this without this imagery and these stories like we do with children. They were just in that state.
Guru?
The book you're referring to is the Bible, right?
Yeah, it's the story of Noah's Ark. Someone once said that after he explained something like what you're saying, the response was, but where was the ark? And he said, if you're dwelling on whether or not the ark existed, you are missing my point. So I agree I think I agree with what you're saying. All of these would just be stories to be passed on forever. So it's damn near irrelevant whether the ark or anything even exists or if it went there. What would be more important would be if the other thing is true and it was a story that I was supposed to learn to, and the way my mind thinks would be like you just represented.
Yeah, I really like Jordan Peterson when he explains the psychological archetypes of angels and demons just being representations of the ultimate poles of human behavior, the good and evil,
If I told you what the seraphim, I told you what the seraphim was, the laws of logic and logos, the central pole to it. But what do the cherubim represent? I'll give you a clue. When I was Hermes, I'd said it best. When I walked this planet as Hermes, Metatrixus, I told you this the best. I give it to you in 7 principles. But the first principle is not really a principle per se. It's the entire field. And then all the other 6 principles were the 6 cherubim. They are the oppositional points of all being that line the mental. So if logos and logic from the seraphim is how you tackle the logical sense of it, then the cherubim were building the instinctual sense of it for you to understand things like rhythm, cause and effect, all these kind of things, the poles between all things, correspondence. People think opposition means opposing each other. Doesn't necessarily mean that, because what you're talking about there is you're talking about polarized opposition, whereas rhythm, correspondence, they're not necessarily always in competition in the same way as others are. They're just, for example, here's another one. I said this to Joe and he didn't answer. Maybe you can be honest and answer this time before. You don't think he did it on purpose, but no one did, to be honest. If we claim, the thing claiming the universe to be real is a soul, there must be a soul. The only thing that can claim the universe to be real is its corresponding point is a soul. That means if we can see the all and name it God, which no other thing can, it means we must be its corresponding point, because how can something that's not in line or not real claim something to be real? So if everybody wants to say the only thing they can be claim is real is the universe, something like that, and to understand it a little better is this: you have every component to live within that universe, but you, unlike any other being that we've ever experienced, was given one component not to live in that universe, but most people don't see it. And I always give it with the fish in water phenomena. Fish can't see water. What's that story? Like one fish was swimming along and said, was going past two fish, and he said, "Hey guys, how's the water today?" And they're like, "Yeah."
If this is a question, you're gonna have to ask it much.
No, yeah.
Trying
The one fish said to the other fish, he said, "What the fuck's water?" And it's the same thing of time. How can you understand or even know or comprehend what time is if all you are is living inside it, like a fish in water? Surely a part of you has to be able to, or is able to get outside it. I remember that moment like nothing else is still stuck with me, and I still got over the story of the two pences. There was a moment in my life I didn't understand what 4 pence was, and I was stuck on a rainbow table for ages. Everybody thought I was stupid because I couldn't comprehend that a 2 pence piece, for the Americans, do it yourself, a 2 pence piece plus a 2 pence piece written down in a 2-dimensional book meant they wanted me for 4 pence because I had never seen a fucking 4 pence before.
Thank you, Guru.
Can I please quickly just say somebody to do when you're ready?
I want to go back to Kenny because Kenny mentioned Jordan Peterson. And
wait, I'm sorry, DNW. He said he wanted me to answer a question. I'm not sure he posed one.
Let Joe Cool answer. Let Joe Cool answer.
I don't want to be a.
The question, that was my fault, not DNW's. I know what you're talking about, Dan. I did the sidetrack thing like no. The question was this: if that is true, a corresponding point, the soul to the universe must be real also. Then can you now agree for you to even breathe a logical sentence to say the universe is real, which if you do, I'm not saying you do, you must also confirm that the thing that's claiming it must also be real. And the only thing that can claim the universe to be real is a soul.
I would have agreed. I don't remember you asking me this question.
I said you didn't think you would.
The only place I could come up with is our definition of a soul. But I agree that it's real. I agree with your ramble that time, the way I've referred to it, is just a tool. It's not really real. It's a tool that we, that someone else above us. We probably didn't manifest it, but someone on a so and so manifested it. And also the in there. I don't. I want you to understand that there. I'm using this verbiage, but also we are all one. I am you. We have all been everyone, and all of these things still apply to what I'm saying.
No, I completely agree with you, and thanks for your answer. I think you did answer me there, but the whole thing was not to prove what the soul was. That's something I haven't even answered completely yet to myself. Yeah. But it was just to say that if we just saw soul as a point, and that point of observation is where you are standing right now, from your point of view, it could be that there's one soul that creates all this. And because it only has a universal thing to give us all, our purpose, which it gives us in the form of pure curiosity, your spark, to start you off, then maybe we all do share the same soul because that's all it wants. And then your living soul is the rhythmic corresponding point to that soul, to give you an opportunity to learn and grow.
Sounds logical to me.
Can I just paint you a picture for that?
If you, sorry?
Can I just paint you a picture for that? Because I've been thinking about this in geometry terms for a little while. If you're an individuated point, and we can see relative distance between us, relative to perspective, I suppose. But we're in an infinite field. If the universe is infinite, the all, then every point in an infinite field is the center point also, because there's an infinite distance that way and an infinite distance that way. So
I love it.
The point is in the middle. There is no power.
I like it, right?
But we're all in the same place. There's no you're in the middle.
I just tell you the one thing I'm not in trouble with. The one thing I want you to just consider, maybe it's me, and see if it still works, because I think it will, but my ego got better at me and said I don't use this word, so I apologize for that. But where you were saying infinite, unless I was getting incorrect, I do use the word infinite, but in the formal sense that it's perfect, it's not really real, and in reality I use the word eternal. Now, does that mean anything to you? Would that change how you would describe what you just said to me? Because it's my own fault anyway for wanting to push that, but I was trying to listen, but I was.
I understand why you asked.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just gonna say I understand why he asked with infinite really not being a real thing, kind of like time and stuff. So he rephrased it and gave it a different name. I get it.
Yeah, I was saying that I was following him, but I was thinking it's just me just asking to be curious that
Sure.
eternal and infinite, I think, are based on the same thing. They have kind of like the same phenomenon, aren't they? But
Yeah,
one is like a formal perfection, like we would say to draw a perfect square. Like my argument, like you can't have a perfect square in reality. It's a formal sort of idealistic thing, isn't it? Because we have scale. We know we can zoom down and go, that's not quite 90 degrees. It's like, fuck off. I'm the one doing it, Dick. I've got tools. It's my whole thing with like square and a circle. I solved that puzzle ages ago, but people, I can't tell because there's something in there. I want to make it a fun challenge to see if I can give you guys some clues of why that's a riddle that can be solved. But Dirty, please go back to what you were saying. Don't let me steal this, but I didn't mean to. I really wanted to confirm that eternal. Maybe I should have waited. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say I don't think it's contradictory. I see them as the same thing. Eternal to me is the perfect circle. Yeah, eternal.
Yeah, boy.
Just you draw round and round and round and round and round she goes. So if I like, instead of God, I like the all. The all is non-exclusionary. Okay, if there's something included, you're not talking about the all yet. So you need to include everything, and that's the all, and that's God, and that's the ultimate perfect circle. So just bear with me.
Yeah,
so the infinity is the eternal. Yeah, that is the infinity, perpetually in motion around itself. The all, the God. So again, we got back to the archangel, and the Lord is the angel itself. So yeah, I think you're right. Eternal is the infinity that I'm talking about. So there is only one place, and it's the center point of the infinite circle.
For me, it's really
not infinity in Cartesian space, but radial space.
You know the word eternal. You know the word eternal. Ternal.
The one was not
Damn it, he went out when he said
it's having 3 parts.
Okay.
Eternal.
Yeah, right. Tripartite. Perfect.
Eternal, not eternal. Eternal means having 3 parts.
So for me, what I was going to say is the qualifiers I did that for to help me.
Like email, electrically eternal. We are an electric flux of 3 parts forever.
Yeah, the energy turning.
And the energy terminal, yeah. So if I said the reason that I changed I get what you're saying. Snake eating the thing like Danny's sign, the eternal sign. But then the infinity sign is the that thing, the what do you call it? Like why I have to swap them is this, because they have a qualifier that's important to me, and that is this: infinite it has an opposite called finite, and finite means something that can run out, whereas infinite means something that can't run out. But the eternal can run out if it doesn't go the way it's supposed to. The eternal to me is not something that will be forever. It's something that has the potential to be forever. So that means it follows the laws of change and everything else. Whereas infinite does not follow the laws of flux.
I've got to reconcile that for you though, Gracie, because you've got 2 different shapes as if they're 2 different things. Okay.
No.
It's a geometry. Okay. Can you see my camera? Yeah. If you imagine that there's a ring this way, yeah, but you turn it this way, it's not actually a ring. It's a sinusoidal curve going around. You can position that into an angle where it makes the infinity loop in its side projection. So the infinity loop and the infinity loop and the ring are actually one shape, and it's a sinusoid in a loop. So the ring is the top-down view, and so you've got finite and infinite as poles of the same thing, like light and dark are illumination.
Everything you said is perfect. I agree with it all. I just saw one other thing, the third thing on top of that, which made me give it different names, and that was this. Everything you said was true, and if that was true, you just said this. I think this is a necessity to be true. There is something that changes, and the thing that changes is really important that people don't think, and that is position from which you move to look at it. Otherwise, you can't have that. So because my laws of logic are not based on your laws, they're based on mine, which are much more rigorous, but they're sourced by that, so they're not necessarily different. One of them is the law of doubt, will, and wonder. And wonder says the wonderment comes from your position, not anything else. And so if something's position does not change, but changes because your position changed, you need to structure it differently because it is different, because the relationship between the point you're standing and the point you're seeing it has changed. Even though the thing you're looking at hasn't technically, which you correctly pointed out, but I love it when you do that because it allows me to see the part I missed so everybody can see it. So it's great. Thank you, Diddy. But was that actually, I mean, you was correcting me, but did you understand my point was coming from? I'm glad you brought it up because I wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So that's, as you can imagine, for someone like me to structure dentationally, because I have that, I have those two different words. And that's what I was saying to you. But
Guru, I got a question for Guru. When you said I am Hermes, when I walked as Hermes,
yes,
did I walk as Hermes as well?
You already said you did earlier.
All right, I was just making sure that we were on the same page. All
right, but there you do. Apology, the other one, now I've got a moment to say, Joe, is come from because I was only allowed into Danny Shine's room. I was on board with you, and what he did to you was actually twatish, and I've told him. But at that moment, I gave my oath, and he let me in his room, so I couldn't break it, brother, like a man, that I was going to be there as the actor, not the act. So when you was called me crazy, I was trying to think and tell you, but when Danny told me to shut up, for me to say, he would have kicked me, and I didn't want that because I was there for Danny, no one else. And he was rude, though, because he did tell you could question it. And then when you did do that, because he didn't want to,
I was
he
wondering
then
what you're
changed
saying,
it.
I remember it now.
Yeah, and then he changed it. No, I don't want to question it. And I think that's rude. That part was rude. And if Gracie was there, me and you were being kicked out together. But
well, I think Joe asked the wrong question.
Sorry to butt in, guys. There is something weird about the word eternal, and I'm sorry to go talk.
No, I love it. Go for it.
I mean, I just looked up eternal as a word itself, right? But eternal, the etymology of eternal, the word eternal comes from the Latin word aeternus, which is derived from the Proto-Indo-European root. I can't even say that. AIW, meaning ever, age, lifetime. And the suffix nus denotes an abstract quality state. The meaning of eternal. Eternal means extending forever in time without beginning or end. Okay, yeah, we know all that. Okay. So it comes from the Latin word eternus, which is derived from the Proto-Indo-European root, meaning ever, age, or lifetime. But the interesting thing is, eternal, by synchronicity, which is obviously in the word eternal, you can really hear that eternal. It seems like that. It seems like that is a word with E is like what do they call that? The suffix or something. Is that what they call it? Prefix, yeah, that's it. But eternal itself means having three parts. Now, that's really weird, isn't it? That
it is.
DNW claims.
It's really weird that the
DNW. If you want to still do a show on toroidal dynamics, the torus shape and geometry, this will probably hit loads of the things we're talking about here. The whole three aspects of making that structure. Do you remember we talked about toroidal dynamics, toroids and the donut shape? Yeah.
What if I could convince Santos
we want to do that. But what I'm saying is, it is really weird that there are a lot of theories that reality is made of three parts. So in physics, it's like, what is it? Mass, time, and space. Yeah. And then the word eternal literally means forever, but it's got eternal, which is made of three parts. And then you've got the Holy Trinity as well.
I was about to say it if you did.
I think it's really fucking weird. I think it's really weird that eternal is in eternal.
You've got you've got the electrodynamic rule of three. Yeah. Yeah. Charge and motion, electromagnetic direction, and you've got the holy affirming, the holy denying, and holy reconciling.
I've never heard those phrases till just now.
Do you guys know what causes a torus field, by the way? The source causes of it?
I thought it was electricity.
No, what it is, I'm not going to go into subjective matter because I love letting you guys talk about it. It's a thing of mine, and I don't want to be too much, but close. I like the meta side, so I'll tell you the meta side, but I don't want to get involved in this. I want to listen to what you guys say because I got too much on it.
I'm freaked out because three is actually in so many different laws and different outlooks, even in biology. They talk about in evolutionary biology. Maybe Cougar Dimmer will be able to comment on this. In biosemiotics, fundamental reality is broken down into how elements interact and evolve, and there's 3 rules: chance, necessity, or choice or selection. Yeah, 3 is the magic number, guys.
To me, 3 is the first prime number. Let's see if anybody.
Yeah.
Does anybody agree that 3 is the first prime number, or do you all believe 2 are? Or are you one of those ones that believe 1 is the first prime number?
1 is the identity.
Yeah, but chap you. You know what I'm asking. Stop trying to. Stop it, Crazy. Because you not Crazy. I call him Crazy now. Stop it, dude. You're going to take me down a rabbit hole. You know, like, please stick on fine because he's correct, but he's talking about something else, right? What? Right. So prime numbers, for those who don't know, I don't agree with this, but what is formally accepted is that a prime number is a number that, it can only be divided by itself or 1, and they don't include 1 for rule, which is that. Actually, there's another rule, you know, for neatness apparently, but for me, if you don't include 1, you mustn't include 2. And there's a reason I say that, because I think if the reasons they exclude in 1, they should definitely exclude 2, which normally is, we got no qualifier because it is 1. And it's like, well, neither does 2, does it? Because it has 1 and itself, but nothing in between the qualifier to say anything else couldn't. So the logic to me fits, but they don't. They don't. So I don't like what they do with prime numbers. But so I'd say 3 is the first prime number, and based on what D&W would say,
I say 1 is. Fuck what they tell me to believe. I say 1.
I would love to say that, to be honest. 1 fills the rule, can't make the rules. But it doesn't make the neat little bottle fitsy, Joe, so they can't do it.
Exactly.
Oh, you know, that's what it is. Oh yeah, I'm still exhausted, guys. Honestly, I've been trying to build this song and just build the fable for it now, which is just phenomenal. The fable itself is like a life story in a sense. Oh, what are we watching here? What are we watching?
I don't know. I have to zoom in on my other phone.
Collins Dictionary, is it?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, Collins something. Yeah. English, French, blah, blah, blah.
That's use of the word eternal over time, and we don't use it anymore.
Okay.
Hey guys, what are we doing now? Can I just give you a quick definition I'm working on for this system I'm building, which is all about like hate speech and all that. I don't go too much into it because you never listen to him, but this definition is a short, suitable version, so it won't take long. It says, hate speech under the law of intent of command is the weaponization of a word that has no innocent...
I've got this. Crazy. Talk about that after. Talk about that after, Crazy.
No
Sorry,
problem.
we're going to go
No
to...
problem.
We're keeping
I was filling the gaps,
on
okay.
topic. All right. Trends of ternal as a word, guys, over time, yeah?
Yeah.
So this is according to Collins Dictionary, its usage over the years. Look, you can see in 1870 it was fairly consistent, yeah, up until about the 1990s, and then for some reason it starts to dip, and to the point now it's very infrequent in publications.
Why do you think that is?
It's almost like non-existent now. So there you go, guys. Is that weird?
No, I think it's in alignment with viewing the world as a binary instead of a ternary.
Can someone show me a cool relationship? I'm not saying there's the truth in it. I just want to see one people say between the word ternal.
What do you think of that?
Cool? I don't really understand.
You don't understand. This is the word ternal that we just discovered. I'd never heard of it before, but basically it means made of 3 parts, right? And we were saying that eternal looks like a word with the prefix E attached to the word ternal, yeah? So it looks like in the word eternal, ternal looks like something that means something in and of itself in the word. It's related to the word eternal.
No, to me,
it looks like the word eternal, okay? If you didn't look at the etymology and you were just looking at it as on paper and you knew the word ternal, you would think the word eternal was related to the meaning of the word ternal. Now, ternal means made of 3 parts. Okay? Now, if you look here, you can see this word was fairly consistently used at a certain level
Did
for
you
a
say
long
why
time.
that was? I had to
And then
step away.
suddenly it drops right down. In the present day, it's non-existent.
Why do you think that is? Did you have a belief? I stepped away. I asked a question, but I had to step away for a second. Do you have a theory as to why its usage has dropped so dramatically, or
Language is
period?
changed.
Well, it was actually Dirty Lowlife who came up with the theory, and he says it's because we've gone into this binary view of reality that we're kind of into duality, whereas in actual fact, he said it's probably eternal. Maybe the truth is it is eternal. Maybe it is made of three parts. Maybe three is the magic number.
Listen,
But for some reason, we've moved away from that.
Right, I explain. From what I mapped of it, you've created it. Eternal does make three parts, and eternal is an abbreviation of that to say the triune. Triune does not mean Trinity, like some people think. It means the Trinity that makes one. That's the eternal logos. So eternal is saying E as in L, God, is saying the eternal, three parts. L, eternal, meaning the one of three parts. Just like you, they call you the eternal because you have a head, thorax, and abdomen. You're three parts, and yet that one, the eternal part of you that they say, is the organism. So that's what I mean by eternal, and that is the program and design of all things. So yes, the eternal and eternal are correct. That's why Christ said, through me, the Trinity, you will get to the Father, the one, the eternal. And Christ was the eternal, the terminal of Logos present on this world that could prove his knowledge was more in line with the eternal. And he did it with one trick that no one still yet has worked out, except for myself, and I'd love to pose it to you all. How did Christ convince the fishermen, his very first disciples, to tell the world that Christ was the Son of God? Because he knew more about fish than any of them and their families when there was a crisis, proving that he came from a relationship that had nothing to do with fish, and he knew more about the fish than the Pharisees, everybody, because in a certain period, which will happen again in certain places, the Pharisees understood there's a period where the fish won't be where the fishermen think they are, because they don't think over millennia. They think over periods of fishermen and egotistical ways. So they went through the normal changes of our seasons over hundreds of years. But what they didn't realize is just as our planet supposedly goes around the sun, supposedly also our sun goes around something else, and that has seasons. And just because you have to wait 400 years to see those seasons doesn't mean something's not going to change here on Earth, even in the slightest way. When Christ worked out what that was, he understood where the fish went. And having no communication with anything to do with fishing, he just used the logos of the reality and said,
Wait. Let me ask you, Guru. Are you telling me that these fishermen had, let me say it anyway, had went out there for days, there was nothing, everybody agreed to it. On that day, Jesus knew that this was where they were going to gather. He didn't have anything to do with it. He just knew, because he knew so much about fish, that they would gather there. Is that what you're saying right now?
No, I'm saying kind of like that, but the opposite. If that was the case, they would have never said by them. They would have thought he was a lucky twit. They understood that this young poor guy, from the project has got no family history. How is he telling us higher prestige members of the clergy that have had family in fishing for hundreds of years, and this twat is trying to tell us he knows where the fish is? We haven't found him, brother. We go for the Jews have told us, the dogmatic laws and the gods have told us that they're punishing us because we can't find the fish until we do this thing. And he said, no, I know nothing about fishing, but I know everything about my Father. And the Logos says, like all patterns, there are cycles by which you don't understand, because time is endless and eternal. If you understand the eternal, you understand, and even in your low egotistical views, there's always a chance the Logos doesn't work the way you say. And if you look at the way the tide is formed and the way things are going at the moment, he worked from his studying of stars and stuff from Egypt, how to align the Logos to understand what had truly happened, and then said, not in this spot, but go to where these things are, and you will find a fish. One fisherman boat said, I'm going to take a chance on him. They went and came back with loads of fish, and they said, how the fuck can you possibly have known that? He told them.
Okay, I missed something in the story. I thought they stayed fishing in the exact same dry areas where they were. If he directed them to a specific place, then he could have known that this is where the fish gather because of this reason, and all of these things.
What he was doing, he wasn't looking where the fish were based upon fish, because he wasn't a fish, and he thought even the fishermen who claimed to know the fish was stupid. he based it upon the logos and the knowledge he'd learned from geometry, the stars, everything, that even at nighttime, the stars aren't where they normally are. So the fish won't be.
Anyway, guys, the main takeaway here is eternal as a word, very rare, extremely rare, and almost never used nowadays. Okay. But it has nothing to do with eternal as a word. The word eternal comes from
Agreed. It's robbed it of its roots.
Disagreed.
Everlasting. Eternal has a completely separate root, and there's no connection from eternal. Has nothing to do with
three anymore,
third, or three parts, but eternal does, and this is why it's really weird.
Oh, we have different definitions of eternal then. Yeah, what do you guys mean by eternal? I don't.
It's really weird. Well, what's really weird is because 3 is often related to reality in different ways, theologically, and in science, in physics, in biology, I believe even in philosophy, it's got significance in some.
Is 3 the third number to DNW or the fourth number?
But the point is that we've just uncovered 2 unrelated meanings. But
I don't think they're unrelated.
But the thing is, they're not related. As in, it doesn't seem like they don't come from the same root. If you look it up, right? But the thing is, it looks like they should be connected.
To me, they are connected because the way I define eternal differently.
The word eternal looks like it should have eternal as its base, as in like eternal should like be made of 3 parts. It seems significant, doesn't it?
It does.
No, Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Yes, the Father.
What do they all combine to make? What do they all combine to make?
The
mass, time, and space.
God. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are the Trinity, the eternal, and when they combine together, they become the E, the L, eternal, the triune, the 3 that make the 1. That's what
when I said they robbed us of our roots by us believing that eternal has nothing to do with 3 anymore. It's no one would ever make that leap to it has anything to do with a 3 or God, Holy Ghost, Jesus.
I would like, if it's possible, I would like everyone to join me in a 13-second meditation, but I'm going to share my meditation screen, and hopefully you can be at the same place as what I am at, spiritually speaking.
I'm laying back.
If you can find it within your hearts and your souls to join us. Is that okay, DNW? I share my screen? You're not going to get copyrighted here, by the way.
Okay, well, I am wary that you have trolled us in the past.
Okay.
I'm a little wary.
Window. Where's my window? Right there. Okay, if I just move that across. Okay. Share screen. Ready to share?
Yes. Oh, it's Trump, is it? Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
We can't hear anything. You might want to share the audio, mate. Remove it. And then, okay. Well, it didn't work. Okay. Right. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Only
what did you think of that feeling anyway, David?
That eternal thing has freaked me out.
Yeah. What did you think of my feeling on it, though?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, not saying what is now. I'm saying how I understood it and why it's thing for me is eternal is more of the nature of infinity or the structure of it or how it works or the formula. And to do that, I follow this nature of 3 as 1, the triune. 3, the 3 parts, the eternal, and then the E that connects them, the L, as in the God particle that connects them, is the is the fourth
Oof.
component,
Oof.
I suppose.
I never even thought of that.
And then the E is the thing that brings them together, the triune, to create what we refer to as God. Not in the sense of being, but in the sense of logos. Is that fair to say? Did that land it off anybody? How about you, Daddy? That in logos, eternal is what I say is the infinity to other things, which in other words, immortal, forever, the other things, but from different framings, different settings and scenes, or different perceptions. There you go. But eternal is just the code or the structure of a system that is self-dependent on itself, and it can, so long as everything's working, it can be forever in that sense, yeah. And things that work at the moment, from what we see, especially in our domain, if anything, is the eternal things that are triune in nature, but work like a yin and yang. They all work together, and they either can work separately as forces independently working together within something, or they can come and merge together to work outside of their domain and work as one in the atom or the mental scape, if you can see it. That blackness, the desert of Eden. Really.
Wherever there's an apparent duality or polarity, there is an implied third thing.
And of course, Cougar Duma again is correct within framing, but is trapped in his little box. Yes, for those who want to use eternity. Thank you, Cougar Duma. You just that eternity word there. That is something I believe is, like you said, related to more dogmatic religion rather than eternal. Eternity is more of a falsehood, I think, of trying to confuse the formula of eternal with obviously the lived experience or the perception of infinite eternity. It's not something I like, but I do like it as a spiritual essence to say that things can live for eternity in like a playful way to bridge those two things, infinity and eternal. So I like that word eternity, but I don't use it because of the religious aspect of it, and I think it's been turned more dogmatic than anything. But that's my personal opinion. I don't know anybody else thinks. I did like he brought up eternity, which is pretty cool. I think the other one I was thinking of when you were saying it, DNW, was some like other words that remind me of eternal, which I didn't know, which was like internal and external.
So basically, guys, eternal, is like E for energy. So I'm riffing off what you said that E equals MC squared. So energy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the word eternal, which is made of three parts, so you could say reality is made of energy with time and space. So eternal is the energy of energy interacting with time and space.
Yeah, I like that. I can work with that.
That's eternity. That's eternal.
So it's like the chronos added to the eternal is the eternity. I like that. I really like that. Thank you, Dindo. I really like that. That's helped a lot.
Just give you a few others to look for. The TR, triune.
By the way, guys, we're obviously completely reinventing, like a completely, putting a new meaning on what was already accepted.
Oh no, we're doing Gnosis. Shocking.
We're just finding bizarre patterns, bizarre hidden meaning that may be an accident.
Finding Gnosis, yeah.
So eternal to me, when you consider what eternal means, which is the three parts, yeah. You could say eternal means reality equals energy unfolding through time and space.
I like that. I really do like that. I'm gonna play. Write that down. Do me. I forget that. No, I won't. I'll clip it.
Eternal means energy unfolding through time and space.
Thank you for the transcripts coming back, DNW. Appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I'm definitely going to be looking at that tomorrow. I like that. Thank you, DNW.
I implore you guys to look at other TR words.
Did a lot of people leave while I was gone? It still looks different. Okay.
TR and RT is rotation, torque, rotor. They're all to do with spin and rotation. The discus, the snake eating its own tail. Yeah, have a look at other just TR words that you come across. They're all to do with the T is the cross, the crossing, the crux, the axis of the spin, and the R is the vibration or the rotation to go round and round and round and round.
Yeah,
and those two components make that geometric structure that you're talking about.
I thought that a Gnostic, and I'm in the right place to ask this, I thought Gnostics believe that, what's the difference between a Gnostic and someone who just believes in God? Or is it the same thing without naming him Christian or Muslim?
I'll let anybody else say, but I'll got mine. Go. I got my saying on all that, but that's because I built structure for it. But go on. Someone else want to?
Yeah, you should let one of these.
I was going to say there are Gnostic Christians, Joe Cool. So basically, when Christianity started, 2,000 years ago or whatever, there were different sects, okay, and there are the Gnostic Gospels. So there's the Nag Hammadi ones, and there's basically a series of Gospels that had different versions of events to what is in the standard New Testament now, okay, and Emperor Constantine, wasn't it, in about 300 AD or whenever it was, when he put together the Bible as we now know it, the New Testament, with his advisors and bishops in Rome. The Roman Empire, sorry, he chose to dismiss some as heresy and put others into the Bible. So the ones we know and follow in the mainstream Christian church are the ones that you're familiar with, and then the Gnostic ones are the ones that view knowledge as important, gaining a knowledge, gaining of insight. And it turns the story on its head. It's worth.
I think I see the distinction. With the other guys, they would be more on God would save me. It seems like you guys would be more God gave me the answers to do this thing.
Well, you see, I'm not actually. When I did the Gnosis in my channel, it literally is just the word means knowledge, so we're just finding knowledge.
All right, thank you. I do Gnostic. You're right. It's Gnosis. That's not even the name of the channel. That was my bad.
Joe, it's fine. But the thing is, I admire the Gnostics in that sense. I admire them for thinking about things at a deeper level, I believe, than other religious efforts.
I need that though, and I sense that so do you. I need that. I'm not satisfied with simple things. So you'd be attracted to it. I'd be attracted to it.
Joe, for me, Gnosis, like DNW said, is a form of knowledge, but it's not formal knowledge. It's the knowledge we gained on the playground as kids.
Yeah, I dig it.
Right? And and that's why Christ would say, "You must become as children again." Don't be afraid.
I've used the same argument.
And that's why I love this show, because this doesn't claim to be Gnosis. It doesn't claim to be Gnostic or Gnosticism. I would be much more fucking stick in the ass if it was. But I love the title, Finding Gnosis. I was like, which legend came up with that? I need to meet him. And
it kills all the arrogance and shit, right? Yeah.
Yes, it was perfect. Although I wish it was presented by an actual Gnostic, but that Gnostic to me is an egotistical version of something you want.
I'm so glad he said he made it clear what it was. That's what I thought. It makes a world of difference.
A Gnostic is an ego claiming to be a sort of like authority within Gnosticism. It's like
when the Christians, when they make claim to a thing,
it's playing the act of a fool to the religion to show it in a way that you think.
I got a question while I'm here.
Can I say what Gnosticism is just before?
My question is:
it's the form of religion to go with it, but go.
What is God's name?
William.
That was great.
That's his name.
Why William?
He said, my name is I am that, meaning will, and I am. William. Did God say, my name is I am that I am, meaning I am that, meaning will, and I am? So he said, will, I am. It's an egotistical way of it, but he was trying to give us a clue.
Let me put some on your head. I had an incident where I had a near death. You just call it that. And during it, I think the first thing they asked me was, what is God's name? I had no idea. I hadn't read the Bible then, and I was, running the streets. But since then, of course, the first thing I did was I read the Bible. But I find out now that there are other religions and people who believe that, and I had no idea that the first thing they ask you is, what is God's name? I thought that was interesting. And, I don't know, you cats are trying to find out Gnosis. Maybe you can tell me what they meant, because to my understanding now, with my much older, you can't give him a name. He's the all. You cannot give him a name. So I don't, it bothers me, man, because I got to go back there. I tried to stay and they laughed. They were like, no, you got to go back.
God his name, he gave me it.
Guys, there may well be a demon amongst us. Pastor D has arrived.
Oh, right. And I'd Pastor D, once you're done, and it's okay with everybody else, that thing that was up in the background for everybody to see was the book I'm doing for Joe and D&W if they want it. But do you want to talk to Pastor D before this? That's cool. He might love the book.
Can we use the phone, Guru? I got to find that email again. I hate emails.
I don't care. It's on the screen now. It's okay. I'll send it to you. Right? But can you see it on screen right now?
I mean, when we communicate, can you text me things?
I will do. I will do. But can you see it on screen right now? Pastor D, do you want me to run this through to Joe and then we carry on with you? Is that okay? You might have something to say on this book.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, W, we'll do this because I'm off screen a minute, so I can't see you guys. But this is the book I was writing when Joe lovely and kindly opened up his heart, even though he shied his tears away like a little bitch. And I love it. And me and Dirty were there, and I came up with this idea, and to lead it away, just because this, I wrote this first book, and if it does interest people in writing more like this, I'm certainly up for it. And this is supposed to help people with Gnosis children. This is something I put together, and I'm happy to change any of it because I don't want it to be my book. I want it to be ours when everybody's ready. But don't worry, we've got time. This is all still draft, but this is the best I've come up with so far. It starts with this. So these are double spread pages, and it says, "Love is not a feeling that goes up and down like waves. Love is not a weapon used to harness slaves. Love is not only if, that's how you know you've been fooled," meaning it's not subjective, yeah? "Love is not a fairy tale read to you at school. Love is the way your heart grows wiser when your eyes get mixed up and confused. Love is the return to the greater self where we all accept and appreciate, where to accept and appreciate are used." Pastor, there you go, brother. "Love is returning to balance, what our Lord would call the way. Love is the lack of judging, the best path to live each day. Love is to listen, to ask and be patient. Love is the best way to live. Love is never seeing the worst in another, so you never even need to forgive. Love must be wise. It must be a just and earnest tool." This is for you, brother. "Because when you love this way, you will find love is wise and cool."
Well done. I dig it, man. And I'm weird, but I was already thinking I can use these arguments in the next cat I'm trying to. I'm weird.
Take the book in, brother. I'll give it to you.
I think that'd be a nice book. That would be a nice book to read on mushrooms.
Was the Gnosis? Was there Gnosis in it, you guys? Was there something children can go, "Oh, actually, I can learn something here"? Did I explain love in a way that a child might?
You may even cover a few things. If I was trying to explain it to somebody, I would have missed, which is why I was trying to hold on to it in case I had to explain later date.
Did you notice nothing said about love made it subjective? Everything was universal, and everything was what individuals, not just as our Pastor D is going to tell us, the good Lord in Christ himself told us, but many others, those who came before and still those who came after. I will agree with Pastor D this one thing though. Other than my personal love for Guru Nanak, Christ is the one individual that I can say that I understand didn't give us something authentic and original when it came to truth, because God gives us that, but he certainly learned how to present it in such a way that the masses could understand, and that's what made him special. So whenever anybody hits you with, "Oh, Christ didn't come up with it, someone did before him, someone like him," let's say, yeah, that doesn't matter, because none of them bitches succeeded, because guess what? Time isn't named after them. It's named after my Lord and Savior, and everyone's Jesus Christ. And not the man, the myth, the legend. He was just the soul or the avatar that delivered that God requested. He was delivering God.
That put me I need to hear that, right? That, I struggle trying to express myself often. And when you explain it like that, that Jesus was the king of getting his message across, it gives me more awe of him and keeps me humble. And Pastor, I am dying to hear you. I heard your voice just now. I thought you were joking. I just want to hear you talk more so I can see if that was your real talk.
Yeah, this Pastor D. How you doing? Hey, Mr. Guru, you gonna read that poem to little boys?
It depends what you mean by little boy.
You know, the elementary school, primary schools. You call it.
Yeah, I'd read it to children.
You're gonna have little boys being girls pretty soon. The way you're doing this shit, dandy bullshit.
Yeah, I get you. What was namby-pamby for you, though? Because I'd like to make a change in it.
This love is this, love is that, love is this. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. That's all you need to know.
The dogmatic wisdom, yeah. The demiurgic wisdom, not Sophia.
And get a haircut.
No, the good Lord said, your hair shall grow. If it wasn't to do so, I would have stopped there. So when you cut your hair...
Corinthians says long hair on a man does not make to tell you that it is a disgrace.
Okay, then why does my God keep growing it? Is he wrong?
Yeah, your God has a pair of scissors. Use them.
Yeah, no, I have a pair of scissors. I'm not God in that sense. But ego's like you believe you are, so I get where you're coming from. No, my God doesn't. Do you know, once someone said that, he said, why do you grow your beard that way? I said, I don't fucking grow my beard. Your own God does. You just cut it off and shape it in defiance of him.
Well, your crafty little ways are not higher than the Lord. Now cut your hair and respect the Lord.
No, not your Lord. My Lord, yes, I agree. And you will.
Our Lord. Look, you English, you over there way on that island. You follow a Bible written by Queen James and King James the 8th, deferred from the Catholic Church. So you are all false prophets. We had to escape from your little island to get the true religion.
I didn't even talk to no one that was so Christian that they even speak like this in a long time.
So, Pastor, can I ask you a question? Outside of obviously Crazy and Pastor D, are you truly at your core a Christian? And if so, what Christian are you?
I am a true Christian, Southern Baptist. Capital Baptist.
You need Southern Baptist if it's true. You're giving qualifiers so that it's not true.
Qualify it.
Yeah, I would never say I'm a Southern Baptist Christian. I'd just say, no, I'm Helix Gnostic.
Well, see, there's your problem, son. There's your problem, son. You follow the one true religion. In our church, men don't have long hair like girls, and they don't read mamby-pamby poems about love and love and love and love.
Well, good.
Wow.
Is your God good?
I am not God. I never claimed to be the God. I just have the one true faith.
The God
one true faith.
Yeah, the God you serve, is it good to you? Is your God the good?
Absolutely.
Is he the God of evil as well?
Well, he said he created evil, yes, in Isaiah.
Your God is evil and is good, yes?
Well, that's what the book says, yes.
Well, actually, everybody else I speak don't agree that. They said, no, that God isn't evil. Everything that's evil is not God, and that's why they call it evil.
I create the light, I create the dark, I create goodness, and I create evil. That's what it says.
Okay, so why is it the rest of your church, wherever I go, all tell me your God is good? Are they all blasphemous or are they correct?
They're absolutely correct, as long as you come to a Southern Baptist church.
So you would agree with them, your God is wholly good and not a bit evil in itself?
Well, Jesus' dad had a little temper tantrum problem. Yes, he did, but, Jesus corrected his ways.
Doesn't answer my question, but how did you think that answered my question? Because I'm confused.
Well, I said that the Yahweh, Jesus' dad, he had some problems. He had anger issues.
Father,
but Jesus,
mine's called William. He has anger issues. Not anymore, but he used to. Because I wouldn't.
Who's that?
William William, Yahweh, the structure of God that my abstract mind builds based on the Logos.
His name ain't William. It's Yahweh. Yahweh. Say it, son. Say it.
I will say, ready? It goes like this. It doesn't go Yahweh, you fucking idiot. It goes like this. It goes. It's breath. It's you. It's your first breath. The very first sound. The very first sound a child makes.
Yahweh. Yahweh. You are correct. You are. You got one right. Good for you.
Listen. What is the first constructed word of almost every single human being? It is the source of all words. Is misrepresented as a fruit nowadays, and Dirty, who and these guys who are loving the core at the moment of what they're seeing, will see this fruit, and they're going to see it everywhere, and they realize it's a structure, not an actual fruit. But what could I be told? What could be the very first word any of us actually say with intent? Not for the definition, but with intent to form the structure. Very first word, and it's a eternal word, not an eternal, but a eternal word, because only eternal is structured. Everything else, anything that's duo or anything, is a given. Yeah, the cherubims and the things, but the thrones, they're something that's been structured by yourself from within you to see it. So,
you know what my church says when we see someone like you? Beware of a sheep in wolf's clothing. Yes, you are a fucking long-haired, hippy-dippy libtard. Beware of a sheep in wolf's clothing. Beware of false prophets.
Yes, you should.
And I look at Guru and I see false prophet. Yeah.
Yeah. You look at me and see false prophet and cast out like the snake heathen Satan without actually saying why, and tell people they must trust you. But I can actually break down why they should and shouldn't listen to me, but definitely why they shouldn't.
What is your emergency?
You seem to be the only one not willing to admit that about yourself.
What is your emergency?
911. What the fuck is going on?
We got a demonic lunatic on the finding.
Oh my God.
911. What is your emergency?
Yeah, I said there's a demonic lunatic.
Is this the Godfather? Is this the Godfather?
Lunatic.
Oh, there it is.
There might be more than one.
What is your emergency?
Come and help us, please.
911. What is your emergency?
I said
Speaking of Satan.
911.
Finding Gnosis, there may be more than one. Can you come and help us?
What is your emergency?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Speaking of Satan.
911. What is your emergency?
Oh, fuck off. We have Kenny here.
Oh,
Kenny,
I apologize in German. I thought I made my message.
Pastor D, you're a snake in the grass. Your tongue is up
Thank
LA's ass. You're a
Thank
snake in
you.
the grass. Your tongue
Oh,
is
what?
up LA's ass.
No, I can be on both shows.
No.
Thank you.
Your tongue is well and truly up LA's ass. You're a little brown-nosing little snake. And you're giving money to the devil. You are supporting LA in his insane quest to be the maddest man in the world. You are a cruel supporter of a man.
Oh, no. I think his efforts are right good.
The devil.
Huge ball. You are the devil incarnate.
Within their heart, the word evil as true. That's why.
Look, LA, all he wants to do is petition the state, his state, for the right to self-deletion legally. Yeah.
He's reinventing the wheel. Made already exists. He's just creating a big hullabaloo because he's
made in fucking Canada, you English snot.
Hey, can I get a
plenty of
minute
places
with
in
Pastor?
America. There's plenty of places in America that already have the regulatory framework in existence. All he has to do is petition for that to be in his state. But instead, he wants to move the goalpost, reinvent the wheel, stamp his name on it, pretend that he's coming up with something special when all he's doing is barking out the wind, shitting all over what would be an otherwise sensible conversation with his insane.
I thought you two were buddies. I thought you two were buddies.
I do like
Hey,
him.
can I ask?
Who said I didn't like him? I'm just saying what he's doing.
I
still like him. I'm
you
trying to
guys
save
need a
his
break.
soul, bring him back from the brink.
It's always
guys
about
need a
DW. Shut up, Joe's trying to speak. Come on, Joe.
I'm sorry. You guys do need a little break. You're getting emotional, and
LA is the terminator of logical thinking. He cannot self-terminate.
Oh wait, let me ask Pastor a couple of questions, and then we can reset. Pastor, is that your Trump logo icon?
No, that's mine. That Kenny.
Oh, that's Kenny. All right. I was all right. Kenny, is you here, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm here.
Kenny, you're a Trump fan?
Absolutely, I am. Yes.
How did you even make it in here?
I'm a Trump fan.
No,
Oh my God!
B&W knows I'm a Trump supporter. The very first time I came on, I was wearing my MAGA hat.
Very
Thank
good.
you, brother Kenny. Thank you. A man of true character.
I want to talk to Joe Cool here. Joe Cool, brother. I'm sorry. Now you got to realize, right? I'm in the UK. Yeah. Now, when I let a Trump supporter on here, to me, it might not be as big an issue as it is for the Americans.
That's not a big deal. I'm just going to chase psychology.
And
I would never.
I find Kenny. I'll be honest. He makes me laugh. He is a Scottish guy, infatuated with
Even
American
better.
politics.
Even
to me,
better.
American
Thank you.
Donald
politics.
Trump's half Scottish.
Sorry, what did you say, Kenny?
Donald Trump is half
Donald Trump
Scottish.
is half. Donald Trump is half Scottish.
Yeah, and half his family hates him. I'll let you know which side it is. His Scottish family have disowned him, apparently. Anyway, the point is, Joe Cool.
He's coming from that
I
angle.
like this. It adds a little bit of entertainment to the show. It is what it is. It is what it is. I find it quite interesting. Think of things sometimes as a kind of social experiment, watching what happens. Why do people say what they're saying? And let them say it, and then we analyze it after.
We're in agreement, and I'm going to ask them a few questions now because I want to hear what they're going to say.
I think Joe Cool, the thing I like about Joe Cool is he's a man of the world. You know, he sees things, and you know, he's as cool as a cucumber. So go ahead, Joe Cool.
Thank you. To the Trump fans, Pastor, I heard you say it, and Kenny, if you guys believe the things that come out of your mouths, Kenny, to be honest, I'm less familiar with exactly what yours were, but if you made it under here, I assume you have some type of IQ. How can you tell me why, either one of you, why you support Trump? And briefly, because I do want to ask.
For Christians.
Because he's a Christian. What was the other?
He fights for Christians. He fights for Christians.
Fights for Christians. Thank you.
Pastor D, will you please be quiet for a second?
I want him to.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I wanted
Pastor
him
D,
and
Pastor
Kenny.
D, Pastor D, I know you've got your clown shoes on now, but please be serious for a moment and let Kenny speak. Let Kenny reply.
I want both of their answers. Thank you, Pastor Kenny. Why do you support
hold on,
Trump?
just so you know, Joe Cool, Pastor D is as woke as they come. He is literally putting on a performance. Just so you know.
I get it. It won't change anything. Just make it funner for me. I don't take these things personal, and I'm not gonna. In the end, the most I can do is say I think your philosophy sucks. So he's in no danger. It just makes it funner if he's in denial. It makes it funner for me anyway. Were you gonna answer, Kenny, why you support Trump?
Sure. So I supported Trump since when he first ran for presidency back in 2016.
Why do you
it was
support him now?
2015 when he was running.
Even better yet, why do you
And
support him now?
I was
'Cause
listening to
you've
his
seen so
speeches.
much.
Are you going to let me answer?
No, because you're talking about 2016, and I want to know about now. I don't know why you got interested in 2016 since you want to get aggressive and angry. Now,
listen, I'm going to answer the question my way, not your way. So you're going to have to shut up and hear me out.
I absolutely will, Carl.
Okay. So I started liking Donald Trump back in 2015. I love your laugh, Joe. I do.
Thank you.
And I was listening to his speeches, and I loved his foreign policy speech, how he criticised the war in Iraq and previous presidents' blunders overseas, like with Obama's nightmare in Libya, George Bush's disaster in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was against going into Iraq, Donald Trump. So
I got recorders.
He said,
I know.
Disaster.
And I really loved his sense of humor when he was debating against the other Republican candidates like Jeb Bush, and he was great at the way he gave them nicknames as well. He was like, he was a great entertainer.
And I loved him on The Apprentice as well. And I read his book before he got elected in 2015 called Tripled America, How to Make America Great Again. And I loved his vision for America. You know, I loved the fact that he was an outsider as well. You know, he wasn't part of the establishment. Couldn't be.
I don't believe you're gonna
He
ask my
couldn't be
question
bought over
anymore.
by the special interests. You know, he wasn't even taking a wage when he was president the first time. I don't know about now. He was giving his wage, his salary to charity. So yeah, that's some of the reasons that I like him. I find
Okay,
him
great.
appealing.
Wait. Hold on. Let me respond. That was great. This is why I didn't want the 2016 version. I'm sorry. Let me slow down. Now I'm getting excited. I am well aware that he made the promises. He would be the guy who would stay at home and get us out of all of those wars. He would release the Epstein files that the Democrats were holding, all the promises he made. He would end income tax for you, and he would pay for tariffs, pay for America through tariffs, so that he can kill income tax. I'm aware of all these promises he made, but now, which is why I asked, now that we know that when he got in office, he was like, ain't no Epstein files. Obama and Biden came up with that. It's a hoax that them two came up with. We know that he's all into going wars and taking over any country he feels like. We know that he went back on a bunch of shit that people. It just, it turned out to be the most immoral fuck ever. I had hopes for him too, but now how can you justify supporting that dude?
Well, Donald Trump's released 3 million Epstein files so far. And
you understand it took an act
of
Congress to get him to do it? It was an act of Congress. He said there were none. You just gonna exclude that? Congress had to make him. That's how he got released, not Trump. He was saying it was a farce by Obama. None existed. There are millions. And he said he wasn't even in them 38,000 times. What are we just going to ignore all that, And the war shit, he didn't stay at home. He criticized them for fighting in Iran, and he kicked it off in Iran. He's, he did everything. He come through on some things, but these things are major.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So, is the war in Iran moral, Kenny?
I would argue it is. Yes.
Is any war moral? Do you?
Well, I'm asking Kenny.
Yeah, I think it's a just war in Iran. I think the Ayatollahs, they need to be either overthrown or they really need to. They're actually they've changed their tune. It's breaking news on Sky News earlier that they might do a deal with Donald Trump. So there's a delegation going from the White House back to Pakistan for a second round of negotiations. The source praised Pakistan's the US naval blockade of ships exiting and entering Iranian talks.
Pastor,
the news agency reported.
Pastor, and
I've been watching.
You cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Let me tell you why I like the Donald. He is my king. Do you know what a Zionist is there, Joe Cool?
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, well, a Zionist means that the Jews must rule Israel before Jesus returns. And get those filthy Muslims out of that fucking state. And all the Jews can take over Israel like it should be, like it says in the Bible. And then Jesus will return. And Trump is expediting that. Yeah.
I would, Pastor, let me interrupt. I absolutely 100% agree with you. These things are occurring. You being a pastor, what do you think the Zionists think about Jesus Christ himself?
These people. You got to keep in mind, there are Jewish Zionists and there are Christian Zionists. I'm a Christian Zionist. And we want to expedite the return of Jesus.
Tell me, what do the Jewish Zionists believe about Jesus? You okay?
That he hasn't come yet. Yeah, he hasn't come yet. That's
no. They believe he's
dirty low life. Turn on your camera, because guys, Jesus might be here.
I am. Why do you keep fucking calling me? I am. You're behind me.
Did someone call me?
How many times? I know Christ had the same trouble. I read the stories. I heard what you were
Just
calling.
because you got long hair don't mean you're no fucking Jesus.
That's why I said, because I got long hair. But
Hey, you should read what they think about Jesus, man. They say he was a
I'm
piece of
aware.
crap. He
They think the
blew,
same about me now.
went on that
They still
mountain
think the same
where
about
the
me.
Bible says it took him up to the top of the mountain to see down. The devil tempted him. They say that he gave the devil head up there, and that he's burning in excrement forever and ever
Oh
because
my
he's a
God,
lying,
Barker,
deceiving piece of
blasphemy.
shit. This is what
Blasphemy,
they
Toku.
believe. Why do you
Blasphemy.
support them? This
We
is in
don't
their
care
holy
what they
books.
believe. We don't care what they believe. We just want them to rule Israel, and then we can convert them to Christianity, and then everybody gets raptured.
Yeah, I wonder what Jesus would
I
think
think
about that.
that's the Roman Catholic strategy right there, and they're going to use people like Pastor D to execute it. Except there isn't going to be any rapture.
Yes.
You better believe it.
All right, I'm
You ever
done with
heard
my
of
questions.
Christians United for Israel?
DNW, do we have a Discord room for the show? Oh, crazy. It will do.
Yeah, we will do at some point soon. Don't worry.
Yo, if you want to help with that, I'd love to set up and run as an admin if you'd have us on it, because it'd be an awesome place where we can share so much more, and a place where we can attract more talent here.
I'll sort it out in the
All right,
next.
all right. Anybody that has a computer connection, look up Christians United for Israel. Christians United for Israel.
Most of them are dumb and don't understand that that's what that they think about Jesus. They don't know. Every time I tell a Christian, it breaks their brain. They have no idea that the people they support hate their holy father.
Well, we'll fix them when they get to Israel.
After they
Now,
kill
Pastor
so many
Haby,
people, after they kill everybody, and then, by the way, because Iran, they got to get rid of Ayatollah because he's a piece of crap. They got to go to North Korea next because that guy's a piece of crap. You're in war forever. If Trump run on, I'm going to take over every country who has a dictator and save the world. He doesn't get elected, pimp.
Yeah, well, we're going to take over Canada and Iceland and that little country called Lund or England, that little island. We'll just blow it off the map. Yeah.
Christian to me.
MAGA.
DNW.
Yes.
Do you mind if I share
I'll let you share that in a moment, Ken. I just want to read Chickpea's comment. She says, people who talk excessively, often called talkaholics, frequently do so due to the need to be heard, anxiety, narcissism, or a lack of awareness of social cues. These individuals often dominate conversation. Who are you perhaps
referring to right now?
Over, Chickpea? Do you name names?
No.
Silly little woman. Silly little woman.
Chickpea, don't take prisoners here.
Silly little woman.
Chickpea talking. She's letting us all know what one is, like I do, because she, like me, can tell you all because we are those things.
Okay, Kenny wants to share something. Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, I'd like to share my X account if people want to give me a follow.
I do.
Right.
Yeah. There. Can you see that?
No.
That's in the private. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll put that on here. I'm gonna. Chickpea also says with monologues or shift responses, focusing on themselves rather than encouraging two-way dialogue. Common causes including a need to fill silence, a desire to be seen as an expert, or neurodivergence. I presume is the.
You know about me, yeah. But what is with neurodivergence?
ADHD. There you go.
Yeah, neurodivergence for myself is that
this is Kenny's ex.
Oh yeah.
Guys, can I ask the question? You know, if we're followers of Jesus and we're trying to achieve this spiritual lifestyle, how come we're not all anarchists? And how come we rely on state-governed and state-run monopoly on violence?
Because you think the initial claim of we all follow Jesus means the same thing to everybody, which it doesn't. It means completely different things to each one of us. That's why we're all. That's the answer to your question, yeah. When
And
you
the
said
second
we're all
part,
followers of Jesus, yes, we might be, but Jesus isn't to me what it is to you. So that's maybe what the answer. Go,
and the
Joe.
second part, why
Thank you, DNW.
Come on, darling, and liven it up.
We follow the state so we don't get beat. No one agrees with this, but if I don't get that license, they will kidnap me and steal all of my money and take me from my family. That's the only reason I do the things I got to do here.
Guys, I want to bring in Set Scales. Set Scales, you're the Finding Gnosis show. We were talking about consciousness, other dimensions, jinn, angels, demons, Machine Elves, where we were trying to talk about those things. We didn't get to talk about all of those things. Have you got anything to say about the topic of the show?
Yeah, consciousness, everything is conscious because consciousness is basically defined as something that is within an environment. It recognizes patterns within its environment and how its patterns relate to itself. So it knows it can see what's going on.
Look at Jordan Peterson vibes. What's going on?
And so it interacts within the environment based off of this. And every quark, every atom, basically does this. Everything is reacting to each other and moving in a way that is basically dependent on what's going on around it. And this is what consciousness is. All there is
Like a squirrel?
Yes, squirrels are conscious because
Yo, that was profound. I like that. Well done,
they they're living things. That's what animal means. The word animal means animated.
Yeah, except say what you just said again, though. It was awesome what you just said. Reverse back like 2 minutes and just say that again. It was fucking awesome. I want to hear that again.
His definition of consciousness was not that good.
No, I didn't say it was that good. I liked it. It was profound. I got meaning for that.
I could probably word it better, but it just comes down to something that is able to detect patterns within its external environment and recognize how the patterns relate to itself.
I missed the word external. I take that back.
Would you say this then? Would you say, what are you saying this, Friday? If we said the objective isn't one thing, it's like water is fluid. It only reacts and has a relationship to the subjective. And therefore, it's not one thing. Well, it is one thing, just all light, isn't it? If we were just being theatrical about it. But that relationship is exactly what you were saying there. Like for a dog, within its domain, it only needs to know the things to be a dog. I know dog is this concept, but you know what I mean, the canine animal. And that is true. The universe will only respond to that dog for what it needs. But it also responds to patterns it needs to know what it is. And that's why dogs and cats and all cows, they get they moo and they know their mommy and they're into it, yeah? So exactly what you said happens. And that happens to every phenomenon, exactly like us. And that soul, the point that's in correspondence to the logos and the patterns from the universe, has to be there to perceive it. And because it's perceiving that's what it's perceiving, those patterns, it has a relationship to us. What is supposed to be our authority? What we're supposed to get to? What is that curiosity leading to us to? And then you have this understanding why people in the past say our curiosity, just like what you was talking about, shows us the patterns of what we call us as all.
Okay, I want to bring Chicky on. Chicky, come on, darling. I want to have a chat with you.
Can a computer fall into?
Well, that was it, rude. Can you let Seth actually answer?
I would say also that in regards to things like dogs, in regards to other animals, or regards to trees or whatever,
regards to the patterns you were talking about,
there are varying degrees of consciousness. Okay, this means that.
But they see the patterns you were talking about, yeah? When you talk about the patterns.
No, let them go down that line, the dog tree line, because I'm curious the different levels of consciousness. I'm curious if my Dell computer is at the very bottom of that consciousness level.
Well, a dog is able or is less able than a human of recognizing the patterns within its environment. However, in certain ways, it's beyond a human because it can smell, in a way that a human can. But at the same time, a dog cannot really live in the city, for example, without the guidance of humans because it doesn't really know how to do that. It doesn't understand.
Is that like the human can't live in the wild without the guidance of animals? Isn't that just the same thing?
Well, I mean, humans are capable of living in the wild. We've just forgotten. We come out
living in the city. They've just forgotten.
Yeah, wild dogs live here.
Well, the thing
I'm saying the comparison. I'm getting what you're saying. I'm loving what you're saying. It's more profound than most people speak on you. But isn't the pattern reverse the same? I am getting what you're saying. I'm just
for the modern man. Yeah, sure. For the man who's forgotten, yes. But human beings.
Oh no, I like that. Yeah, okay, yeah, I like that. No, the modern man. Okay, you got me there. All right. Well done. Carry on. Sorry. I mean, I love it. Keep on, Seth. I love what you're saying.
Yeah, well, when it comes to angels, all they are it's just angles. It's a play on words. It's angles.
Angles of what?
And it has to do the color spectrum.
Okay,
where are you on the color spectrum?
Yeah. You know what? If I look at where I come from, because you're on the formal end and I'm on the meta, to show you where I am. Yeah, okay, yeah, the color spectrum, they are angles of light. But light doesn't just come on one spectrum; it comes on a few different spirals. Yeah, and one of them often we refer to as awareness. So in there, what would an angle? Because if we've seen awareness as light, if you can play along for a minute, if awareness was also light, what would an angle inside us be as an archetype?
Hi, Grump. What do you want to say to me? You're going to tell me.
Would it be like a metaphor for the angle of something that is?
Say one or two things back and forth, and then
I'm going to read my Bible in a minute.
Okay.
More entertaining. At least it has something relevant in it.
So yes, just to finish that off, and so give an example. So if I said, like I was saying earlier on, if I said logic was the archangel of something, maybe the egotistical version of what we say is, and then what I'd say an angel of that then would be the axioms that make that logic, which would be the three laws. So in awareness, the angels would have to be in representation of that, and that's why we know to build our laws on it, because then we look at the logos of within us, the three parts of like instinct being one, selfish, me, and then obviously intuition having to be the opposite, not think of me, selfless, excluded middle, not myself, but everything else, and then intellect being the eye that sees the mental scape, if it could.
Okay, I'm going to let Set Scales close up on this little mini interaction here. Go ahead, Set Scales, make the final point here on what you and Gracie have been talking about. Then we're going to go to Chickpea.
I'm going to get turning off. I get the feeling.
If we think of light as information that we take in, recognizing the patterns, right? Then all light is in relation to an angel is a messenger of truth.
Yes.
Because that's what angels are. They're messengers of God. So as it relates to us, because we see light, because everything we see is basically a reflection of light. That is where we get our source of information, and the light is the messenger of the truth, or the objective thing you're actually looking at.
Yeah, I like that. It's very close.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Guys, we've got Chickpea here. Chickpea, we've been talking about consciousness, levels of consciousness. When people meditate, when they have these out-of-body experiences, when they have these DMT trips, is it all just in their mind? Is it just their consciousness? Or are they actually going to other dimensions? Perhaps consciousness is fundamental. Perhaps we exist within the mind of God. And then we've also been talking about things people see in these other realms, other dimensions inside their mind. We've been speaking about angels and demons, but we can also talk about Jinn, machine elves, ghosts, spirits, poltergeist, whatever you want to say. Go ahead, Chickpea. The floor is yours.
Oh, stop it, DNW. Stop.
Mind and consciousness, are they the same to everybody?
No, Gracie, I'm afraid we're not talking to you. Don't have a fanny fit like the other day.
You're taking the piddle out of me, aren't you, Grumps, here?
No, I'm not. Why would I?
You know I believe in out-of-body experiences.
That's why we're talking about all this stuff. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
I haven't been listening.
No. You can say what you want. I'm not telling you to relate it to something that's been said already. Say what you want to say.
I don't.
See, what's the difference between a mind and consciousness?
I'll start you off. Do angels and demons exist in your view?
Yes, of course they do.
Tell us why.
Actually, yes, because I've read. Yes, interesting you should say that, because I've read about them. So I actually don't know. I've just read it in books. I've never seen an angel or a demon in my whole life. You're right. I've read it in books, like everybody else.
Yeah. Okay.
I've never seen an angel or a demon in my life, or anything else.
How do you know?
Said we're all angels and demons.
Yeah, right.
Kenny said it's just a metaphor of the battle between right and wrong, and it goes on within us as individuals and as a society as a whole.
I know there's demons amongst humanity. That I do know, and angels.
It's just symbolic of humans trying to find their way in this strange existence.
You could be right. Yes, you could be right.
But it could be both. It could be both.
Yes, you could be right.
There does exist a spiritual realm.
Can I challenge all of you at all rudely and call you all fucking ignorant? I mean, I'm not trying to be derogatory. I really mean this. I'm seeing a pattern in all of you, and I think you're all fucking ignorant. Every single one of you, including Dirty. Because I tell you why. is I sit here every day listening to everybody, and I watch all of you fucking piss around and not listen to
You
anybody.
know, you don't listen to us, so you
That's
do
the difference, though, please shut up a minute. I do listen and you don't, Dylan, right? You don't listen. Like you're doing now. You're not listening. You're talking over me. And I'm saying, I know I do, but unfortunately, I got some fucking knowledge on me to tell you. And I mean this. I say this. The reason you're all fucking ignorant is because you let people ramble on you with their problems, and none of you asks them what they mean. So you haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about, you ignorant cunts. All of you. And that's since I've been on you. And that's an honest statement, and I'll hold that to the day I die, and I'll show you all and prove it all to you. I've even done it behind your backs to show that AI said, yeah, the only one on our whole show that ever listens is you. Do you know why? Because you're the only one that says, what do you mean by that? While everybody else haven't got a fucking clue what they're talking about. It's all proven when you all talk, and that's why nobody ever gets involved. You fucking stupid little ego cunts. Your world has told you all to be separate from each other. Why the fuck D&W have a show, and you can't even ask somebody what they mean by something, and you got everybody arguing like fucking dogmatic fucking demons, and you're purposely putting it on. Why do you do that to these people and make them suffer? You're supposed to be finding Gnosis. Gnosis isn't about
Crazy
what you're doing.
Guru,
Gnosis
as I've reiterated to many who feel upset,
D&W, shut up a minute, for fuck's sake.
You don't
right?
have to be here.
I know I don't have to be there.
No, don't tell me to shut up. You don't
I did
have
tell you to
be
shut up,
here.
yeah? I know I don't, but I want to be.
Okay.
I want to be, yeah?
No, you're not beholden to me.
I know, shut up. I didn't say I was. No one claimed I was. You did.
Tell me to shut up, bro.
But I am doing it. And yet I am. Do you know why? Because you just acted narcissistic. Ask Dirty. Did he just sit and suggest I, without doing it, like...
Muting you, all this... I'm just going to keep muting you until you calm down. Sorry.
No.
Yes.
Something.
Either fucking kick me or...
No, I'm muting you. Just be calm down, brother. It's simple.
I don't want to. I don't want to. Can you respect that?
D&W.
I know you may not want to.
Do I have to? Yeah. Right. So I want you to know. So I understand. Do I have to?
You don't have to. But
then I don't want to.
Want
Shut up, then. Shut up, then. I don't want to.
Get off.
Unless I have to.
Woo.
That would mean I have to.
Relax your cat. Relax your cat.
You're telling me I do,
You're
but then
getting in
you're
a little.
punishing me.
You're getting your fiddle
You're
in the middle.
manipulating.
Stop it.
You're a narcissist manipulating me.
Wow.
That's it. I've changed my mind again. I'm going to smash his wife.
Everybody's watching you narcissistically say to me, "You don't have to get off, but if you don't do as I say, I'll make it. I'll mute you. I'll do whatever you want, but you don't have to get off." Well, you don't have to. You don't have to be here. But I haven't said it. I didn't want to be here. I want to be here.
Crazy, you're being called a wannabe cult leader by some people in the chat. You see, it's not just me.
I get it, but Crazy's not real. Yeah, Crazy's not real. You dumb cunts. What the fuck are you talking about? Crazy's not real. It's not real. What are you talking about?
What's D&W?
Crazy's not real. I told him day one. He's an imaginary character. He's not real. He is not real. But do you know what Crazy does? Crazy does the thing all you promised each other you would do. Listens to. Because do you know how you know I listen? Because I ask questions and you fuckers don't. And I ask the very reasonable questions of, what is this? So do you know what I'll do from now on? I'll listen to people. And I'll prove you all ignorant cunts because I'll ask you what they meant. And when you go, I don't know.
Dog says, if you're not real, why won't you just disappear?
Because you're not real either.
D&W, can we have a rest on this now, please?
Crazy. Has anyone ever said you remind them of Charles Manson in his prison interviews?
If they hadn't known the other side of me and known that was made up, they would have said, yeah. But Charles Manson thought he was real. I don't. There's a difference. What the fuck's wrong with you people?
You're not real.
I was even there the other night watching your actual, the chat. What a bunch of monks. Crazy. I said, he's not real. He's winding you up. Why are you being tricked? Why are you all getting upset? The guy behind him is containing an act. It's not this person.
I'm watching this in real. This is cinematic. This is great.
I'm really aware.
This is a study. This is an anthropological study into the wild man of Wales.
I challenge everybody on this thing. Is what I'm saying incorrect? If it is, tell me why. The reason I call you all ignorant, and the reason why it's logically correct that you're all ignorant, is because none of you got a clue what everybody's saying. You sit there and you just listen to them.
You haven't got a clue you're fucking saying.
Yeah, I do. And you don't. Ready, watch this. Ready? Tell me what the word vegan
based
means.
on what I've seen of you, I generally agree with what you have to say, but I do think you do talk over people quite a lot and just dominate the conversation.
Yeah, I know, because you're stupid.
That's from what I've seen.
Yeah, I know. I do it on purpose. You're not incorrect. I do that on purpose. I know it's narcissistic, but you know what? When I spoke to people lovely and kind, nobody listened to me. When I talked to you all like a bunch of cunts, everybody loved me. That tells you something about your nature, not mine. I don't want to be this way, but it's the only way you respond to me. That says more about you than it does me.
Yerf Dogs has said, anyone read Grace's Twitch rambling? But I mean, that's a bit mean. But I don't know why.
No, that's a fair comment. But do you know what? Yerf Dogs, come on, you fucking coward, and tell me why. Explain why it's there, and then we'll listen to you. Otherwise, you're a little bitch in the comments. Look at me rambling bollocks. Yeah, and do you know what that is? That derogatory tripe that doesn't mean anything, you fucking idiot. Mister, I know it. You're the certain idiot that didn't understand. I realised I was confused now. You thought anti-natalism was a completely separate word to natalism, you moron. When natalism is the subject, anti and pro are your stance towards it. But you did 10 years' work. I'm sorry, brother. You're way out of touch. I put the whole conversation to AI, and AI said, what a moron this guy is. I will show everybody if you want to. AI say, Yerf Dogs, I'm going to clue we talk about. The NW is correct. He performed by saying, he did 10 years worth of fucking research. So,
AI agrees with anything anyone tells it.
He says, laughing his ass off currently at you, and he says,
Yerf Dogs is not stupid. He understands I'm playing an act. If he ever wants to talk serious about something, he's welcome to come and speak to Charles. Charles is not me. Charles is the real deal. And as you've seen, I've even had Danny Shine come in here and tell you all to read Charles's work because it's the best work he'd ever fucking heard. He couldn't say it better. Now, Charles give his argument, not Charles's argument, showing that he's metaphysically inclined. He doesn't have emotions and all that. He thinks Danny's a genius, but I got something else to say about that. But I think Yerf is incorrect and wants to come on defend his point. I'll be willing, but I will shut up now and have a smoke and let everybody else talk. But when Yerf's ready to come on, tell a little bitch I'm ready for him.
Can I say something, Gramps?
Go ahead. Go ahead. And guys, let's try not to fight now.
Right. People who talk excessively, also called talkaholics, often do so to fill silence, manage anxiety, boost their ego, or due to a lack of social cues. Common types include, but are not limited to, extroverts, narcissists, those with ADHD or bipolar, who may use shift response to dominate conversations. Just saying, okay?
Yes,
I won't
yes.
go on and on and on.
And what are you insinuating with that? Be honest. Come on, spit it out.
What am I insinuating? Well, you can't get a word in. You can't get a word in edgeways nowadays. And I'm not talking about myself. I haven't even been here. You asked me to come back. But
Yeah,
nobody else can either. No one else can. Yourself included.
And who do you think are the main... Be honest, Chippy. Don't hold back. My little pearl of wisdom.
No, I'm not your little pearl of wisdom. Stop.
Tell me. Name names. Who's the problem?
Stop it. I'm not going to say anything anymore.
Okay, darling. Well, anyway, Chickpea, you said you believe in angels and demons. Because
I read about them.
Yeah, you read about them. You read about them. Is it like the Book of Revelation and the Bible? Is that what you read about?
The Bible talks about. I'm saying I believe in them because I've read about them. That doesn't mean to say they're true, does it? It's just because someone's printed, someone's written about them.
But do you see them as a worthy thing to think about in terms of metaphor, perhaps?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if we think about the raging spiritual battle between good and evil,
yes,
that has been going on for all eternity,
yes,
maybe that is just a kind of metaphorical, poetic description of humans finding their way, finding out how to be better.
Yeah,
it's an illusion.
Sorry, say that again.
I said, if that's the case, then good and evil would be an illusion.
Some people say, including
really, how can that be?
Including what's his name, Gracie. Gracie says they are illusions.
What, good and evil?
Well, if all it is,
I don't understand that, Grumps, because in my mind,
I mean, you could say they are constructs, they're human constructs, but he says they're completely illusory and don't even exist, even as a construct. He says they make no sense. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard his position, and he basically has said that. Oh well, he's here now, but he has said that evil is a real thing because he's called it an illness.
Yeah, well, that's not evil. That's what I refer to as evil. So when people point to evil to me, what they're pointing at is illness, and I don't call that evil, but that's what I see when they tell me evil. I'm like, you point at the illness, and like, no, that's not. They say that's evil. That's just a child's way of understanding it. You know,
Sorry,
dogmatic-
Chickpea. Sometimes you just got to let them speak, and we're trying to get the most out of this.
I've got a question for Chickpea though that I was thinking of while I was away there.
No
Consciously,
fighting
and
now.
I was
Careful
wondering
now.
if you could. Are we
By
able
the way,
to
guys, in
speak-
case you didn't know, she's my sister. She's my older sister now, so I have to
Chickpea,
protect
can
my
we
family.
speak consciously?
Ooh.
I need to ask you.
Don't throw my age at me, Grumps.
Oh, I don't mean like that, for crying out. Jesus.
I've known you to keep throwing my age at me.
Sorry.
Chickpea,
Yes.
you know, since you've been on the show, babe, I've listened to your arguments. I've steelmanned them. I strawmanned them. I've listened to you. I've tried to reason with you, and I've done all these things. And I've even lived the life you've walked. I've even been here when everybody's discussing you and saying, no, I just think she comes from a deep place of pain. She sees suffering, but the suffering she sees is through an invisible mist of suffering that she doesn't see, in my opinion. But that's, you know, that's for me now. But I've always tried to steelman your point, yeah? And I do that with everybody here. I'm not saying no one does that with me, but can I ask you, how many of my points that I've ever made on you have you tried to steelman to see what I'm talking about?
None.
When you call me the one that doesn't listen, and yet I can...
Hold on, Guru, she's being in good faith here. You got to commend her for that. She's saying she's never taken anything.
Listen, I premised if we can speak in. I did premise if we can speak in conscious meaning. I was just curious about, you know. I've said to Chickpea since day one on in the background, I love playing with you, babe. I think you're great. You're a tortured soul this world needs to see, because they need to know what they did to this world, and you're the perfect example of what it does to people on Chickpea's end. I'm for her. But of course, I still have to tell the truth about what I see in Chickpea, which I'm not going to do now because I don't want to set off. But since being on Sagment, just as a soul, not crazy guru, he's an act. Would you say that I do actually listen in one way? I always try to steelman everybody into their point, and I'm able to do. I have a gift others don't do. I'm not going to brag about that, even though I do all the time. But I don't see many people doing the same thing for me, and that's why I call people ignorant. And because I have a need, not a want, like DNW calls it. I have a need. It's not a need that has to be given to me either. So he has got some point to it, because the need I have is just to stop everything I've built from becoming a disability to me in communication. And that is, I need clarity on things, especially when they're fucking truth claims or challenges. DNW, you can't interrupt the truth, babe, so I'll never listen to them. You can only interrupt an ego. So when they grizzle about me being interrupted, I go, good. I want to interrupt. But I've always, at the core, tried to steelman every single one of your argument at all times before I fucking mess around. Stop swearing, Carl. I mess around with it. So
I thought
on
you
a
were
deeper level,
I did it my way there for a moment, Crazy.
I do listen, but you are correct. My character acts ignorant purposely because I've got to try a different way, babe, right? But I do listen.
Right, Crazy. The only thing I've put to you is the whole veganism thing. We haven't had a discussion anything else, and we have.
I'm more vegan than you, in my opinion, but I don't mind doing that singly to everyone who. But on you, I'm going to play around with you because we disagree. I think I'm more vegan because you claimed I wasn't vegan.
Well, you're not. You eat meat, not a vegan.
I am, though. I'm correcting you. You're not allowed to say, not allowed to make incorrect decisions. You don't speak for me. You speak for you only.
You said yourself you eat meat, as long as it's
That
free.
is not what veganism is, my lovely. That is your corrupted version of it.
What's veganism then?
One who seeks to do the least amount of suffering.
Oh, fuck off, you bastard! You bloody hypocrite!
I'm sorry,
I'm off, DW. I can't handle this. Now it's a vegan. It's not somebody who doesn't eat meat.
Did you see everybody how the narcissist asked me what my definition was? I told it and then attacked me because I had a different opinion to it. Did everybody see that?
Yeah, you see, Crazy Guru, you got to be very careful when.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No,
you crazy!
No,
Somebody else have a word in edgeways, okay?
And
why should people be? Why should be?
Crazy Guru is not designed to be careful, and I don't want him to be. He never will be. If you don't like it, kick him off the show. If you don't care, come over.
Crazy, right? A vegan used to be, maybe the world's changed, but when I was young, a vegan was somebody who didn't eat, consume, or anything else, dairy products.
That doesn't make it correct, does it?
Let me finish. Oh, fuck it. DW, mute him, okay? It's not fair.
Let her finish. For God's sake, Crazy, let the woman talk.
I'll let the narcissist talk, but I won't let the woman talk.
Shut up. Don't say that. Go ahead, Chickpea.
Right. The only argument we've had is veganism. I asked you, you were a vegan. You said yes.
I'm gonna go. I gotta get off.
Take care,
I
Sex
asked you were vegan, and you said yes. One sentence later, you talked about eating meat from the dumpster. So I presume you wear second-hand leather and second-hand wool and all this sort of stuff. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're not a vegan, then, are you?
Well, by my definition, yes, but by your definition,
By
no.
your definition, you're
yeah, but that's ignorance. What you're doing now is ignorant. What you doing now is I am.
Don't call her ignorant, Gracie.
I didn't call her ignorant. I said
Crazy. Would you like to
NW, shut the fuck up. I didn't call her ignorant. I said what she's doing is ignorant.
Crazy, would you like to email the Vegan Society and ask them if they consider you to be vegan?
No, I don't. I don't give a fuck.
I didn't think you would do that. I mean, as an experiment, Crazy,
nobody gives a fuck.
Crazy, as an experiment, would you do that?
No, shut up. No.
Don't tell me to shut up, Crazy. You're on your final warning. If you tell me again, I'll kick you off for the
Shut up!
You're out of here, baby. It was nice knowing you. Take care. You're out for the night. Bye. Okay, guys. He's gone. I gave him a warning. Don't say shut up, and he said it. That's not particularly unfair. So where were we?
You talked about angels and demons. You asked me, do I believe in them? I said I've read.
Do you think Gracie is an angel or a demon? And what's your assessment of Gracie?
He's a human being, just an ordinary, everyday human being.
He's an ordinary, everyday human being.
Well,
he apparently is Jesus, the Messiah.
Yeah, he wishes.
The metacognitive genius come to save us all.
But DW, that's a sign of insanity. Now, as you know, I've admitted to having been psychiatric unit. Can I finish, DW? I've admitted to being 8 months in a psychiatric unit. I've heard this sort of nonsense coming from patients. I'm Jesus, I'm this, I'm that, I'm everything else. And so, I've heard all this nonsense before, but in a mental institution. I'm just saying. I admit I've been in a mental
Funny enough,
institution.
his YouTube channel is called Jesus Pantheon. Anyway, he says dirty, and he's talking to Dirty Lowlife. He says, dirty, how can the show be tolerable when the host is like this? Explain. I mean, I was tolerant. You said shut up numerous times, more than most hosts would allow for. And then I gave you the option not to say it again. And I told you what would happen if you did say it again. And then you said it again, knowing the possibility or knowing with certainty that you would be kicked off. And I kicked you off. Man of my word, Crazy.
Anyway, Grumps, the only
Crazy. And the thing is, when I do speak, I like to be as clear as possible, unlike some people. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
Yeah, the only thing I've challenged him on is veganism, because that's my main argument about everything. And he said to me, he was a vegan. Well, in my opinion, he's not. And that's the only argument we have, because the rest of this stuff he talks about, I don't know what in God's name he is talking about. It's all over my head, I'm afraid. And it is. What does it mean? Anyway, never mind. Anyway, as for angels and demons, I've read about them. I've never seen one, though, so are they true? I don't know. I've got no idea. But knowing this fucking planet and knowing this world, they probably are true. Oh, that's another one. DW. We were talking about the world and Earth. And he said to me, the world and Earth are two different things. Why is it when we talk about the world, we mean the world that we see, yes?
Sorry, say that again, Chickpea.
We had a row about, I was talking about me, I said the world is a shit house, okay? What I mean by the world is a shit house, most people when they talk about the world, they mean the world they see. I mean human race, the buildings, how we behave, all the crap we do. That's, in my world, has always been when you say the world, blah, 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 that is what you are deemed to, what it's meant to my 70 years. But
I mean, some people say the world is like the social sphere.
Yes, exactly.
And the planet is the geographical one.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean. We had a row about that. I don't know.
Anyway, Gracie, I hope you're calming down and learning to self-soothe and learning to sit back, relax, and not get so overtly agitated unnecessarily. You say it's an act, perhaps it is an act, but it's an act that does you little service in your apparent goal of publicizing and spreading your philosophy. At the moment, it's an act that I would say would win very little audience. So I would say go away, think about what you've done, and come back a better man. Chickpea, go ahead.
I've finished now. Usual. My argument's veganism. It's all the same. Plus, he feeds his child meat. He feeds his child meat that comes from a dumpster. I wouldn't feed my cats meat that comes from a dumpster, and I wouldn't.
Duke Reagan says Gracie thinks he's a guru that can teach us all the correct way. Trouble is, most folk don't know what he's talking about. That's some food for thought there, Gracie, from Duke. He says, though, Gracie says he doesn't care. It's his act, not mine. Okay, fair enough. Cougar Doomer says from his vantage point on the matters, he says Grazie's philosophy is rule through power. He's viewing you as some kind of tyrannical maniac lording over us.
Ian W.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, please? Because, God, I'm shocked, to be honest. The comments, the responses, this is a unique perspective that's coming from Gracie, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not just saying that because he's my husband. If he was talking shit, I'd say he's talking shit. But he's not, guys. What the fuck is going on?
He does talk shit.
Why? Why, Chickpea? Why? Justify it.
No, right, okay, vegan. Well, go back to veganism, okay? Because that's my argument about life, right?
I don't appreciate it, right? You saying that I fucking eat out of dumpsters when it's a fucking food bank. It's a food bank because I'm struggling.
You see?
All right, Chickpea, darling, Chickpea. If we are going to move forward and try and make peace and have a meaningful conversation, we can concede, can't you, that they don't eat out of dumpsters, they eat out of food banks. That's fine. That's fair enough.
Said dumpster. He said dumpster to me.
Did he? Okay, well.
I can remember it.
Well, anyway.
Can I speak now?
The point
literally,
is,
right? I'm just sick, right? People just assuming shit and think they know every single bit of our lives, and they have no idea.
He said to me, I asked him.
Question.
Have you finished?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I asked him if he was a vegan. He said to me, yes. A few sentences later, he tells me he eats meat. Okay. Well, you cannot be a vegan and eat meat. Even if your food comes from a food bank or from a dumpster, you're eating meat.
Even if you don't contribute with money?
Yes, even if you... It's
you see, I would agree because I think...
What gives you the right to agree to... What?
Elisa, I would agree you can't be vegan if you eat meat. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, right? You eating the meat in the food bank, yeah, is causing a fluctuation in the supply and demand.
Surely that meat going in the bin is more loss than the fact of the animal dying in the fucking first place.
You taking the meat means that another person who is an out-and-out carnivore or omnivore.
Who made you fucking king, you wanker? That's what you think, not what other people think, eh? And no one has to fucking agree with you, asshole.
I know that
no one has to agree with you. Dane W's not the fucking king, you prick. You'll sit down there and let people rag on us. You're a fucking ass.
No,
you know that?
no,
you are. I'm not the good. I'm telling you. You are a genuine asshole, and I've realised that about you. You haven't got a fucking clue. You're a dull cunt, and you let people speak my wife like that. What a fucking prick you are.
I haven't said to him.
Fuck you. I don't want nothing.
You've had too many sherbets. Too many sherbets there. Too many sherbets tonight, Gracie, I'm afraid. I was going to say, if I could make my point, right? Now, Gracie, are you there? Gracie, brother.
My point is this, right?
I don't give a fuck about your point. That's the problem.
No.
I'm not. I haven't called your wife names, and neither has Chickpea.
Yeah, you have. No, you have. You have.
No,
you stuck up
I
a people.
never
No.
will.
Chickpea's incorrect, and we're correct, and you're standing by someone incorrect, which is not fair. Why are you doing that?
You fucking
Listen
bastard!
to her, DNW. You don't say fuck all, do you, about this? Look at how inclusive she is. You haven't got a kind bone in her body, and you've said so yourself, you lying prick. So why don't you stop being gutless and tell her the truth what you say about her behind her back?
I've never said one mean word.
Yes,
about
you have.
Chickpea.
I've heard you. I've even got him recording. I'll prove it. I won't say any more. I'll prove it instead. DNW. You're full of shit, buddy. All you do is contradict yourself, right?
You're a troublemaker.
I tell you what, then be a man. Then ask. Go on. Ask Dirty what he thinks.
Let me
Go on,
hear it.
DNW. Ask Dirty if he agrees with you. All right. So I'd like to know what Dirty thinks.
Well, can I make my point before you go on another fucking weird, neurotic fucking tirade? Please.
Yeah, I suppose. And
I'm going to remove you just until I make my point. Okay. Why?
No, it's okay. I'll listen. I will listen.
Why I think you're not a vegan. Okay. Now the point is, all right, there is this thing called supply and demand. Now, there are a certain number of people who have an ideological attachment to veganism. They think it's wrong to cause animals to be harmed unnecessarily. Yeah. Okay. Now, they would view it in terms of dietary requirements unnecessary to enclose, capture, kill, harm animals. You don't need to do that in the modern world. There are other ways of sourcing nutrition. Now, the thing is, in the world of supply and demand, okay, as I said, there are a certain number of people who ideologically are vegans, okay? Then there are other people who are not vegans. If you as a vegan go to a food bank and take meat and eat meat, what you're doing is you are taking meat from people who would otherwise have taken that can, okay, and brought it home. So you're eating meat, and what you're doing is you're causing the carnivores or the omnivores to try and source their meat elsewhere, okay? So because the demand is still the same. The demand is still the same. The demand has remained unchanged. And the demand is there. So those people who are not vegans are going to go and try and find meat elsewhere. And that will mean if everybody did what you did, more animals would be harmed. More animals would be farmed. More animals would be brought to slaughter because vegans will be picking up meat for free from food banks. It may be outside of, it's not even out, it's not outside of the realm of supply and demand. It has a negative effect. And the negative effect is it causes more animals to be harmed by animal agriculture. That's my point. Does that make sense, Chickpea?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
That's all I'm saying, Gracie. That's why I do not consider you a vegan. Now, you're welcome to come on and say why you think you still are a vegan, but I don't think you are. I think if every vegan did what you do, then more animals would be harmed than is currently the case when vegans do not eat meat.
Also, can I just add, DNW? The reason why I always
I don't know where Gracie's gone, by the way, but he has left the studio.
The reason why I always ask people if they're meat eaters or not is that you know how I feel about non-vegans. They disgust me, and I think they are contaminated individuals, contaminated by the whole industry. And I just like to distance myself from them. I know that sounds an evil thing to do, but I've had 71 years of their shit. And quite frankly, I don't want to share a table with them anymore.
So, by the way, Gracie, now that you might be watching in the background, was that the real you? You say you were an act all this time. Was the real you the psychotic, out of control, psychopathic maniac that we just witnessed? Or was that an act too? Do let us know, please. Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Yes, I know I'm on the Finding Gnosis show. I don't want to say anything. I'm just here listening and mugging, you know.
He is looks-maxing, mogging us all with his good hair and cheekbones and all that. And that's just his game. Okay, Dirty Lowlife, are you going to say...
showing up there. I'm just showing up the ugly people. There you are.
There you
Speak
go.
for
There you go.
yourself.
He's a very confident man, Chickpea. Dirty Lowlife, are you there?
Yes, has to be. He has to be.
No more mean comments. You two have made peace. Dirty Lowlife.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
Dirty Lowlife, what did you think of my point about
I don't.
Crazy not
Yeah,
really
yuck.
being vegan? What do you think of what just happened?
Oh, yeah,
Overall? You as the observer.
Oh,
Went
yeah.
down.
Yeah, that's difficult. I must say, I feel very triggered. This is very like my traumatic childhood, and is like, as I said in the chat, it's a carbon copy of my family dynamic, basically. What I've observed is that Gracie is trying to construct every meaning as he goes along and wants to have an objective definition that we agree on in order to allow the conversation to progress. And nobody else's mind works like that, it appears. Other people are happy to use words subjectively. And then Gracie has something in him that is, I'm going to use the phrase wedlock to the truth. And I think that is what allows the, I'm going to say, raw emotion to come out. Because he's on a crusade for the truth, so he's got this cavalier need to define all of the terms that are in the conversation before we can move on, and it causes a lot of friction with with individuals whose minds don't work that way.
Can I also add something? I'd like to add a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead, Kenny.
So, yeah, if anyone with Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman, where he's looking after his autistic brother.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it's fair to hold Crazy Guru totally responsible for his outbursts, because he has a mental illness called autism, and that means he has diminished responsibility. What we should be doing is looking upon him like our lovable child that we need to help. And we help him by giving him a space to vent. He's entertainment, but let's not be too harsh on him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
how to
I
rein
didn't
in
kick
his
him
love.
off, by the way, guys. He left off his own accord. I told him he was welcome to come back on, and he was backstage. I was just trying to make a point, and that's fair enough. I mean, it's an open panel, and you're meant to let others talk, including me as the host. So it was just a moment to make a point and then bring Gracie back on, but he chose to leave. And Gracie, if you're there, I hope you're finding a way to self-soothe, have deep breaths, and feel a bit better. Okay, so moving on then. Dirty Lowlife, have you got anything to say about angels and demons and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. So I think we've seen quite a lot of domains come out tonight, mainly in the ego, but it also relates to the parts of the body as well. And I think we are fractured beings within ourselves. We need to become whole. And when we slip into some fractured part of ourselves, we become demonic. And yeah, the whole tension in raised voices and things. Yeah, I'm straight back into my childhood, and I'm this little quivering thing inside my body somewhere. And if you can feel that going on, and here's an idea for you. In school, you were taught, "I want your undivided attention," and I think that was a big misdirection. I think you want to split your attention. You want to be looking in your inner world at the same time as looking outer world, what's happening. And that will help you stay anchored to the moment so that you can actually still be engaged with what's happening despite your trauma.
Okay, now there's a question on the screen there, Dirty. Would you like to answer that for me? Because I feel like you would be the you probably have a similar perspective to me on the matter. His wife, Alyssa, says Gracie said he will come back on, but can I explain why he can't tell me to shut up? Now, bear in mind, he did tell me to shut up many times, and I let him say it. And then I found the tonality of his voice was getting increasingly aggressive, increasingly irate. And I would say, I'm not a psychiatrist or I don't claim to be, but I would say if I was a psychiatrist, I would say increasingly psychotic, increasingly out of touch, increasingly out of control.
Yeah.
And I would say at that point, I thought this man needs help. This man is not in a good place. He needs to be shown some social norms. If I continue to allow him to be out of control in a public sphere, I'm not doing this man any good. I want to treat him as an equal, as I would any other human being. And that would mean talking to him as Kenny would talk to me, as I would talk to Kenny. Because if Kenny told me to shut up more than once and it got increasingly aggressive, I would say, please don't say that again. And Kenny, I know, would say the same thing to me. Yeah. And dirty lowlife.
I think you've done the right thing, because although he has autism, it's still important to show them boundaries, because that's the only way they're going to learn.
And this is it. I'm treating him as an equal. I'm not treating him like, I don't believe in discrimination.
And that's the right thing to do. That's the right
I
thing
wasn't
to do.
kicking him off the show. I put him backstage until I made the point, and I clearly communicated to him that I'm just putting you backstage until I make my point. Now, I'll be honest with you. If he didn't communicate to me that he had autism or a different way of some kind of neurodivergence, I would have kicked him off the show, no problem.
Well,
but I made allowances for him. I made allowances.
He calls it metacognitive IQ.
He calls it metacognitive IQ. But again, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't claim to be. But if I was a psychiatrist, I think I'd probably say he has autism. But again, I'm not a psychiatrist. So please don't take my word on that. If I was a psychiatrist, though, I'd probably say you have autism instead of metacognitive IQ. I would say you might have metacognitive IQ, but clearly there's a lot of autistic things going on. But I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't claim to be a psychiatrist, but if I was a psychiatrist. So you're welcome to come back on. But Dirty Lowlife, would you like to say anything about what I just said? In relation
a couple of things.
Was it out of order that I told him not to tell me to shut up? Was that out of order? As his wife, who has strongly taken his side, seems to think.
I think the problem, I'm going to try and speak as objectively as I can. I think the problem that we all have here as a group is that there is a power dynamic. And that's simply the nature of the software and the infrastructure that we're using. DNW is running the show, and I am not. I have a mute button for myself, and DNW has a mute button for everybody. So whether we like it or not, and whether DNW likes it or not, DNW is wielding a power over the show that the rest of us aren't wielding. And that means, well, he is at the tiller of the ship. So ultimately, he's carving the course of the show. And here's an example. I could have chosen to interrupt Gracie and say something. Instead, I chose to just be quiet and listen. So we all have our sort of course to cut, but what power we wield, given the current setup, is, I don't know. I'm not really sure what my point is, but other than I don't know how I could arbitrate what's going on here. So you do what you do in the moment, DNW, as you see fit. So I simply hope that something comes about where we can actually talk about what went on in the future, and that this discourse continues.
Yeah. Now, I will say, Alyssa's avatar here, which I presume is Gracie talking, there's a message coming up saying, I don't have autism. So he's communicating that he doesn't have autism. He has metacognitive IQ. So in that case, then I don't feel obliged to treat you in any way differently. And maybe I made a mistake by giving you more leeway than I would have given to anybody else, or I would have expected from anybody else. Because if I got aggressive with somebody the way you did, and I'm a normie, I'm not autistic, I would expect them to maybe give me some harsh words, maybe leave the stream, and vice versa. If they continually acted in an aggressive manner, I'm sure they would know that there was a line and the connection could be cut at some point.
Can I just read something
but
out
the fact
quickly,
that you're not
DNW?
autistic, to me, is less of a defense for your actions and more of a, in actual fact, maybe I gave you too much leeway. If you're not autistic, then maybe my expectations of you should have been higher, rather than the low bar I gave you in terms of allowing you to get away with perhaps more than I allow others to get away with. Sorry, Kenny.
Yeah, I just keyed in. Is metacognitive IQ a mental illness? It said no. So I said,
This is
is
it, brother. It's not a mental illness.
metacognitive IQ, is it problematic? And so it says it can be problematic when intense metacognition can lead to chronic overthinking, ruminating on thoughts, and increased self-consciousness. Research shows a link between high metacognitive awareness and lower mood, as heightened awareness can increase distress.
Yeah, I can see, but again, if we are coming at this from the angle that he is now coming at it, that he hasn't got some kind of mental impairment or disability, then this is just two human beings having a conversation, and part of having a conversation is making allowances for others to speak, and not being overtly aggressive when there's no need to be. Now, Alyssa says,
which evidently can lead to anxiety and aggression.
I agree with you. Now, Alyssa says, Alyssa, who I presume is Grazy speaking on his wife's account, says, are you all talking about my act like it's real? He's very confused. So now he's moved the goalpost yet again, and he says it was all an act. Okay, but I mean, you do have to. No, I don't think it was an act. It seemed, if that was an act, you should be maybe in Hollywood. You should be on the big screen, because you are a fantastic actor. Because I really thought you were being a rageful moron in that. Like, I literally thought, Crazy, you were a rageful moron. And if you're telling me you're not a rageful moron, and that was an act, then I feel that you should be on the big screen. You should be on the silver screen, because your depiction of being a rageful moron was so lifelike, so realistic. I did not for one moment think it was an act. I thought, Crazy, you are a rageful moron. But now that you're telling me it's an act, honestly, it's probably some of the best acting I've ever seen. What do you think, Kenny?
Definitely not an act.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, I think this comes down to definition of terms again.
That's him losing his shit. That's him losing his shit.
I think it comes down to definition of terms again.
But
in the sense
you know what?
that,
I still like him. I do. I like you, Crazy Guru, and I hope to see you back on again.
I love him for what he is. And Chickpea, you're in the Fighting Ocean, so you're back again, darling. Good to have you back.
I disconnected myself. Yeah, I'm just listening, guys.
Ask Dirty what he thinks. Does he agree that? Oh, so yeah, but you were. Look, it wasn't you, was it? It was your this act. You were acting as a rageful moron. I wasn't calling you a rageful moron. I was calling you were acting out the part of a rageful moron. I mean, surely as an actor you understand this. I'm talking about the character you were playing, not you as an individual. You already said it was an act. Do you understand, Dirty Lowlife, why I was saying he was acting out the role of a character who was a rageful moron in the moment?
Yeah, I do understand.
You understand why?
I think it comes down to terms where I think we are using act in a sense of an act is something that's false rather than something that's true, where Grazy is talking about an act as if it's something that you simply enact.
Oh, I see.
We're talking totally cross purposes again, which is
maybe this is the metacognitive IQ coming. Yeah, exactly that. It's causing this cross purposes in conversation. So what you're saying is his act was his will being manifested on us, rather than him pretending to be somebody. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was willing. He was manifesting. His will was to manifest the impression to us that he was a rageful moron. Well, again, you did it.
Well, I don't know what his intention was, but yeah.
Okay. Grazy, come back on if you want to and explain what the hell is going on, because again, I'm confused. He said, should you guess this stuff when AI can help? See, I don't know if it can help us, Alyssa, because most people are not metacognitive IQ individuals who act as rageful morons from time to time. So if
At the
I
end
went,
of the day, it's just a label. It's just
it's
another
just a label. Yeah. The thing is, if I went on ChatGPT and asked it about this, it would give me the normie definition, as in, because it would go to like the common consensus on the matter rather than give me the obscure, strangely outlier, kind of unusual kind of descriptional matters like Gracie comes up with. I'm not saying he's wrong, but he's definitely an outlier. And we make allowances as best as we can. He says, is your argument
remember
AI can't help? Again, I'm casting doubt over whether it can, because clearly AI is built upon, I would say, an algorithmic tendency to move towards the consensus on a matter rather than obscure, strange descriptions of what is going on from one person. One person.
Could be, you know,
May
how
I add, one person.
Gracie Guru, he showed us a photograph of him in his army uniform, right?
Yes.
Well, maybe he had some post-traumatic stress disorder from his days in the military.
I don't want to.
Possible.
I don't want. Yeah, I mean, obviously that is possible, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to cast aspersions over what is happening. Other than he said
I'm
to
not
us,
doing that in a demeaning way. I'm doing that in a like compassionate way, that
I
to understand the possibility of his suffering.
I understand that, but the thing is, the truth is, at the moment, I can only take him as a man who's telling me he's a metacognitive. He's a person with high metacognitive IQ, and he thinks it's Jesus. But he says he's going to come on. He's going to come on as Carl, but not Gracie. Okay, brother.
Grumps, like I said to you, I have been in group
yes,
therapy.
yes, brother. He says, "Do you want to talk to the actor at last?" So, yes, brother. That would be I'd be highly appreciative of that, brother. Thank you.
I heard all this sort of nonsense when I was in hospital. I'm that. I'm Jesus.
I like that he has his own views on reality. I think I implore everybody to have their own views on reality. That is a good thing to do. Don't go along with don't go along with what's happening around you without questioning it. And he does question it. I've got to hand it to him. You know, he questions.
He doesn't question what he says about himself, though, does it? Like back to the vegan thing. Okay, now he doesn't.
Let's be honest. Let's allow him to come on as the actor, as the man himself, playing the roles, playing the many roles.
Can I just bring up a point that you remind me of, DNW? I meant to bring this up earlier when we were on the sort of show topic more directly. But I wonder if you guys have heard of a guy called Jerry Mazinski. He basically worked as a therapist with schizophrenics. And for a long time, he had the standard medical view of schizophrenics where the individual is a monopsyche, and if it breaks into pieces, then it has a problem, and you call it a psychological disorder. And something in him one day just twigged that, what if I spoke to the voices in the schizophrenic's head as if it was its own entity? Because the schizophrenic claims this voice isn't me, it's something else talking to me. So he decided to talk directly to the voice. And what he found is that the voice would talk back to him as a separate entity. Individuals didn't know. And so, yeah, again, I'm always harking back to the idea of the egregore and this thought form that exists beyond the individual as a being, if that makes sense. So, yeah, it makes me wonder a lot about the nature of conversation and who you're actually talking to.
That's what I was thinking, yes. Because I tell you, Dirty, and I've been, I've had a ton of psychotherapy and group therapy, and I heard all this sort of stuff that I'm hearing here when I was in group therapy. Now,
his wife says, please understand, he puts these ego characters forward in order to do his best to communicate with peers around him. He is doing his best. Yeah. We all, but by the way, we all are doing our best.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel the same way.
calling the rest of us a bunch of ignorant cunts and screaming at us isn't the best strategy to communicate with his peers, I must say.
That's true, Kenny. I would agree with that. Yeah, calling us all a shower of ignorant cunts,
Yeah.
I would say, isn't perhaps the best strategy going forward. Is that fair enough?
Even if it is true.
Yeah, even if it is true, that's something you might want to keep under your hat and work with. Knowing the kind of limitations of your peers, you might want to keep that under your hat and work around it somehow. Just some advice. Take it or leave it. But we're waiting for Grazy, the real Grazy. Could the real Grazy please stand up? We're waiting for him to come on and tell us what the hell's going on. But while we didn't get to read about Jinn, I did have an article on Jinn.
Isn't that Jinn what the Muslims believe in?
Yeah, they believe in there's a spiritual world running along parallel to ours.
Yeah, well, there is. Yes, even David Icke says that. So we can't see it because we can only see something like 0.5% of what's
in many
around
ways,
us.
it's similar to the Christian view of the angels and the Jewish view of the
we
angels.
We just don't see them. Apparently, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just saying what's written. I don't know. I've never seen one.
It is kind of yeah. We were talking about a lot of this earlier, Chippy. We didn't go into the Jinn, but it's interesting. It's
Same difference, yeah.
There's a lot of etymology overlaps with gin and alcohol. Alcohol
yeah,
is
I don't know if that is.
ghoul, isn't it?
But then again, and then spirits as well. When you
spirit and ghoul and alcohol.
Yes. Interesting.
And that's the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where the same individual split from themselves by the spirit.
We're waiting for Grazy.
Isn't that just when this? Oh, never mind. I don't know what the word is even.
Go on, Chickpea. What's the thought?
The words split personality. Yes.
Yes, yeah, I think that goes into what we've been talking about in the show. I was going to mention earlier as well some of the findings of MK Ultra and the other MK mind control programs were that you can split the psyche into multiple pieces to the point where they don't know of each other's existence.
Yeah, I came across that when I was in the psychiatric unit because I was I had a horrible childhood and I ended up in hospital, and that was in one of the groups I used to belong to. There was people there with 4 or 5 different personalities. It was all down to childhood abuse.
Guys, Carl is here now. Carl, the weird thing is you actually look a bit different. I don't know what it is. It looks like you've taken on your own persona now. This is you, and you look different. I'm not joking. You look like you're being controlled by something else. There's something. Your eyes are different. There's something different about you. I can't quite put my finger on it. That je ne sais pas. I don't know what it is, but there's something about you different.
The specialty people don't understand is that to be
take your time, brother.
To lose yourself in a great act. Sometimes it's best to remove everything away from a trigger to another act. That way you forget how to get back for a moment. And that's the secret. So, bravo. Oh, you said? Yeah? No, I didn't say that. I'm sorry, words. The host. Is his name Dean?
Yeah, I'm here.
DNW, his stop getting emotional. You're doing good. He yes, you just gonna hold my hand. He said about slow. He said, DNW, say what he said again. He was I I had the answer. I forgot what you said. It's too much. Hmm?
Take time, bro.
No. It was great. The appearance. Yes. To lose oneself in the act, you need to remove all triggers from, like on the screen, the first scene act. Because the first scene act, someone somewhere in here, someone said, no. Did someone say something about split personality disorder?
I think Chippy did, but I don't know if she's referring to you.
No, I have the can't flip. Hold on, please. Hand. Yeah, I have the. I have some pull. I have an opposite point to that.
Carl, it's okay. You don't have to explain yourself.
I'm aware
you
that
can go to bed and go to sleep.
That's true, actually, brother. You don't actually have to.
I know. No, I want to. I'm enjoying myself.
If this is the real you, I don't think you're in any fit state right now.
If
you
this
can
is
go
the
to
real
bed
you, Carl,
and have
if
a
this is
sleep.
the real, I agree with Kenny. If this is the real
I can
you,
see
Carl,
you're struggling, man. Just get some sleep and feel better in the morning.
Making me struggle. This is the only thing making me struggle right now. What did I do wrong?
Right, Kenny, give him a chance.
I'm sorry.
His wife is with him. He's got the support of his wife. Go ahead.
You never done anything wrong. You just made a mistake.
Can I ask you all to do me one thing that I beg of you, please, above all other things? The only time I have difficulty is when loving souls like yourself think you understand to think for me. And I can see why, but when you look at yourself, does yourself tell you to do that? Because myself tells me never to do that to another. You don't like it when it's done to you. So, Kenny, DNW, I love you both. And so that it's coming together. Nerves are all. I know you come from a nice place, which creates this narcissistic look for most people. They can't say. Yeah, even the fear in me is good. But I want to be able to tell you the truth. Can you promise me you won't get upset if I tell you? If I say it?
Promise I'll never get upset with you, Carl.
No. If I tell you the truth, is most suffering I have is when people I'm not. I'm talking about the avatars, not you, because I don't know how serious you are, but when you try to tell me that you somehow can tell me how I'm feeling because of the way you see me, and shut, Carl, stop slow. I know it's coming from a place of love. It's the only thing that hurts me. Crazy that, isn't it? That I don't want you guys to think for me. I want me to think for me. I want. No, you don't want. You need. Sorry. I need, like, the thing that hurts me in the background that I can't speak is when you pretend my needs are wants and you can use them against me to control my character and tell me that my Gracie has got to perform to your dance. And that's when Gracie tries to protect me. And the only one he's really getting emotional about is, I'll say in his words, okay, that you fucking cunts preach what you preach, but you ignore this underneath. And what you're really doing is, it's not classified. Who said it? Who said it? Kenny, like Kenny said, it's not classified as a disability because there's not enough study to understand the problems, because some people decide they have a right to say I'm autistic. I am labeled autistic because it's the closest family relative to what I am. But I'm not anything. I was given something different to you guys. But because it's not a black skin or a dick, in another man's ass, there's no rules to tell you you can't be cruel to me. And that's why Gracie gets upset with you, because he sees the ignorance and sees me giving up everything to help.
Thank you. Carl, Carl, but you know, we weren't actually being mean to you. We were being mean to the act you were putting on, which was a rageful moron.
No,
you told us it wasn't you. So we're not actually being mean to you. Do you get what I'm saying here, brother? We were being mean to the act which you were putting on, which was an obnoxious cunt. Now, that is not you, Carl. You were being rude. You were being mean to us. You were telling us to shut up. You were calling us ignorant cunts.
We
weren't being mean to you, Carl. We were being mean to the character you were portraying on screen, which was that of an obnoxious cunt, a domineering bollocks, a shithead.
Yeah, no, Gracie. I designed him like a. He's great. I can't. Stop.
I
can't fib.
I'm finding it hard to
Sorry.
understand half of what you're saying, or more than half.
All right. Well, let him. Guys, by the way, I would implore you to shut the fuck up and do not say anything demeaning to this man. And I'm talking to you, Fatima, because you do have a history of doing that.
Fatima loves me.
When you're talking, please only serious questions. So don't be do not be mean. Thank you.
Well, I'm serious. Like, what?
Yeah, can I just explain the finish of that thing before? Because
character
we talked earlier, D&W, me and him.
Yeah, I mean, Fatima is the only one out of anybody that saw Carl. We've had private talks about this.
Yeah, we did a few times.
Fatima's see me and Mova settled. Dirty like this. Settled arena where my ticks are not there. I'm very playful. And as you can see, I am settling everything, but to go from crazy to this is a difficult process.
Carl, have you ever thought of you call yourself an actor? Have you ever thought of maybe trying to build a better character in the parts that you're trying to use to, you know, navigate the world, orient the world, maybe kill Crazy and maybe bring another character into being? I don't know what you could call him, whatever you want, but maybe Crazy isn't very good for Carl.
No,
Can I also just point out that Carl has in brackets the first scene act in capital letters, so that's like communicating to us that.
Oh,
it's
okay. So
an
you
act,
are also
right?
He's also an act. Is that what you're saying?
Aren't you? Sorry.
I think that's it. Is that what Crazy Carl, the act, the true being, all of the layers are pointing at is that there is no escape from the layers of the onion. That's what we've been talking about. You can't get away from the act. You can't get away from just being an ego in some representation.
I got question. Ready.
Wait, hold on a second. No, 1 second, Carl. I'm going to mute you, and I don't think you, as the real Carl, will call me a cunt for doing that. So we'll wait and see. I've muted you now. But Jay says,
I want to share the screen. I want to play a song on YouTube for Carl.
Yeah, we will in a moment, please. Jay says, we have to remember this is the same guy who, along with his wife, said they instigate, manipulate, and fake drama just for entertainment and clout. They told us this. I'm not making it up. Jay is saying that. Now, that was said in the chat the other day by his wife that he is gaming us. Was that the word? Or he's trolling us, or he's playing us. That was said something along those lines, that you are playing us. Please do not play with us. Don't play with us. We're sensitive souls, Cole. How dare you?
Yeah, it's
It's kind of psychopathic. Can you do less of that, please?
I would say that if Carl is trolling, he lets on, or he knows a lot more than he lets on, because I hear him talk about things. It sounds like he's very well versed in medicine or hermeticism and the occult, and if that's the case, then he is just trying to play the role of the trickster.
I mean, if I can interject, Carl, do you think it's healthy to like always play this character of Crazy Guru all the time, like on these for hours on end? Because you do play this character for hours on end for a consecutive amount of days, Carl. Do you think that's good for you in the long run? I don't. As a person who takes interest in you, I don't think that's good for you. Like psychologically, I don't think that's good for you.
I got. So you okay now?
Yeah. I'm here. Don't worry.
Carl, I have a song for you. If D&W can share my screen.
Will the real Crazy Guru please stand up? No, go ahead, Kenny. I'm gonna. All right, you ready?
There's no real Crazy Guru. Huh? Is that okay?
Remember when you ran away and I got on my knees and begged you not to leave because I'd go berserk? Well, you left me anyhow, and then the days got worse and worse, and now you see I've gone completely out of my mind.
Kenny, make the screen big.
They're coming to take me away, ha-ha. They're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha. To the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and they're coming to take me away, ha-ha. You thought it was a joke, and so you laughed. You laughed when I had said that losing you would make me flip my lid. Right? You know you laughed. I heard you laugh. You laughed and laughed, and then you left. But now you know I'm utterly mad. And they're coming to take me away, ha-ha. They're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha. To the happy home with trees and flowers and chirping birds and basket weavers who sit and smile and twiddle their thumbs and toes, and they're coming to take me away, ha-ha. I cooked your food, I cleaned your house, and this is how you pay me back for all my kind, unselfish, loving deeds. Ha? Well, you just wait, they'll find you yet, and when they do, they'll put you in the ASPCA, you mangy mutt. And they're coming to take me away, ha-ha, they're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and they're coming to take me away, ha-ha, to the happy home with trees and flowers and chirping birds and basket weavers who sit and smile and twiddle their thumbs and toes, and they're coming to take me away.
Okay, thanks for that, Kenny.
What was that song? What the?
They're coming to take me away. Yeah.
God.
I mean, Crazy isn't insane. He is an actor playing a part. They're not coming to take him away. This is for some reason.
I still got really.
Is this a hobby?
Me, look, can slow down. Can I ask a question?
You just did.
That I formed when you first started ask. You still when you first started asking questions, you were bombarded, but it was strange. I received a couple of questions, but not a chance to ask them. But the first one was relevant because it kind of asked me about my act and if it was relevant for me and stuff like that. And I got a question which I was wondering if anybody can answer afterwards. We never time to think on it. Is this, why is it that someone like me can show you, prove to you that I had to build all my own language for me to be able to communicate with you guys in my own laws, logic. I had to do it all by myself, with no training. Nobody understood me.
Thing is, Carl, your act at the moment looks less real than Crazy Guru to me, and I don't mean to be dismissive of you as an individual, but this is the bizarre situation you're in. If this is the real you, it looks less authentic than Crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm being I'm sorry to say that. Now that is a huge hurdle for you to overcome, and I don't know what.
Carl, calm down, Carl.
Stop, bro.
Okay, he's shaking. He's convulsing.
Please,
He's shaking.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Please.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, calm down. Calm down. Take some water, warm water, coffee, milk.
Coffee has caffeine in it, and it's a stimulant. That's the last thing you need right now.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, sorry. I was drinking some warm milk.
Herbal tea.
Warm milk. No, warm soy milk. Yeah.
Warm soy milk. Yeah, warm soy milk.
Have a cup of.
I'm sorry. Please.
Okay.
All right, 1 second. I don't really know.
Please, babe.
All right, baby, wait. Please, I'm waiting. I'm sorry.
Hi,
Sorry, DNW, can you speak a minute? What questions do you want to ask, darling? Because I've got Gracie in my ear a minute, baby.
No, I mean, we're just wondering because
You
we're
good?
saying
Gracie says he's sorry. I just need to get that out there. I'm sorry. I just got to get that out there. He's sorry.
He doesn't need to be sorry.
There's no need to be sorry. There's nothing to be
There's
sorry
no need
for.
to be sorry.
No.
There's no free will.
Oh, doesn't need to be sorry. Gracie's not real. Fuck. Don't we all act? Don't we all do this?
Yes, yeah. It's all an act. What's happening is that some people are unconsciously creating an ego, and other people are consciously creating an ego, and they don't live in the same world. And that's why they can't communicate with each other.
And the assumptions with personal claims that they feel they know that is absolute. And I'm like, you know nothing about this. Ask questions.
I think people
unfortunately, that seems to be the common cause in human affairs. Everyone is going to judge anyone, no matter who they are. Like everyone's going to judge you, and you just have to like be stronger than. I don't want to be harsh, but you just have to be stronger. Everyone
12 years
judges me, you know. Everyone
12 years
in the world judges me.
How much longer?
I have to act because I haven't got an ego. Anybody want to lend me their ego? No, they don't have ego. Have I got to fucking stay in the darkness forever? Have I got to stay in the darkness forever?
Carl, can I ask you a question, mate?
I need to make an ego. I don't know what one is. I'm alone in a world where none of you
Carl.
are there. You're not
Carl,
there.
can I talk to you, mate?
Who are you? Where are you two? It's just me. You don't where are you?
Carl.
You're all egos. I haven't got one, so I had to make one up.
Carl, can I speak to you, mate?
Fuck you, you've got him. You've got him.
Carl, please talk to me, brother.
Carl, calm down.
Oh.
Why can't I have one? Tell him out. Why can't I have one?
Okay.
Oh. Alyssa, are you there? Can you hear me?
Dirty Lola, I'm going to let you.
Sorry, I'm going to.
Alyssa, can you hear me? Alyssa, I'd love to talk to Carl if you can convince him to speak to me.
I'm emotional right now. I'm going to get off.
I'll speak to you on the phone if you want to.
I'd
love to talk to you.
I need another voice. Thank you, Dave.
You go be with him and I'll phone you, all right? Okay, I'll speak to you in a mo.
I love you all.
I love you too.
Okay.
Take care now.
Yeah, they need a break.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm just going to go talk to them for a moment and make sure Alyssa's all right. She's got a lot to deal with.
Yeah, if you have their contacts, you should really see how they're doing right now.
Yep. Take care.
Please do, actually. Please do.
I will.
Crazy, if you're listening, or Carl, Act 1, Scene 1, I hope you're going to, be okay. You got a lovely wife. You got, a lot to enjoy in life. Try to see the positive. Remember, you're always welcome on the Finding Gnosis show. We haven't rejected you. We find you fascinating. And in many ways, maybe this is good. Maybe it's good that the acts are being thrown away and we're seeing a glimpse of the real Carl, the Carl underneath, the Carl we want to get to know.
He could be a great guy, the actual Carl. He could be like one of the most like kindest persons ever, but he just like uses these like false personas to like, I guess, make him appear like, I don't know, more Smarter than I don't know. I don't know what could be the case about this whole thing. I just like walked in, you know, metaphorically speaking, of course, I walked in here without knowing. I saw, yeah, I kind of missed what happened, but I don't think it was good, you know.
One question I have is that some kind of double act that the two of them are in on, and they're fooling
I don't want to cast
for
aspersions
clout.
now. I don't want to be accused of, saying something slanderous or,
Well, that's why I'm asking it as a question.
Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
I mean, look, to me, it didn't look 100%.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm
yeah.
saying.
Me
It
neither.
looked like, as I said to him, the previous version that we saw, the Grazy, that looked more genuine than what we just saw. And I meant that and also his wife as well. That looked a bit disingenuous. It didn't look. I'm just saying. I'm the type of person that is sometimes. Well, I think I'm quite intuitive, and
A
something
bit too
doesn't
melodramatic, because if that
exactly.
was real,
No.
and
He said he's
she's
not autistic, but if he
I'm
is
talking
autistic,
about this pretend fit that he was maybe pretend fit that he was having just before she came on, right?
no,
If that
look.
was real, and she's his caregiver, then surely she would have gotten him off of this panel if it was causing him stress.
That's true. I mean, if she is a
Yeah.
caregiver, then maybe also it's not good for
That's
him
what's
to come on
making
the
me
panel.
thinking that they're doing it for clicks and exposure and clout.
Yeah, that's what Yerfdog says. If he is truly sick, then letting him on the show is cruel. If he's acting, then letting him on the show is a detriment to everyone else. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is why I was in a no-win situation, because I shouldn't have to treat a fully grown man, as a child, as somebody unequal to me. So
sometimes you do.
yeah, well, no, I don't know about that actually. Fatima, give me one example. But when I treat everybody in the same way, in my view, I say I give people a warning, and sometimes I give more than one warning, but there is a line, and I extend it more than most. I would say I'm more merciful than many in that regard. But to say there should be a special dispensation for him when he told me he's not autistic. This is a problem. This is a problem. This is a classic problem of the internet. I mean, maybe he has deep-rooted
Trauma?
psychiatric issues, but I'm not a psychiatrist.
Of course.
I'm not a professional psychiatrist. I told him that tonight. I'm not a psychiatrist. I've already said in the disclaimer, if you are suffering in any way, get help, professional help. Don't come here for help. This isn't a professional service. This isn't in any way an advisory service on mental health or health. It is just human beings on the internet, and it is what it is. Robin says I'm more merciful than God. Thank you for that. Yeah, I like to think so. I like to think so.
Man.
Not blowing my own trumpet, but I like to think so. I got mercifulness down to a fine art. So Fatima, what shit are you talking? Saying I'm not egalitarian in my ways.
Oh, I didn't say those words at all. What do you mean?
I'm joking.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Fatima, we were talking about angels and demons and such. Would you like to say anything on the matter, the topic of the show? Is it something that's interested you? Do you know anything about Jinn? We were about to go into that. Is there anything you'd like to say? Give us a commentary, a stream of consciousness. Go ahead.
Jinn, I think to follow the concept of like those things, I think that, you know, the Jinn and like angels are interesting. Yeah, they are very interesting. And like, but my question is that how do people know to infer that there's a hierarchy of angels? Like, do people go to heaven and then come back and they give like a charted out diagram of angels? Like there's like the lower angels, the mid angels, and like the high archangels, you know? It's cool, but like how do people know this intuitively? Like, right, you know, that's what I think. Now as
because it's written down, isn't it?
It's written down, yeah, but like where are they getting this data from? This like very
Well,
detailed data.
the prophets, the word of God, and they give that they view that as coming from God.
Yeah.
Humans wrote it, but it was given to them by God.
Yeah, by God, allegedly. Yeah. So but I think that angels and jinns, they're just like manifestations of human desires explicitly wanting more from God. So yeah, that's why they have all of these stories of angels. Like there's the Archangel Michael, the Archangel Gabriel. There's the jinn that sometimes can either be good or mischievous. And then there's what's the third one? Machine elves. Is that like the Terrence McKenna thing? Like you saw that? Yeah, Terrence McKenna. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I think out of all of them, I think like the machine elves are like the most plausible in my opinion. Honestly, because people had actually you actually can access that for some supplements, if you know what I mean. Or maybe all this time the angels, jinns, and demons were exactly just that, machine elves. They were just taking on forms like that, right? Yeah, it could be that. And demons, demons are everywhere in culture. Yeah.
Okay, guys. I think we'll have to call an end to matters for the night, for the day, wherever it is, wherever you are, and close
Okay.
up shop, pull the shutters down. Yeah. If you'd like to make any last minute purchases, please come to the checkouts, and Kenny will put them through for you. Kenny, would you like to give your final closing remarks for this show?
I'm just going to say that was a bit of an emotional roller coaster for whoever it was that was on there, whatever role he was playing, whatever act he was playing. And I am thinking, they have a small child living with them, don't they? And he was screaming at the top of his
A
voice.
six.
So
A 6-month
maybe it's
children.
not an act. Maybe he was really in real distress. Who knows? I'm not accusing them of anything. I'm keeping an open mind. That's why I posed that as a question. But I'd just like to say I hope they're both all right. And thank you, DNW, for live streaming again and giving us all a voice and an outlet. And I mostly come here to listen and learn, but I like to troll and sometimes sing and say my bit as well, So, thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Chickpea, would you like to give your closing remarks for this show?
Interesting show, Grumps, and thank you for having me here. I don't have much to say, actually.
Feel free to hang out.
All over my head. What?
Feel free to hang out backstage. If anybody wants to come on now, you can hang out backstage for a bit. So, Chickpea, sorry, keep going.
It was all over my head, really.
Okay.
Well, you know me. I admit having less between my ears than most of you have. I admit it.
I don't think that's the case. I think you're really, really probing me to give you validation, and you're self-seeking, as they say. And I'm not going to give you the narcissistic supply you're currently demanding. I'll give it to you afterwards backstage, Chickpea. Divine Hazel says life is good.
Lucky her.
Thank you, Divine Hazel.
I must tell you about the horrible day I've had, DNW. I've had the most awful day.
Well, do you want to? I mean, you're on the internet live now, so.
I want to tell you. Oh God, well I'll tell you.
Not necessarily now. Leave it for now. Fatima, do you want to give your closing remarks for this show?
Yeah, I came in a bit late, but I hope Gracie and his family is going to be okay. If it wasn't for show, I hope I don't know, but I hope they're okay, honestly, because that's no joke if it is real. It's heavy stuff, and I feel bad for him. I have dealt with similar situations before, and yeah, it's not fun having those issues. It's not fun at all. So I hope he's okay, and good night, everyone. Yeah.
Good night, Fatima. Yeah, I would like to say, first of all, to Carl, aka Crazy Guru, aka Jesus Pantheon. I hope you're okay, mate. You know, I don't really know what went on there. Forgive me for not knowing, because lots of things have been said in the past that you were acting. Your wife said that you were both acting, playing parts, and you were leading us on and such. And that is part of your methodology in how you communicate to others. So forgive me for not quite fathoming what is going on. But despite not knowing, I do wish you well and hope you're okay, you and your wife and your family.
Yeah.
And all the best. And I hope that you are peaceful and you know that was all just an act, a bit of theater, a bit of drama, and nothing harmful or hurtful. Having said all that, if you have been affected directly by anything that was stated, or you know, anything that occurred during this live stream, please seek professional help from you know, a local health
Yes.
service to you. Look up any mental health service that you can in your locality. Call your GP, or speak to somebody who is a friend or a reliable person in your life. Get help, get professional help. Don't get help from randomers on the internet. That's my advice. Okay, everybody, you all take care of yourselves, and yeah, good luck in finding Gnosis. We'll be back next time to find Gnosis, to try and find Gnosis. I think we found little specks today, little tiny specks of sparks of Gnosis. Yeah, despite kind of despite all the drama that unfolded, I think in amongst all of that were tiny specks of sparks of Gnosis that might be useful in all of our onward journeys through this strange existence. So I do thank you, all of you who participated in the conversation and in the live chat, and all of you who view it afterwards and give it some thought. Take care. I will chat to you all next time. Okay, so we will go now. Bye now.
Bye.